Jorge, el que viene ahí.
Bueno, sí.
¿Ya quieren empezar a cantar?
And we welcome everybody here to day number 2. We had qualified just one day ago, but welcome back to day number 2 for NORRA's Baja and the Mexican 1000. Hello, I'm Ken Stout. Roy Ward will join me on the race call here today, and Pam Hall is down there in country. So as you can see, opening ceremonies are about to begin before we go any farther, I just want to touch on this at the top of the show. We lost a very important member of the motorsports world just last night, and one Mr. Alex Zanardi, one of the absolute best to ever climb behind the wheel of anything, and unfortunately finally succumbed to his injuries that happened in an accident that he had in 2020, which was not the one that cost him his legs. He actually was in a bicycle, a hand cycle event, and had another accident, devastating accident that finally claimed his life here a few years later. But absolutely one of the best, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the Zanardi family. With that said, we have an exciting day planned ahead of us. We have our first stage, which is going to be a lot of fun to call, a total of 186.1 miles, and that does include the transit stages. Racing stages, or special stages as we refer to them, are 148.90. I welcome Roy Ward to the booth as well. I'm excited, buddy. We're ready to go racing here today.
There's nothing like race day, right, Ken? I mean, especially down there in Mexico. I mean, I'm really bummed I'm not in a race car today, but wow, it's just exciting just enough just to be out here watching these guys and being able to call the race. So I can't wait for it to get started.
What's it like these early moments here? You wake up down there in country and your race car is prepped and ready to go, or at least you'd like to think so from the evening before, and you're just waiting for that call. You know the timing. We need to talk about the timing of things here, because you've got to be in place 10 minutes before you take off. There's penalties that are involved if you're not ready to go. So I'm guessing you're planning all that stuff. You have your race strategy lined up. You can see the trucks there, the 6100s are ready to go.
You know, it just seems that you don't have enough time in the morning. You always think you're running late. You think you should be there by now. So you're always rushing. You want to get there. You're agitated. You're hoping, oh my gosh, did I do that right? Did I prep that? Did I tighten that bolt? Did I do this? Did I do that? And you just got so much stuff going on in your head. And then finally, when you do get there, you get to the starting line, and now you have to wait. So what do they say? Hurry up and wait. That's all you're doing.
Hurry up and wait. Yeah.
So
just to touch on some of the timing stuff, there is a window of time in which to check in without a penalty, and competitors must arrive at the staging area 30 minutes prior to their scheduled start. And there will be a check-in, obviously, at that stage. Failure to check in 30 minutes prior to that competitor's scheduled start will result in a 10-minute late staging penalty, plus the time lost due to losing your starting spot in the queue. So it is really critical. And early check-in in the special stages is also an issue. If you check in earlier than the competitor's earliest allowed scheduled time is based, then arrival prior to that is also a 10-minute penalty, which it sounds pretty confusing, but at the end of the day, what really matters is you have to be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there. And in this case, it's 30 minutes early, not 31 or 35 minutes early. So you really have to pay attention here.
You do, and you'll have the smart guys will have a clock on the dash of their race car, and they follow that, or actually a stopwatch is usually the best way to do it. And you have to be on the money, get within that 1 minute variable to get staged and all that. And then once you get staged, then okay, you're fine until the race starts, and then you get to the next transit stage. But that is one thing about the rally portion. If you're not used to racing a rally race, it's your first time doing it, this is something you really have to pay attention to, because it will bite you later on down the road. I mean, the first time I raced with Jeff Furrier in a Cheneth 1000 in 2011, we had no idea how to do a rally race, and we'd stop in between transit stops, and have something to drink, have some tacos, sit there and BS about what was going on that day and how our race went and everything. And it was good for us that we had Mark Stahl with us, who was like, "Hey guys, you got to go." So I guess they're getting ready to do the national anthem here, so we'll cut to them as soon as that happens. But yes, it can be. You have to be up on your times. You have to have to be ready to do your stuff right, because if not,
Bueno, sí. Bien, amigos y amigas, le damos la bienvenida a nuestra presidenta de Ensenada, Claudia Gatón. We welcome the mayor of Ensenada, Claudia Gatón, the first female president in the history of Ensenada. A continuación, recibiremos a nuestra bandera con la escolta y banda de guerra de la Dirección de Seguridad Pública Municipal. Next, we will receive our flag, accompanied by the honor word and marching band from the Municipal Police Safety Department. Atención. Saludar. Ya. Atención. Firmes. Ya. A continuación procedemos con el himno de México a cargo de Julián Galeana y posteriormente el himno de Estados Unidos de América. We proceed with the national anthem of Mexico for Julián Galeana and subsequently the national anthem of the United States of America.
Mexicanos al grito de guerra, el acero apresar y el rigor, y retiembla en sus centros la tierra, al sonoro rugido del cañón. Y retiembla en sus centros la tierra, al sonoro rugido del cañón. Ciño patria tus cielos de olivo, de la paz del arcángel divino, que en el cielo tu eterno destino, por los destruyó. Mas si os sale un extraño enemigo, profanar con sus plantas tu suelo, y en su patria tuya del cielo, un soldado en cada hijo de Dios, un soldado en cada hijo de Dios, que libramos al grito de guerra, el acero pesado de dolor, y retiende sus centros la tierra, al sonoro los vientos, y retiende sus centros la tierra, al sonoro los vientos.
Firmes. Bueno, sí, firmes. Ya. Es momento de despedir a nuestro lado patrio con los honores de ordenanza. It is time to bid farewell to our national flag with the honors for sweet below. Atención. Saludar. Ya. Atención. Firmes. Ya. Agradecemos la participación de la escolta y banda de guerra de la Dirección de Seguridad Pública Municipal, a quienes despedimos con un fuerte aplauso. We appreciate the participation of the Honor Award on the Marching Band of the Municipal Public Safety Department. A continuación, me permito presentar a las autoridades que integran el Presidium. Next, I would like to introduce a members of the Presidium. Le damos la bienvenida a nuestra presidenta de Ensenada, Claudia Agaton. We welcome our President of Ensenada, Claudia Agaton. De igual manera, al Presidium que nos acompaña también, bienvenidos una vez más a Ensenada, Pam Hall, representante de NORRA. Welcome once again to Ensenada, Pam Hall of NORRA. Al coronel Joel Cornejo Oliver, comandante del 2º Regimiento de Caballería, bienvenido. Maestro Alejandro Monreal Noriega, director de Seguridad Pública. A Casey Perlman de of NORRA. Es un momento de cederle el uso de la voz a Pam Hall, representante de NORRA. We give the microphone to Pam Hall.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank the City of Ensenada for allowing us to come here and do what we do, and our racers to come and have some fun in this beautiful area that we love. The NORRA's Baja 6-day rally getting ready to begin as we see the trucks behind us here, going all the way down to San Jose del Cabo. 6-day rally is going to be an amazing time for us, but thank you very much for all the hospitality and everything for all of us coming from all over the world down here to race it with NORRA.
Thank you, Pam Hall of NORRA. Es momento de escuchar el importante mensaje de nuestra presidenta de Ensenada, Claudia Agaton. It's time to listen to the important message from our Mayor of Ensenada, Claudia Agaton. Fuerte el aplauso, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días a todos los que nos acompañan aquí en vivo y muy buenos días también a quienes nos ven a través de las redes sociales. Hoy es un evento muy importante para nosotros en Ensenada y muchas gracias por habernos acompañado el día de ayer, que fue un éxito esa demostración que hizo nuestro querido piloto Robbie Gordon el día de ayer aquí en el Riviera. Y pues muchas gracias primeramente a Pam Hall, representante de NORRA, muchas gracias al coronel Joel Cornejo, comandante de del 2º Regimiento, al maestro Alejandro Monreal, muchas gracias por el operativo que hiciste el día de ayer, y a Cassie Perlman de NORRA, muchas gracias, amigo, muchas gracias. Pues muy buenos días a todos. Es un gusto saludarlos. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see you all here. Participants, teams, officials, and families coming together to kick off the NORRA races right here in Ensenada. Your presence brings real energy to this moment and shows just how much exceeding this event creates. Muy buenos días a todas y a todos. Es un gusto saludar a quienes hacen posible este gran evento, organizadores, participantes, equipos, autoridades y familias que hoy se dan cita para vivir el arranque de las carreras de NORRA aquí en Ensenada. Su presencia le da vida a este momento y sobre todo refleja el entusiasmo que genera este evento. En esta tierra que estamos acostumbrados a los retos, donde el mar, el desierto se encuentran, el automovilismo tiene una historia que se ha construido con pasión, disciplina y carácter. Generaciones de pilotos han recorrido estos caminos dejando huella, convirtiendo cada ruta en un símbolo de esfuerzo y determinación. Hemos podido ver ese espíritu que sigue presente en cada vehículo que está listo para partir. Representa horas de preparación, trabajo en equipo y sueños que avanzan a toda velocidad, pero también implica responsabilidad, respeto por el entorno y compromiso con la seguridad de todas y todos. That spirit is still alive today. Every vehicle of the starting line represents horse preparation, teamwork, and dreams moving forward at full speed, but it also comes with responsibility, respect for environment, and free completing the everyone I save. Decirles que les deseamos desde el gobierno municipal mucho éxito. Celebramos que eventos como NORRA impulsen la actividad turística, fortalezcan nuestra economía y proyecten Ensenada como un destino de grandes experiencias. Les deseamos el mayor de los éxitos. Welcome and best of luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we gotta go.
Y ahí está el importante mensaje de nuestro presidente de Ensenada. Llegó la hora de starting flag for the NORRA 1000 Rally. Prepare it, please. Y ahí nuestra presidenta de Ensenada, Claudia Gatón, lista para el banderazo. NORRA 1000 Rally Ensenada, Los Cabos. Y ahí va el primer vehículo. ¡Vámonos!
All right, so opening ceremonies have been taken care of. We appreciate everybody down there for all of their help early this morning for our first race day, second day of the NORRA Mexican 1000. We had qualifying just one day ago, and of course they will line up based on their qualifying results in the 6100 class. Only two trucks that did not finish, but qualifying number one in the 6100 class is Jake Johnson with a great run in his Brenthal Industries truck. So he'll be the first one off the line here with good, clean air, no dust in his near future if everything goes well. We look forward to this one, and once again, I welcome Roy back in here. And Roy, you talked about it. The first stage will be a transit stage of 19 miles, so they'll have to follow the road rules as usual, but it will give them a chance to make sure everything is good with the truck, pull back in, and get ready for that first race stage.
Absolutely, they will be jumping into the wash in Ensenada, it looks like, and I don't know if they can actually open it up a little bit in there or not, but that'll only be for a couple miles, and then they jump back onto the highway section and, like you said, follow all the street rules and everything else. But nice to see the races underway, and boy, they weren't messing around. As soon as they got all that talking done, they barely gave them enough time for Jake Johnson to get going on that road, didn't they?
Send him.
Yeah.
that is what it's about. Yeah. Well, and they did it right on time. Like the race was supposed to start at 8 a.m. and I think he went off at 8:01. So hats off to everybody down there to get it all in. And Brent Fox waiting patiently, the number 2 qualifier 1 day ago, put together a great lap. And we'll see how his race starts off for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's 5 seconds away from all that stress cut down to about nothing. He's fine. All that waiting, and now he's finally get to get in this truck and put my foot on the skinny pedal and get going.
He stands on the throttle and takes off. Travis Williams will be up next as you watch him head through Ensenada.
And that's where they enter the wash right there. Yeah, it looks like they're able to open it up a little bit down there and have some fun. Stretch the legs a little bit.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about here. So, yeah, maybe they can get in the throttle there just a bit. And
there's some water down there usually underneath those bridges, as you can see it right there. So you might see them slow down a little bit because they don't want to get dirty 30 seconds into their run. Makes for a long day getting sprayed with water and then having to do another 6 hours on the race course. So, nice little jump there. Travis Williams off in the Camberg spec truck, qualified 3rd. The number 263 at EJ Herbst next in line in the 19 Industries 6100 truck.
Yeah, and EJ with a good run there. Of course, legendary Herbst family, and so seasoned, best equipment money can buy, and these guys get a lot of seat time, man. If there's a desert race happening somewhere, they're most likely in it.
Yeah, or at least one of their trucks. Looks like Travis Williams is coming up to the NORRA jump. Clears the road.
You can tell we're racing today. They're not playing around.
He is not.
So yeah, you are correct there, Roy. Robbie chiming in here. The wash is full speed all the way back to the highway. So once they start and they get into that wash, they can stand on the throttle, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
And like I said, that's nice for the racer. They can get off the start line. They can go stretch the legs of their truck a little bit, and then they do a little cool down for the next 15 miles up to Nelson Ranch, and then start the real race, because this is just a transit section. So,
and they give them a little extra time. As Robbie's indicated here, they have 50 minutes before they restart at Nelson Ranch.
Correct, and then you've got a little bit of a window there too. So let's say it's 50 minutes, and then you have between 50 minutes and 60 minutes. I might be off on the numbers. I'm just giving you an idea. Between 50 and 60 minutes to start your race again. And if you start 49 minutes early, if you start 1 minute early, you're going to get penalized. If you start 1 minute late after that 10-minute window, you get penalized. So you really have to watch your clock. That's the big thing about this rally stuff. You really have to be on the clock. EJ's giving it the business right here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that water as you were talking about before, but all something that they'll have to deal with. Looks like he's taking it a little bit easier, huh? There he's in the throttle pretty hard. You see some roost.
Yeah.
Big jump right there.
Well, and he knows he's not on the clock, so he's not losing any time.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
You know. So, like I said, this is a transit section. It's hard to lose time on it, but you can lose time. But yeah,
there's plenty of extra time in there. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's got a cushion. So
when they say you can go full speed, I mean, my brain immediately goes to race mode.
And he might be feeling it out a little bit too. You know. Ryan Archiero. He's got Travis Moores with him.
Yeah, Ryan doing a good job in qualifying just one day ago as well. Inside of the top 5.
Which is a good spot, you know. Like I said, some people don't like to be first off the line. I mean, it is nice for no dust. But if you got a couple, you know, the fast guys, if they're going at a pretty good clip, they're not really going to be holding you up, depending on what the dust is like. If there's a little bit of wind, fast guys aren't going to hold you up, and that way you can just kind of stay just out of their dust and not lose any time. So a lot of the fast guys don't like to be the first one up on the road, but then again, some do. See, Ryan's taking it easy. He definitely doesn't want to get his truck dirty yet.
Well, and as we had talked about them running through some water, why take a chance at splashing some stuff up on the electronics?
Oh, absolutely. And there's been races in the past where this thing was water throughout the whole thing. So
that's exactly what he just did. He just slowed way down to get through that water.
Yeah. Not his first rodeo.
Spare racked up on the back. As you take a look at the back of the truck, the track's up there as well, in case they need to pull up on there and get some grip if they get stuck. We look at the 48 truck. Craig McCarthy, a 19 Industries built machine.
And Craig comes all the way from New Zealand to race. And he's done this race quite a few times, and he's been pretty successful at it. He's had some heartbreaks too.
On board here watching Ryan. Some great visuals here that we'll be able to bring to you throughout the rest of the week. As we talked about, too, Ryan's so accomplished down here. He has been very successful. He's been very successful in the desert, period. A 7-time NORRA Mexican 1000 winner. That's no joke. So he knows exactly what to prep for. Next truck waiting to get off the line here. And again, just taking their time through some of these muddy areas. We saw the first couple of trucks off the line really get after it down through here, but now we're seeing some that have a completely different approach.
Yeah, and by the time we get about halfway through this, most of these trucks are going to be knocking the water out of the course, so it won't be as bad for the later entries. I don't see anybody taking too many chances on this section. They're just like I said. They're gonna feel it out. This is day one racing. You're 2 miles into the race. You're not gonna do anything stupid.
Yeah, and you can see him. He aired it out over the road there where there was water, and then hard back on the brakes underneath the bridge.
You got to give the fans a show.
Manlio Diaz takes off with his 19 Industries built machine. A nice job of qualifying 7th one day ago. on board with one of the Tim Herbst entry. They'll go off here in just a moment. Zach Langley in front of them. And real nice visual there. Walk us through what we're looking at here. Well, back to Ryan's truck. But again, the navigator over there on the right-hand side, a lot of information over there with a couple of different, actually it looks like 3 different screens.
Yeah, Ryan's got a small GPS in front of him, so he can just glance down at that every once in a while. Travis has the big GPS next to him, and different co-drivers like to have that screen either zoomed in really close, really tight, or backed off a little bit. And he'll be keeping an eye on all the gauges. He's probably got a little book with him also to kind of walk Ryan through coming up to bad corners or something like that. So, and I don't know if he has a lead nav in his ear telling him what's coming up either. But these guys take notes, and they can use notes from other races if they know it's going to be on this section. But the co-driver's probably way more busy than the driver is.
So, and I know as we take a look at Zach Langley, I know you mentioned yesterday that there is no pre-running here with this particular series. How familiar are these guys with that wash? Is it one of those things where you've been down here, you've been coming here a number of years, you are fairly familiar with it? Because it seems to me like they know when they want to accelerate and jump and when they want to get back on the brakes.
If you've raced the Mexico races before, that wash you should be pretty knowledgeable about it. But there's also a lot of first-time guys racing in the NORRA Mexican 1000, so they might not be that familiar with it. It's a nice little intro to what you're going to be getting into later today, though. So it's just going to give you a small taste right before you get to Nelson Ranch to start the race.
Tim Herbst, as we mentioned before, waiting patiently here as we saw Zach Langley take off, who's been down here a number of times. I believe the 10th time he's raced in the NORRA 1000, and Tim looks pretty relaxed there. Maybe listening to some music, huh?
Yeah. He's not listening to his co-driver, I don't think.
Or maybe he's singing.
Yeah, see, the co-driver, he's got all kinds of stuff going on over there. And lucky for him, if his driver makes a mistake and gets a flat tire, he gets to leave that comfortable seat right there and grab the impact and then go change a tire. And but the amazing thing is these guys are so talented in that you just don't pick anybody to sit in that right seat. You got to get somebody that's fit, that is flexible, that's smart, and they can also change a tire in about a minute. I mean, there's guys that can do this stuff in about a minute, and that's getting unbelted out of the truck, grabbing the gun, unracking a tire, putting a tire back in, changing the tire, and then getting back in and seat belting in. And it's quite something to see. We might get lucky to watch one of these in-car cameras if one of these guys have a problem, and just see how fast it takes these guys to change a tire. So keep an eye out for that.
Down there, Tim Herbst ready to go. Yeah, you bring up a great point here. You know, at the 250, we saw him change a tire in under 1 minute, which was absolutely mind-boggling. And it's everything you just said. Climb out of the truck. As he's doing that, the driver's jacking the truck up, and then all the procedures to get it changed and hop back in the truck, belts back on and take off. So it's pretty impressive. As we take a look here, I also noticed, obviously, these guys have to wear gloves, including the navigator, but was running the phone with the glove on. So that has to be daunting, especially when you're out there on course and you're bouncing around. Although I thought I just saw a quick glimpse of maybe the tip of the thumb might be cut out. I don't know if it is or not. We used to do that. You mentioned Buggy Dorks yesterday, and as I said, I had the pleasure of racing there for a full year, and we used to cut the tips out of the pointer finger and the thumb so we could grab tear-offs. But then they cracked down on it. They wouldn't let us do it anymore. So if not, and it does look like he has the full thumb glove on there. So that's just something else that makes it a little trickier to navigate through. Obviously working a touchpad down there as he's cycling through some different pages for information. Already wiping the visor off as we were talking about the mud that they go through. A lot of visual right here. We love these onboards, man. It gives us so much information. You can see the speed. You can see the gear that he's in over there to the far right. So a lot of information.
Yeah, and that's probably why he cut his thumb out, so he can probably flip that book, because he's got the road book in his hand, and he can flip the pages to that road book a lot easier with his thumb. And you notice they had the rags with them, so every time they went through that wash, or it went through a splash of water, he can wipe his visor. And he also has one available for the driver. He can hand it over to him. So he's a pretty busy guy.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that information too about how important they are as Danny Brown takes off with the Tesco machine. But yeah, that chemistry needs to be there. That timing needs to be there. You need to understand when that guy gives you whatever information he's given you, you need to understand it for exactly how he means it. And then, of course, the navigator is going to feed that driver the information exactly as he thinks he should understand it. That's all developed over the course of a long period of time. As Ryan is looking over there to the right-hand side, I think he's probably monitoring speed to make sure he's not speeding out here on the road.
He is. If you look to the far right, you'll see that you saw the red 75, and that's on the Stella device, and that's what that's telling you, is that's your speed limit. You can't go over that. And if you do, it'll start beeping at you. See the 37 flashing on the right-hand side? That means you're coming into a 37 mile per hour zone. So now you have to stay at 37 miles per hour or slower through that section. And then when it opens up again, that number will come off and it'll show you go or whatever. Now, Brown here, this silver or the gray truck, I was told this is a gentleman from Australia, and that's a right-sided drive truck. So he's on the right side of the truck driving. That's what I was told from one of my buddies, Cam Ritchie, in Australia yesterday. So I'm keeping an eye on him because this is the first time I've seen this truck.
First time for NORRA going through the wash. So as I was asking you that question before, they're filling us in here a bit. Much as you said before, Roy, we're learning as we go. I wish I knew everything about this race. With the first opportunity I've had to call this event. Super excited to be a small part of it, of course, but a lot to learn.
You know what? So every year it's a learning session for myself too. So yeah, this is the first time for NORRA running this wash, but other Mexico races have run it.
And our Miss Pam Hall is down at the starting line. She's had a busy morning. Let's get it over to her for some updates. Pam?
Thank you, Ken. It is definitely exciting down here in Ensenada. The weather's absolutely beautiful right now. We have overcast today, but as you can see behind me, the 6100 trucks have been taking off the line. Our motos, as you guys have been talking about, our motos have started already this morning. Our safari class has taken that green flag as well. It's going to be a beautiful day getting us over to San Felipe. It's going to be a long day for some drivers, but as you can see, these guys are getting ready to go off the line. And we have over 238 vehicles is my understanding of our entry this year for the 2026 NORRA's Baja 6-day rally, all the way down to Cabo. Cannot wait for this. You guys are doing an amazing job in the studio, getting some amazing front row seats to the show. And yeah, we'll be traveling along the way and getting to watch as we're driving and chime into you guys whenever we can. But the finish line tonight is where the real excitement's going to be, because I can't wait to talk to these guys and gals to see what they think from day one out here for stage one. But you guys love it. You're getting, again, the front row view, and I can't wait to chat with you guys at the end of the day as well. It is a learning curve for a lot of the new people that are out here. You guys are talking about learning curve for you watching the live show, but we have a lot of new racers this year that are with us, so they're excited. I talked to Ed Evans yesterday out at qualifying, and he is super stoked. The man is probably the happiest guy I've ever talked to in my life, but he was super stoked about being out here for the NORRA's Baja Rally. But right now we have another truck taking off the line here right behind me. But you guys, I'm going to send it back to the studio because I'm going to stay here and watch these guys so I can get on the road to San Felipe. So I'll check back in with you later.
Great job, Pam, and great to have her with us. She covers so much stuff down there in Mexico, a wealth of knowledge for sure, works extremely hard, and very good at what she does. So thank you very much. Yeah, that was Richard Cicanti that just took off there. He is 12th off the line. by the way, I don't know if you caught it or not, Roy, but she had her accent fingernail
Giorgio,
is
acá
a
tengo tu
checkerboard
micrófono,
design, so we've got to applaud Pam for that.
I did not catch that. So, yeah, she's going to be a wealth of knowledge down there, being on the front lines down there for us. So it'll be interesting to see who she can talk to and what kind of information she can have for us.
I believe this is on board with Tim Herbst, certainly one of the Herbst trucks. There's two in the field that have already left the line. You mentioned the headlights on. It looks like on already for a number of the trucks. I'm sure that's just how they compete throughout the day, and one of those things you don't want to have to worry about not being on. But certainly a safety is a primary concern, not necessarily for vision here during the daylight hours.
Yeah, and some people will run those, and some people won't. I mean, if you're a fast guy and you're chasing a fast guy, maybe you don't want to signal to him that you're catching him and coming up from behind, so you will not run those lights. So, like I said, there's some strategy for just about everything. But if you're in a loop type race where the fast cars are coming back around and catching the slower cars, and that would be a loop type race, that's where you would keep those lights on and alert those slower vehicles in front of you. But it's just however they want to do it, however they see fit for their strategy for the day.
Andre Lauren getting ready to take off here. He will be the 13th truck off the line. Truck number 288 has a real love for motorsports, has been a team principal owner for Factory MX Yamaha Polaris Snow, Yamaha Motocross and Canadian, UTV driver, owner of XComp OTS Group, and obviously of the Spec Trophy truck. So a guy that is buried deep in this industry. He's been racing in off-road since 2016 and jumped right into a 6100 truck in 2018.
And here's Jake Johnson. He's just showing up to the end of the transit stage, coming into Nelson Ranch, and he's going to stage to start the first stage, the super stage of the rally. So he's your first truck to show up after the transit stage. He's going to sit there for a little bit, and then there's a pre-stage that he'll move into when his time's ready, and then he will get ready to start the stage. But he can't move into that pre-stage too early, because if he does, he'll get that time penalty. And if we go back to that shot, you'll see like a tent set up probably about 50 yards in front of him, and that probably is the pre-stage section. So kind of think of it like drag racing. When you go up to pre-stage, the yellow light goes on, and then once that light goes on, you move into the staging, and then the other yellow light comes on, and then you go. So that's kind of what it is. There's a pre-stage, a stage, and then go.
Up next at the line, that is the 235 of Jonathan Faulkner. And Faulkner, with a bit of an issue during qualifying, was to take off towards the front of the line. It was a first come, first serve in qualifying. He took off at Jim and went just a few yards and had a mechanical issue, pulled off to the side before the clock had started, before he hit the starting line, and he was able to resolve those issues, and they let him start a little bit deeper in the back, so he did get a qualifying lap in, consequently starting here in 14.
Well, good for him to figure out what was going on with that truck to get it going again. So, and that's where that qualifying, maybe that was a good thing for him. He had an issue on qualifying, and maybe they found a problem with the truck, and if that would have happened on race day, he would have lost a lot of time. So good for him to have it happen on qualifying.
Yeah, great point.
And see how relaxed these guys look? You know what I mean? They're on their transit stage. They're just sucking in that nice weather, enjoying it, getting ready for battle.
I believe that was one of the Herbst entries.
Yeah, and here comes Brent Fox. He's coming in to finish his transit stage. Coming into Nelson Ranch. And he'll pull right in behind Jake Johnson.
And that's where I would think that the butterflies would start to kick in, because now they know from this point on, this next stage, it is going to be hammered down.
Yeah, but at least they got a little bit of that out of their system. You know what I mean? So they got to get in the truck. They got to move it around a little bit. Oh,
Ooh, wow. Big moment. Ripped off the left rear fender.
yeah.
And as we talked about, I mean, first time they've been in the wash, so it might be the first time for some of these drivers going through the wash and was not expecting a landing like that.
He probably figured, you know, that thing wasn't going to make it that far anyway, so let's just get rid of that right away and let's get that out of the way.
Leave this to be Sergio Rangel.
Sounds good. In a Brenthal?
Yeah, the 221 truck. He's the final truck that qualified in the 6100 category. We have two more 6100s that will take off, but neither one finished. One rolled, and Max had an issue with his truck, had a mechanical.
And here's Travis Williams pulling in the Camberg truck. He's going to pull behind Fox and Jake Johnson. And if that camera panned a little bit to the left, you'd probably see that. You'd see the pre-staging and there he goes. There you go. Come on. Doing a little visiting over there. Probably asking him, hey, when we get going here, if you could just pull over for me.
Through the town of Ensenada as we get started here. First race day of 6. And just to recap here, 19 miles in this transit stage to get them going. And then the first special stage will be 47.5 miles long, where they will get after it. Then another transit stage, but a short one of only about 2.5 miles.
Yeah, they'll jump off the race course onto a highway. That's at K77 and kilometer 77. That's on the highway there, and they'll run down that for 2 miles and then hit the connecting race course back out into the desert. And that first 47 miles will be nice and tight. It'll be rocky. It'll be in some mountainous areas, some rocks, some sand washes. Pretty tight racing, but also pretty fast right off the start. And then it starts getting a little more technical and tight and twisty. So, but not a lot of room for passing. If you get up behind somebody and get close, they can move over for you, and then you can keep going.
So Connor Pyle just took off from the line. He unfortunately had a bit of a moment during qualifying and laid the truck over on its side. Clearly the truck is okay as we go back on board with Ryan Arciero. In the meantime, let's get it back down to Pam. Pam, I'm curious if you have an update on what mechanical happened to Max one day ago as he's getting ready to take off.
Norris Baja 6-day rally. You were just asking about what happened with Max yesterday. It was a serpentine belt is what happened during qualifying. But Johnny Campbell, our Grand Marshal, you're here for every vehicle going off the line. You started out this morning with the motos, and here we are again. I mean, give us your rundown of how it feels to be the Grand Marshal for NORRA.
Well, it's a great honor to be here, you know, with all the history and Baja history and my history. And it's so fun to, you know, come down, enjoy, see the racers, see all the action that's going on. You know, NORRA is such a great event, having a rally style with the different stages. It just makes it a lot of fun, and that's what NORRA is all about. You know, it's the happiest race on the planet.
Exactly, 100%. But thank you so much for being the Grand Marshal. I'll let you get back to doing what you're doing. And it's an honor for me to meet you personally because I've never met you, and you know, multi-Baja champion down here. So thank you again for being our Grand Marshal, and we'll see you all the way down the peninsula, hopefully.
We'll see.
All right. Well, Johnny Campbell, thank you once again. And Ken in the studio, you guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Pam. And Roy, you can certainly expand on this, but boy, talk about an accomplished competitor down here in the desert. Johnny Campbell, one of the best.
Oh, Off-Road Motorsport Hall of Famer, multi-motorcycle champion down here as we watch Max Gordon take off in the Clyde Stacy truck. Yeah, what can you not say good about Johnny Campbell, ambassador of the sport, and highly talented behind the handlebars of a motorcycle, his Hondas especially.
So Max took off from the line. A serpentine belt is what bit him a day ago, and the first thing that goes through my mind is what caused that? I mean, did he get unlucky and a rock got up in there and kicked it off? Was there a pulley that wasn't lined up properly and that kicked it off, or did it just fail? It seems odd to me that they lost the serpentine belt, and he lost it very early on in that qualifying lap.
And what could quite possibly be another blessing in disguise. It happened during qualifying. Of course, he's got to work his way through the pack to get there, but not a problem for Max, I don't think. And this problem arose the day before the race, so they have time to address it, and I'm sure that they did. The Geyser brothers, I think, are probably the guys prepping that truck for Max and Robbie. So I'm sure they got it handled, whatever the problem was. And I'm sure Max is probably going to stretch the legs on this thing in this transit stage a little bit in the sand wash, just to see if it tries to do it again. So if it does, he can get on that transit stage. And if he has to pull over for about 2 or 3 minutes to change a belt or whatever, they can do that and not lose any time, which is one of the perks of a transit stage.
And a look from behind, nice overhead shot here as they make their way through the wash, and that'll wrap up the 6100s off the line. We will change categories here and go into the Evolution Unlimited truck category, and first one off the line here will be Scott Bailey. He has Larry Job also driving with him, a very accomplished buggy racer. Speaking of buggy dorks, no better than Larry Job. And Scott Bailey, 25 years married to his wife Beverly, and absolutely loves racing. The owner of Stronghold Engineering, ran a lot of short course, had a massive team in short course for a while that fielded trucks in Pro Light, Pro 2, and Pro 4. And we see Scott Bailey sitting there, just a wonderful guy, and his son who competes as well, and now grandkids also competing, so they are buried in the racing industry deep.
Absolutely, and he's in an ID Designs truck, which is a very accomplished truck, a very well-designed truck that's been around for years. And like you said, Larry Job, probably an underrated driver for sure. Not a lot of people relate with Larry Job, but he's been in a lot of vehicles. He's been in a lot of different vehicles, and he's been a winner in pretty much every one of them that he's been in. So pretty good team right there for the number 27.
Yeah, Job 6 championships in the desert. That's SNORRA score, best in the desert. Recently won the Mint 400. Plenty of Baja races along the way. The one that has escaped him has been the Baja 1000, second in class, but has yet to win that one. So that one's still on the bucket list if he can get it done. Still competes on dirt bikes as well, was second in the Met 400 this year. So very, very athletic guy. And you listen to somebody racing bikes, you might think a younger man. He is not a younger man. I don't know what his age is, but I would safely put him, in his 50s. And he's very, very athletic, very in shape, very accomplished. One of the best you could put inside of a super buggy, or a pro buggy, if you want to call it that. One of the trucks sitting there on the sidelines in the staging area.
Yeah, that might be Travis Williams. I think it's I see the Maxxis sticker, and he's running Maxxis tires. So they also have a lot of stuff going on in that truck. Scott Bailey is patiently waiting for his turn. I wonder if they're giving them a little bit of a cushion between classes, because sometimes they will do that. I think there's a 10-minute break. I think Robbie was saying something about that between the trucks and the fastest qualifiers for the UTVs, which would have been Trey Hernquist in the Speed UTV, who qualified #1 overall. So I think that would probably be one of the perks for him, because he has a 10-minute cushion to the dust.
And just got a quick update as we watch a 27 truck sitting there from Scott Bailey. It is Larry Job that will start off the race here today.
And there you go.
These speeds of these trucks somewhere between 140, 150 miles per hour at full song. So yeah, starting some of the faster vehicles behind the 6100 class. So you're right, they probably will give them a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, these trucks are a little different than a 6100 truck. They might look the same, but the 6100 trucks have a sealed motor. They're topped out at about, I don't know, 525 horsepower, somewhere in that area. But the Evolution trucks, they're unlimited. They can have 1100 horsepower if they want it. Superchargers, turbos, whatever they want to put on. The 6100 trucks are more of it's a spec truck, so they're limited to what they can do on motors. So it is a little bit different. So Scott Bailey's got a different animal that he's racing compared to a 6100 truck.
I also he also helped me out with the age as we look out of the back of Max's truck. Larry's probably loving me right now, Larry Joe, but I put him in his 50s. He's actually 66 years old, so that'll give you a good indicator of what great shape Larry's in.
Holy moly. I didn't even realize Larry was 66 years old. Boy, he looks great.
Got to say good morning to Tommy Morris, another legendary name when it comes to desert racing or off-road racing in general. Tommy Morris has us on, watching us live in his shop this morning. Hello there, my friend. It's been too long. We need to share a beer together. Well, not necessarily share. You can have your own. I'll have my own. But, yeah, I love Tommy, man. Tommy's a great dude. Thank you for watching.
Another off-road motorsport Hall of Famer. Congrats to you on that, Tommy. Well accomplished at PPI. He was one of the main guys that got Ivan Stewart's Toyotas prepped and built and designed and ready for racing. And he's doing stuff for the military now. He's doing all kinds of stuff. I'm trying to talk him into doing stuff for my Toyota, but he doesn't do pro bono work, I guess.
Hey, Roy, walk me through everything we're looking at this shot. If we can stay on this shot a little bit longer. But I see, obviously, the fire extinguisher there. I'm curious what that item is behind the fire extinguisher. But walk us through what we're looking at.
Those are spare oil containers. There's engine oil probably on one side, and then maybe some transmission fluid on the other side, maybe some power steering fluid. And those are, if you see the tires sitting there, they each have max tracks on them. And those max tracks are for if they get stuck, they can slide those underneath the rear tires and to help them get traction. And those tires are actually sitting on top of the fuel cell. So that's on most of these trucks anyway. The fuel cell is located on the rear of the truck and underneath those tires. Some of these guys carry as much as 100 gallons of fuel. So you can imagine how much weight is on the back of that truck. So when you get a full load of fuel, it really changes how these trucks work. So when you get a full load of fuel in that truck, you really need to kind of take it easy a little bit, because with all the weight back there, it changes the characteristics of the way that the rear of that truck's going to work.
Once again, back to the starting line, and they are for sure holding the faster trucks for a bit as Larry Job waits patiently.
¿Qué?
We mentioned Tommy Morris on the broadcast here a minute ago. He must have heard me talking about him, because now he's trying to talk to me. I'm a little busy right now, Tommy. I'm not answering your phone call. So leave me alone.
And if you just joined us, you have to update updated. Obviously, the lower third there says Scott Bailey. Scott Bailey, the team owner, principal, if you will. But it is Larry Job that is inside of the truck to kick off today. And green flag, there we go. The first unlimited truck off the line. Larry can't help himself. He hit the throttle pretty hard right at the beginning. The green means go.
Yeah, the fun meter just went up for Larry Job.
Some of our 6100 trucks making their way to the pre-stage area for the special stage, the first special stage of the 2026 Mexican 1000.
Yeah, so these guys are finishing up their 19-mile transit stage, restaging up here at the Nelson Ranch, and get ready for the stage 1 super stage, the first racing stage of the rally.
Saw a couple of street trucks back there behind them as well.
Yeah, sometimes what will happen is you'll get your chase vehicle will follow you in, just to make sure if you have some issues or something, they can follow you in and they could jump out and take a look at the truck real quick or whatever. So that's usually what you'll see. Sometimes they'll follow them in there, or sometimes they'll lead them in there. So it's nice to have one of your chase vehicles following you in on these transits, just in case there is an issue that they can handle.
Look at the fans lined up on the side. I mean, they absolutely love the desert racers down here. Treat them with a lot of respect. These are all heroes to these people. It's a big time, man. They come out. The drivers will hand out stickers. You can't print and hand out enough stickers. Look at the fans lined up on the bridge there, lined up alongside the wash, watching them as well. Given any opportunity, the fans get over there and get autographs and pictures with everybody. They really do love the racers down here.
And good for NORRA for opening up that wash. Since this is the first time that they started with the wash, these guys can actually watch the race vehicles at speed leaving the start line, because usually it's straight into a transit and they're following the laws of the Mexican highway. So it's good to see that they said, hey, we're going to do you guys a solid here. Some of you guys probably got to go to work right now, so watch a little bit of the race and then head off to work.
The legendary Riviera truck. Mark Post and the gang getting ready to go here. Like the navigator unplugging. For whatever reason, maybe getting ready to get out. We'll see if we can keep up. Oh no, helmet going on. Just unplugged it to get the helmet on.
Yeah, he might have had to put his earbuds in. And the Riviera truck, a lot of people know that as the Black Dynamite, but that truck started out, Robbie Gordon built that truck and designed it on a napkin with his buddy. And they built that truck in 1994 for the trophy truck, the Unlimited truck series. And that truck has been going strong ever since then. It's basically the same thing. It's been wrecked a few times and they put it back together, but that's basically the same design from 1994. And that truck is amazing.
That was not, as you were talking about the Riviera truck, we were looking at a black truck. That was not the Riviera truck. That was Jimmy Olsen, who's next off the line in the unlimited truck category, truck number 877.
Yeah,
Looks
we
like
were
Mark Post will roll off a few trucks later.
Yeah, the number 3 Mark Post truck, yes.
I want to talk about real quickly this touch on Brad Lauder, who was second off the line. I love his bio. It says CEO and wannabe race car driver with a borderline unhealthy passion for high performance vehicles. That is being honest. And we watch Jimmy Olsen take off.
Good for him.
Next one up there to the line is James Chip Griffith III. Designation for the truck, Frankenhurst.
The Johnny Cash C10 Special.
Right.
Yeah, there's that square body old school Chevrolet. I love that.
Yeah, that's a good looking truck, man. Trucks waiting patiently to get off the line here and make their way through this first transit stage.
Pam Hall's telling us Reese Millen is behind the driver's seat on that truck.
Speaking of legendary names.
Yeah, pretty good builder if I remember correctly. I think he builds some of his own vehicles, and this might be part of his that he's done. No slouch behind the wheel, by the way, either.
Los kiloviews, sus power están mal.
Yeah, no, that whole McMillan family, of course, incredibly talented, and again, you know, similar to the Herbst family, if you will. I mean, so accomplished, so many wins. It's incredible how good they have been.
Yeah, Rod, Steve Millen, very accomplished off-road driver, or Mickey Thompson Entertainment Group drivers, rally drivers, even Pikes Peak champions also. So yeah, pretty good genes in that family.
Again, going back on board.
That's Max, it looks like.
Trying to figure out what that is in the doghouse there, next to the Navigator.
What's that? What are you looking at?
Well, it looks like a big silver can. I'm not sure what that is. Right behind the shifter. Right. Yeah,
Oh, that's I believe that's the air cleaner. Believe it or not, with those motors, the air cleaners come off the back of the motor, and sometimes they put them right there in the cab in between the driver and the motor. I'm sure Robbie will probably chime in here and let us know, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Max is picking up some speed, getting up to his 75 miles an hour area.
And that was Matt Cullen that just took off. Number 22 unlimited truck.
Yeah, so that just by the shifter there on the right, you'll see that black stick sticking up, blocking the Lowrance screen a little bit. That's a turning brake, so he can grab onto that thing and fling that truck around any old way he wants to.
Yeah, and to just be.
And this is Jake Johnson pulling up to the staging now. So he's already done his pre-stage, and now he's staging for the race. So he should probably be taking off here in about a minute. They're going to grab they're writing it down on the side of the truck there. There's a sticker there. They're going to write his time there. Then he's going to hand him his road book. The NORRA officials are going to go ahead and put in his time for his start time. And then a minute later, he'll be back on the road.
My apologies, too. I said that Matt Cullen was number 22. He's actually number 207. He was number 22, I believe, off the line. So my apologies there for that confusion. Number of people involved with that effort here this weekend, or this week, I should say. 6, 7 different names entered there with the 207 truck. Yeah, Max with the speed logo on the side of the helmet. as we talked about before, just so accomplished. It's a shame we didn't get to see him qualify. He lost that serpentine belt early on, so was not able to finish. That's why he was last off the line in the 6100 class, but he is fresh off of a couple of wins out here in the desert just as of recent. Of course, winning with his father, which is, I mean, it's just stuff that memories are made of. I mean, it's so cool to be able to race with your son, and I know he understands it's special, but he won't really understand how special it is to win with his father until he gets a good bit older.
Yes, exactly. And we're in car with Max again, and Max is just getting probably, we called it the Pepsi stand. He's getting ready to come up to that, which takes you off the road here, and it'll take you to Nelson Ranch. So he's almost to the end of his transit stage on the highway. So, I mean, he started, 15 minutes ago, so that kind of gives you an idea how long it takes him to get out there, or 20 minutes ago. Looks like the fans are starting to pack in a little more too.
Yeah, and as we get back, if we get another shot here, and I'm sure we will once they start racing again, this 76-67, that Frankenherbst that we were speaking of, I'd mentioned that James Chip Griffith III was in the truck, and Pam Hall with a nice update there. It's actually Reese Millen, which you had mentioned that before, I know as well, Roy. Just wanted to follow up on that. Him and Chip are switching off seats throughout the week. So Chip doing the navigating here today. Wow, look at that truck. Love the old Ford.
Absolutely.
I believe that was Matthew Legg in the 64.
And the vehicle make is a 1976 Geyser. Okay. That is not a 1976. The fiberglass body might be, but the underneath of that truck is definitely not from 1976. That is a really nice truck. I've looked at that truck up close and personal, and it is nice. So here's Jake taking on some of the. He was on this course yesterday. Now it looks like they're going backwards.
Yeah, counterclockwise, right?
Exactly, and they're going to use a little bit of this course. And then they're going to head out into the desert.
Awesome. So we are racing the first truck out there into the special stage.
Travis Williams,
number one qualifier from one day ago, Jake Johnson, the 2023 Brenthel. Been battling since 2007 as we go back to the starting line as well. But Jake Johnson starting off in Class 1 Unlimited, now in the 6100 truck, obviously out here.
And we just got a quick glimpse of Wade Porter at the start line in the number 53 Geyser, and he is in a pre-runner Raptor. He has a windshield, side windows, a sealed cab, air conditioning, heated seats. He's got it all. So if you want to come race NORRA, you can even do it in a Geyser pre-runner, but you better save your pennies because those are not going to be cheap.
Yeah, you mentioned it yesterday. I would tell you, I was pretty surprised. I knew they were pricey, don't get me wrong, but I had no idea that a modern day, up-to-date with all the bells and whistles spec truck is some $700,000.
Yes.
And you also, that's great information there, Roy, to talk about the difference between maybe a race spec truck versus a pre-runner, which is going to have all those creature comforts inside of it versus a race truck.
Oh, yeah. The pre-runner is basically a trophy truck, an unlimited truck, just with all the creature comforts. They'll put a sealed cab on a chassis, build it into the chassis, and you'll have the same suspension as an unlimited truck, and you can put whatever size motor you want in it also. So it'll have all the good stuff that an unlimited truck will have, but all the other good stuff, like not the road noise, and you got windshield and windshield wipers and air conditioning and all that stuff. And boy, it sure makes it for a very comfortable pre-run, I can tell you. So when these guys come down here and race the other races that you're allowed to pre-run in, these are the vehicles that they're using.
That was EJ Herbst that they just showed a shot at. Now, talk to me what's going on here. A lot of communication between the navigator and driver.
Yeah, the co-driver here, even though they have an intercom that they can be talking to each other. He's using his hands too, maybe to help him out there a little bit. But that's how busy this guy is right here.
Well, this comes back to what you talked about yesterday. They have not had a chance to pre-run this course. So the navigator looking at that map, reading the map, obviously hand signals, I'm sure communicating verbally as well. But yes, extremely busy. And because these competitors have not had a chance to pre-run this course, and in fact they get the maps very late.
And the funny thing is he's using his hand signals, and they could very possibly be having intercom issues right now, because that's the old school way of doing it. Before intercoms, that's what you did. You put your hand in the driver's face like, hey, we're going left, and slow down and all this other stuff. So that could possibly be what's going on, or he's got an old school co-driver who doesn't need to be doing all that. You just never know. You never know what's going on in the cabs of these trucks.
Well, and you being a competitor out here, sitting in the seat, if I ask you this question, you're gonna know the answer. What is the first and most common item to fail on any race vehicle?
Oh gosh. Well, you know what? Radio. And intercom. Yeah.
The radio. It never fails. I mean, it's incredible. You do 1,000 radio checks, everything works great, and then you take off from the line and something fails and it doesn't work the rest of the day. It's just absolutely amazing to me. I always equate it to, we put a man on the moon in 1969 and we still struggle getting radios to work 3 feet away from each other. So it's amazing. There's just something about radios. They are determined to drive us all crazy. There's a look at the beautiful Riviera truck, legendary number 3 Riviera truck.
Yes, that's the Black Diamond they like to refer it to, but I'm so old school that's the Robbie Gordon truck. That's how I remember it. I mean, I love it as the Black Diamond also, but that Valvoline truck back in the day when it first came out, it had an old square body on it. And I actually got a ride in that truck with Robbie testing back in Parker right after the Baja race or something. And oh my gosh, let me tell you, getting a ride in that truck, and that truck probably only had 700 or 800 horsepower back then. Now it's probably up to 900 now. So that truck is the real deal.
And Ricky Johnson will be behind the wheel of that number 3 truck today,
with a smile on his face the whole time.
Which, by the way, I do not see on the entry list, but we all know or knew he was coming in.
Yeah, he's definitely doing day 1. I was told that myself by Larry Ragland. So, and then Josh, I think, what do you got? Mark will be driving it later, and then Josh Daniels, I think, driving it 2 days in a row for day 2 and 3, maybe. I'm not sure.
I mean, talk about a legendary lineup with those 4 names.
Yeah. As the Herbst takes it off the jump, that 19 Industries truck just sucking up all the bumps.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the dust. I mean, and it's just laying right there. It doesn't look like there's much of a breeze based on that line of dust.
No, not really. And usually later in the day, it'll start picking up a little bit. There's probably a little bit of a breeze going on there, and wind is your friend in off-road racing for sure.
Oh, Ricky Johnson off the line there with the number 3 truck, and has clearly splashed a little bit of mud up on his visor as they take off here and they make their way through the transit stage. Ricky with an opportunity to make history at the 1,000 last year. You can see him there trying to dodge some of the puddles, but unfortunately, the Baja stepped up and bit him.
Yeah, he's already wiping his goggles.
Ricky, one of the absolute best, of course, just the original bad boy, legendary rider on dirt bikes, and came out and won his first championship in short course off-road racing, Pro 2, back in 1998. An absolute master behind the wheel of anything he gets behind. went on to win more championships in short course, a lot of seat time in a Pro 4, a lot of seat time out here, a ton of wins out here in Baja. So number of championships as well. Ricky Johnson as good as anybody you could put behind the wheel of that thing, in fabulous shape as well. Great shape.
Yeah, those bike guys, then they can transit to four wheels very well. And here we got Ryan Archiero probably getting ready to start making his way out of Nelson Ranch and starting to head towards Ojos Negros.
Again, with the Beneath Underwear sponsorship on the side of that one, a company owned by Kyle Washington, kind of a silent guy behind the scenes that helps out a number of people. It's pretty cool. Makes his way through the left-hander that was a right-hander during qualifying one day ago.
It sure was. And McCarthy off the line. And this is I think he's only got maybe one other race in this truck. This is a brand new 19 Industries truck to him too. And he went off the course. Oops.
A little hot right there.
Yeah. Probably looking at his co-driver right now and giving him the business. That might be Matt Vogler in the truck with him. That might be just one of those deals. You got to I don't know if Matt's rode with them before, and sometimes it takes a little while for these two guys to mesh. You know, a lot of these guys have a co-rider with them that they've had for years, and some guys, this is their first time with them. So it takes a little time for the driver and the co-driver to be on the same page.
Manlio Diaz in the 279. That's a 6100 truck as we watch our next unlimited truck take off.
Yeah, the train we've seen so far is it's probably a little misleading for anybody watching this for the first time. The road isn't that good throughout this race. That's a very well groomed track that they're on at the moment. Right here, this is the actual race course. Oh, this is Sandwash, excuse me, with Ricky Johnson behind the wheel of the number 3 Mark Post truck. And now he's back into a 37 mile per hour zone. As you can see, the red 37 in the center of the truck. He's got to squeeze that throttle pedal just up to 37 and then hold it there until that changes, till he gets out of that speed zone. Here we go, a little remote shot out here out in the desert now. It's probably about 4, 5, 6 miles out into the course. They come around this little mountain, and I think there's a little jump right here. Well, I think it's up a little farther. There's Jake Johnson, first truck on the road. And for all you out there at home, there is live tracking, so you can get on the computer and check your live tracking. I'm sure there's a link on the NORRA website for that. Follow the race along on your computer too while you're listening to us.
Yeah, for sure. I love all that stuff, the technology that's come about. And again, back to the Navigator. I'm with you, man. I think they're having comm issues. I can't imagine any other thing why he would be doing it this way.
Yeah, see him pointing down.
So cool, something he's gotten used to, like you said.
Yeah, when he points down, he's telling him slow down, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. They might be having some issues with their comms because that's a lot of hand signals. And then again, I could be totally wrong. So. I'm watching the tracker right now, and it looks like Jake Johnson is going to be coming into Ojos here. He's going to be coming into probably a speed zone here pretty soon. Ojos Negros is just one of those spots along the course that if you've raced a Baja race, everybody knows Ojos Negros. So he's probably 3 or 4 miles away from there, as everybody else is moving their way through the tight, twisty stuff before Ojos. Ricky Johnson just sneaking up on that 37 miles an hour. You can see the numbers above 37, the red 37. That's his speed, and he'll start blinking right there. When it starts blinking, that means it's going too fast, and he needs to slow down, or he's going to get a penalty. So they give you about a 3-second warning or somewhere in there, and if you keep going too fast, you're going to get dinged. So that's how you can get a speeding violation here at NORRA.
Great information there as we watch another one of the 6100 trucks take off at speed here in the first special stage, which is a distance of 47.60 miles. Carrying some good speed through there, good visuals, and a big enough gap there that they have some clean air, so everybody able to get in the throttle there and really make pace.
Yeah, with the wind going off to the side of the course, as long as that wind's blowing to the left or the right, that's good. But if it's going with you or against you, it's probably not too good. But they could probably get some pretty close racing in there if they catch up to somebody with that wind, if it's blowing up off the course close enough. So that'll be their friend throughout the day, I can tell you that. I don't know who we're in car with right here, but I like the setup for the co-driver. He's got a place to put his hands right next to that GPS, got a little handle on it. And he's not wearing gloves, as you can see, which he probably likes the idea. He's probably got a touch screen on that GPS, but that might not be a good thing if he has to change a tire, because that tire is going to be really hot, and with bare hands, he's going to be fighting.
Beautiful onboard shot there, man. Look at the electronics and how everything is laid out inside of that truck. Absolutely gorgeous. Starts to put in perspective why one of these things could cost more than $500,000.
Yeah, it almost looks like an airplane in there. It's amazing how much electronics are going into these trucks lately. They have tire sensors that they can tell them if they've got a tire going down, all kinds of stuff, all kind of warning systems. Just to wire one of these trucks, I know not too long ago it was about $30,000 just to wire one of these trucks, and it's gone up a lot more than that from what I've been told. So I might be out of the loop a little bit on that. Now on the right-hand side, you see the red flashing icon there. What'll happen is if there's a really bad section on the course, that Stella will alert you with beeps and that red flashing light saying, "Hey, something big coming up. Be careful."
And it looks like checking in, as we had talked about before, how critical it is to check in with your stage at a proper time. There you have a window, and you've got to take care of business within that window. And it's a pretty lenient window. So if you can't get it done, you've either have a mechanical or you've just not been paying attention.
Yeah, absolutely. Just checking out my tracker here. And it looks like Jake Johnson is really close to coming into the town of Ojos. Got a couple buddies out there in Ojos right now that are waiting for their vehicles. My good buddy Bob Bauer, Off-Road Hall of Famer. He's out there waiting for the 48 truck to watch them come through, and then they'll move on down the highway and leapfrog to the next section, which would probably be K77. So that's what's going on behind the scenes right now too. You got the race cars going out there, and then you got the chase vehicles chasing on the highway to each section where the race course will cross the highway. And the first race course crossing is at Ojos Negros, and that's where the crews will watch and get a visual of their truck coming by, and then they will head down to K77 after that and watch them again. As we're in with Travis Williams and the in-car camera on his camper truck.
Yeah, and again, you can see that speed right on 37.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like a moment there.
Somebody else missed the turn.
Herbst goes sailing by, and looks like they potentially lost.
You know what he might have done is he might have had
he
the
peeled
track.
off on that right-hander there instead of staying.
What he might have done is he was looking at his GPS, and he was probably following the tracks from yesterday's qualifying, and he didn't erase that from his GPS, so it overlapped on the race course. Maybe that's possibly what could have happened. I know I've done that before, so.
Well, great insight. I mean, and it's just some of the options, some of the things that can happen. You can go back and you prep the truck after last night, get ready for today, and it's easy to forget to go in there and clear that out or change the map that you need to go back to.
That big screen on the center, almost on the center screen, I guess you would call it. That I believe is the. It's the road book, but instead of having a road book, they got the electronic road book, which a lot of the motorcycle guys are using. So he doesn't have to have the road book in his hands. He can use that road book, and that'll show him mileage on the course where there could be problems and everything. Make a left, make a right, yada yada.
61-23 of David Ziegler off now on his special stage.
Now that might be that might be Danny Brown there in that gray truck and the Tisco, and I was talking about him. I think he's the one from Australia. So this is all new to him. So that's just one of those things that when he got backwards on the course or something, that might have been his issue. But he looks like he's got it going good today. Or right now.
Yeah, I feel like
they're back
up to speed. I mean, certainly comfortable. You see fans lined up on the side, and you feel comfortable. You're back on course. And we've all experienced it with our phones, where our phones kind of lose way a little bit as well, and will send you the wrong direction a couple times until they get themselves sorted. So it's easily something that could happen.
Yeah, or maybe his GPS was lagging. You just don't know, because that'll happen too.
A lot of communication going on here. I love this stuff.
Yeah, he's putting.
That actually looks like Tim Herbst, right? Well, it's not Herbst, is it? You saw with the glasses on. I thought it was him, but
looks like the Travis Williams truck. And the only reason I say that is I see a Maxxis logo on his sleeve.
Yep.
And I think I see a Camberg logo on his driver's suit, so that would make sense. That's a Camberg truck, a spec truck. They're having a nice little conversation driving down the highway. This should be the Glidden truck, Trevor Glidden. That's a historic race truck, an old Class 8 truck. We'll probably get a better shot of that from the outside later. Right here, this is his truck. This is an old Class 8 truck from the 90s. It's been updated a couple times. Trevor Glidden is he raced their old truck with the team, and he moved up to this truck when they turned out selling it. So he's had the team that he was racing with. He bought both of the trucks. Looks like either a spectator or a sweep vehicle playing out on the course.
And looks like the 3 truck there, I believe. Oh, he wouldn't be out on race course yet. That's a different truck.
Oh, and getting a little contradiction on my Danny Brown comment. Looks like he has raced NORRA a few times. Thank you, Jeff Furrier. Normally races in Class 1. Family owns ARB, and the B is for Brown. So there you go. Get some text from the friends out there that are listening. So it's nice to get some insight. Correct me when I'm wrong, which would probably be a lot.
It's a lot of information to try and process.
It sure is. And then when you think you're right about something, one of your friends makes sure to tell you you're wrong.
Well, I'm thankful for every correction. So as long as we get it right, I have no ego in the game here, and we want to transfer as much proper information as we can. But it is a daunting task with all of the classes that are competing out here, and something for the fans at home to know. It makes it pretty difficult out here because they've allowed a lot of these competitors to keep their original numbers from back in the day. I mean, as far back as the 70s. So each class isn't necessarily a designated number like we see in a lot of other sanctioning bodies. So it's a lot of work. It's been very busy, but we do our best to try and get everything sorted and make sure we have the right names associated with the right vehicles in the right classes. But it is a daunting task, to say the least, and it's taken me days to try and get things sorted here.
Well, as a racer, I love the fact that NORRA will let you run whatever number you want. As a commentator, I have learned in one day that I hate it because it is so hard. I mean, usually you correlate a number with a class, and it is so hard to keep track of these guys with their numbers. But I get it, I understand it. Just to let everybody know, Jake Johnson is through the first road crossing at Ojos, and the 282 Brent Fox, I believe, came into Ojos running on a right rear flat. So, and it looks like on the tracker he is stopped at the intersection. They're probably changing the tire right now.
Yeah, look at Faulkner and the 235. Yeah, and you talked about how quickly that can be done. I mean, it blows me away at how quickly somebody can get out and change one of these 130-pound wheel tire combinations, like you say, in the span of a minute.
Yeah, and in a related story, I can't get out of the truck in a minute. So,
I certainly could not either, nor could I get back in a minute.
I can fall out of the truck within a minute, probably, but yeah, and they practice it. Those guys will get out there and they'll practice it every day. Coming into a race. So, looking on the track,
they've integrated an electronic screen right there in the center of the steering wheel. The Mark Post truck. Second gear, I would say that's exactly what Ricky is looking at.
Yep, I'd agree with that. And on the passenger side, you can see he's got the same setup over there on his, so he knows what gear he's in. But he's got all the temperatures and everything else. All Ricky has right there is the shift, what gear he's in.
Yeah, and there was another screen up to the left. If you look up to the left, you can actually see where the shift lights would be.
Oh, yeah,
so he has a little more information up there to the left as well.
And a little GPS right in front of him, so he can just glance down at every once in a while. So you've got Ricky Johnson just coming into the end of his transit to start the race, and you've got Jake Johnson already crossing the highway at Ojos, making his way over to K77. So that just gives you an idea where everybody is at on the course, and everybody's moving along pretty well right now. Doesn't look like anybody's stopped. Everybody's moving along at their nice little pace. So we'll keep an eye on it. And I appreciate it.
Ready to go here. Here's that means we have 3 6100s left to get out here onto the special stage.
First class, looks like a class 1 there. Just took off.
A few clouds off in the distance. You talked about that marine layer probably starting to burn off as we go back on board with Glidden.
Yeah, they moved themselves through the mountains there, or halfway through the mountains anyway, and that marine barrier sure burns off by the time you start moving your way east. And the temperatures will start coming up a little bit too. I'm sure it was beautiful this morning in Ensenada, but it'll start warming up on your way to San Felipe.
Some of these onboard shots here as once again we go back on board. Ricky Johnson checking something out. I mean, certainly not doing that for fun, but there's something there. I mean, he's very analytical. He's a great coach. Really analyzes every single moment that he's taking in out there. So there's a process to his madness no matter what it is. And by the way, a lot of these onboard shots here, all courtesy of Starstream, George Hamill and the boys, the gang, I should say, men and women, doing a fabulous job with that Starstream system. They've really developed it over the past couple of years, and they've made huge progress. Without them, things would be much different here, but they are a massive help to our broadcast, and they're certainly excited to be partnered with NORRA, and we're excited to have them.
Yeah, in the last couple of years, it's just amazing, the technology and what it's done for us to be able to watch a race from home instead of being at the races. But even at the races, you can have your Starlink Mini or whatever, and you can be watching live tracking like we're doing right now. You can listen to the commentators, and you can watch in-car camera from different guys, and you know where your guy's at almost the whole time, which is amazing. And technology has just come so far.
You talked about live tracking for the fans at home. You can also follow it on dirthub.tech.
As Connor Piles cricket.
Go, go, go. Face mask down. Let's go.
He's telling straight. Got the hand straight. Oh yeah, and that's the road out of Ojos. That is a very, very fast road. Heads into the mountains a little bit there, and then they'll start getting into the tight, twisty stuff here, probably within the next 5 or 6 miles, somewhere in there. But this is flat out right here. You can check up a couple times, but besides that, it's a skinny pedal, hard on the noise.
And so I would have to think that there's a high-speed limiter here on these trucks whenever they get close to whatever their gearing is maxed out, their top speed, and they get up there close to that soft limiter. Would that be correct?
I would think so. I'm sure their engine builders probably, the engine builders want their engines to win. So they'll probably say, hey, we're going to put your rev limiter about right here. You know what I mean? Because I don't want you bouncing off that thing all the time, because we want this thing to live. These are, sometimes these are grenade motors. They only last 1,000 miles sometimes, or the 1,400 miles they're supposed to do it. So you've got to watch over that stuff. You can't just keep abusing them the whole time.
Waiting for the next truck to pull up to the start. We go back on board here. Down to second gear, just shifted into third gear.
Yeah.
Some of the information located on the right-hand screen over there for the navigator.
Yeah, now it's working its way into that tight, twisty stuff. They're still on a little fast stage, but it's starting. They're starting. Oh, there we go. Go through there. My bad.
Seems like he's okay with that decision he just made.
Oh yeah.
Get ready for a jump.
And like I said, if they are, it'd be interesting if one of Travis Williams' guys, if you guys are listening to us or whatever, if you guys can get on the YouTube channel and let us know what's going on with his truck. Is he having problems or is he not?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job with his hand there. You can see him split the fingers there. I'm guessing he was basically telling him you've got two options here, left or right.
And we've got about 6. Your top 6 trucks are through Ojos. So that'd be Jake Johnson, Brett Fox, Travis Williams, EJ Herbst, and Ryan Argero. And I think Craig McCarthy just went through. Oh, so they're moving. Everybody's moving right along, staying in line right now, minding their business.
Yeah, Tommy Morris helping me out here a little bit. I asked that question about running up in the limiter, and he said basically they just run them as fast as they will go, and they're not up against the limiter and top gear there. So sounds to me basically they run out of horsepower with the wind resistance that they have and the way that they're geared to get everything out of it that they can.
Well, as much as I would like to argue with Tommy, I will go ahead and say that he's probably right. Tommy's a smart dude.
Think that it's close. I'm sure that they've geared it very, very close because you don't want to get too far out of your gear. You'll lose speed then. So I'm sure they have it geared very close to the top of the RPM band to get everything out of it that they can.
Yeah. So now here's Ryan Archiero. Now if you look, you can see a little bit of dust just hazing in front of him, and that might be because he's catching EJ herps. Because the wind looks like it's blowing off to the left there, but he's starting to catch it a little bit. So he's already, that's like blood in the water for a shark. He will tend to drive a little bit harder to that dust cloud. And that's what tends to happen. And usually if you don't have any dust in front of you, you're just kind of going with the flow, driving your race. And that dust is just blood in the water.
Two different shots there. Good look at the driver. You can see they were in third gear. Worth a mention that all the 6100 trucks have turbo 400 transmissions in them, so 3-speed automatics. So he is in top gear, max speed right there.
Yeah, I think
out of the back as we look forward here, if that design on the hood looks familiar, that is Troy Lee Designs, part of that package there with beneath underwear.
You are correct. And you're right on that. These trucks are like a 3-speed automatic, right? And then when you start getting into some of those, the Evolution trucks, some of those got a paddle shifter, 6-speed sequential. Some of them have a 3-speed, so it varies. But I think the 6100 trucks, they have to run the 3-speed. I think.
Yeah, I just reading through the rules, I think they all are required to run that turbo 400. I think there's a couple of different spec engines that they can use. Basically, they try to keep them around that 525 horsepower range, but pretty sure they all have to run that turbo 400. You can see how much calmer it is as Max takes off here for his special stage. He is the final 6100 truck, but how much calmer it was in Ryan Arciero's truck with the navigator and obviously the comms working properly versus the other truck that we saw with all the hand signals.
Right, yeah. And these two are enjoying. These guys are enjoying their ride for sure, and they still even haven't made it to the end of the transit section. So see how the dust in front of him.
Yep, he's getting there.
So he's definitely catching EJ. And that just could be that EJ's running a different pace than Ryan. Doesn't necessarily mean Ryan's faster. It just means Ryan's faster at the moment because maybe EJ's like, hey, this is day one. I'm gonna run my race, and I'm not gonna let anybody else dictate the pace that I run. If somebody catches me and they get right on my bumper, I'll move over for them, maybe. Because these guys are teammates. They're all out of the same race shop. So maybe EJ might not make it that easy for Ryan, but we'll see.
Yeah, Ryan with so much success out here.
Yeah, he's been.
And he knows this place really, really well, so I can see him being really aggressive.
Yeah, and this is a race course right here that he's probably raced on quite a few times, even though he's not pre-running. This will be an area that he's familiar with. I know that the Baja races might not race on this course that much anymore because they take them up into the mountains a little bit, but this is definitely an older Baja course and definitely a course that NORRA uses all the time for that reason.
Waving to the fans.
Yeah, 37-mile-per-hour zone. As you can see with the red 37 on the right-hand side on the Stella device. And that Stella device is also, if you get close enough to a competitor in front of you, you can buzz the car in front of you, and it'll send a signal to him saying, hey, I caught you. It would be nice if you pulled over for me. And the guy in front, when he gets a signal, he can come back and say, okay, I'm going to let you pass now. So there's that system as we watch Max Gordon putting his truck through the paces, and it looks like they might have that serpentine belt figured out. We'll keep an eye on him. I'm sure the geysers figured out what the issue was, and they weren't going to send Max out there in a truck that wasn't going to do its job. So the geysers are
100%.
way better. Geysers know their job. They know what they're doing. They have a bunch of trucks out there, and they've been building them for years. So, and a very good platform to be racing off of.
Once again, Ryan trying to close up the gap here.
Yep, it's getting a
On
little
Herbst, we'll see if he can get up in there. That dust does seem to be lingering rather than blowing and clearing out of the way.
Yeah, when they're in the valley a little bit, and you got all those trees, the dust doesn't blow off the course as good as it does on a long straightaway where there's not as much brush and stuff getting in the way. So it does seem to linger there in the valley. So he's going to have to fight through that a little bit. And he's also got to be careful not to clip a rock or go off the side of the course a little bit, and possibly do some damage or maybe get a flat. So.
Yeah, and watching this, I mean, it's a fairly narrow roadway here. I mean, to carry max speed and clearly driving the truck hard, very talented, but it doesn't take much of a mistake to get off road there and get yourself in a lot of trouble.
Little quick flash of Jonathan Faulkner coming through in the Brenthal.
Looks like we're working up to taking a look at some of the side-by-sides that are coming up to the starting line here to start their transit stage. Worth a mention, Trey Hernquist, #1 qualifier overall 1 day ago in a side-by-side. One of the speed side-by-sides had a great run, and Robbie Gordon, #2, but quickest lap overall set by one of the side-by-sides, one of the speed side-by-sides.
Yeah, and putting on a clinic too. Trey was on a mission yesterday. Very impressive to watch. And putting that speed UTV through its paces. We're going to see how that race transpires today, especially with Robbie starting behind him. So the UTVs will be a very interesting watch today as they go against these 6100 trucks in this nice, tight, twisty stuff. So kind of making it a UTV versus 6100 deal, because they don't want to be beat. 6100 trucks don't want to be beat by a UTV, and the UTVs are trying to be the David versus the Goliath type deal and show the 6100s that they can play this game too.
Yeah, two completely different formats, as everybody knows. So mad respect for both categories and whoever's the best in each category. But it's always fun to take a look at the two different combinations to see which one would yield the better results. I mean, obviously the 6100 truck, a heavy two-wheel drive truck, 500 plus horsepower, 3-speed automatic, versus the all-wheel drive side-by-sides that are much lighter, but more importantly, that all-wheel drive is so critical to dig them out of some tight turns. So we'll find out how things shake down, but they certainly proved their worth 1 day ago.
Yeah, and if you watch it, even these 6100 trucks in this tight, twisty stuff, as you see Ryan navigating his way in between the bushes, he's not going slow. And see him, he's pulling on that little handbrake there to help him around those corners a little bit. That's what he was reaching for right there. So he's a little busy over there himself.
Yeah, and I know I wouldn't mind touching on that a little bit more. Speaking of the buggy dorks, they could easily have a turning brake or a cutting brake inside of their cars that could operate the right and left rear brakes independently. But those turning brakes that we're seeing there would just operate the rear brakes in unison without engaging the front brakes.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. That lever just locks up the 2 rear brakes on those live axle trucks. And on a buggy, you can do the same thing. You can do the left or the right, which helps you around those super tight corners and everything. Short course racing those are really popular. I don't know if a lot of guys are running the turning brakes in their desert cars, but there are a few for sure. But in the trucks, they absolutely do run them because it definitely takes it one of those 180-degree corners that really helps out.
Yeah, me being the expert buggy door driver that I was, I never really knew if I had my hand on the shifter or if I had it on the turning brake. Didn't yield the best results, I can tell you that.
You found out quickly, though, didn't you? Looks like we might have a guy stopped on the side of the course, 6142. The Geyser truck is 6100 truck. He's about, well, I don't know. He's only 4 or 5 miles into the race right now. That's the only one that looks like stopped on the course at the moment. As we've probably only got, what, 20 vehicles on the live course at the moment?
Yeah, and the near 240 entered here for this year. So a nice turnout. In excess of some 50 side-by-sides. But a great place for all the nostalgia, the vintage cars to come out here. They work on those cars and put them back together. They look like they did when they were brand new. And there's different eras for the cars to fit in, classes for everybody. But all of them will be down here to enjoy all of their hard work and labor on saving those vintage cars.
Yeah, that's probably why you see a lot of the UTVs instead of other classes, because the UTV manufacturers just make it so much easier for a guy that wants to go racing to go racing. You could race a 1600 car or a class 10 or a class 11 for that matter, but you go pick up a speed UTV or a Polaris Razor or a Can-Am, and there's parts stores all over the place that you can buy spare parts for them, and race car parts aren't readily available everywhere. So the UTV market has exploded over the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, and you being one of the curators of some of these older vehicles, I know you brought back some special vehicles, owned some special vehicles along the way. A lot of that stuff was never store-bought. It was all stuff that was fabricated, hand one-off pieces, so it can take a long time to put one back together.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm stupid enough to go ahead and restore vehicles that everything has to be handmade or something like that. So, I'm not the smartest tool or sharpest tool in the shed.
We need people like you to do it.
Yeah, somebody's got to be stupid enough, so I'll go ahead and take that. Oh, hit a cow. That's Baja Racing right there.
Big moment right there. I mean, just out of nowhere, but great skill by the driver to get on the brakes as quickly as possible. No harm, no foul. I mean, almost to a complete stop. But, man, how quickly you have to react to something you have no idea is going to be there.
And that is the quintessential Baja moment. Look, clean air. He's got nothing in front of him. Truck's running great. Everything. He's got all of his electronics working, and boom, there's a cow. Actually, there was 4 cows. So now was that EJ, and now this is Ryan, because now he's coming up to that same section, and he doesn't know there's cows up there.
Well, it looked like the pack might have been cleared unless there were more coming. It looked like that might have been the straggler just as timing worked out. But you never know. I mean, there could be another pack of them that are wandering over there.
Yeah, but I mean, and that's hopefully that startled those cows enough that they took off a little bit, But scary moment for both driver and the cow.
Yeah, 100%. Those things are serious and cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm sure that cow's going to feel that in the morning if he's not feeling it now.
Well, the good news is he's not a steak yet, so.
Yeah, exactly. Not a very happy cow, but,
He again, just staying right in the alley here. Just not much wiggle room to get off of this road or get yourself in a lot of trouble. Pushing as hard as they can. First look at the course. Try and steer clear of rocks here. Obviously could cause flats. Quick wipe of the visor rather than pulling a tear off.
And if you look at the course is relatively smooth here. You know, it's a single track, but not a lot of big ruts and ditches and all that. I mean, compared to a normal race course, this is a pretty smooth section that a lot of the guys in a lot of the different classes are going to enjoy that don't have 32 inches of wheel travel, you know. And there's going to be a lot of those guys that are under 12 inches of wheel travel, you know. Yeah, it looks like Ryan Archero and Tim Herbst's trackers are down, so they're not tracking right now.
Jake Johnson doing a great job here. Looks like he has actually stretched his lead out a little bit. We won't have corrected time here right away.
There goes Max Gordon. Yeah, looks like Jake Johnson, he's probably within 10 miles or so of K77, which would be the second road crossing. They'll hit a little transit section for about 2 miles on the highway and then back into the dirt. So everybody's moving right along. Chase crews are probably leapfrogging this section right now, probably watching and listening on their Starlinks. And I think this is probably back with EJ or Tim Herbst. I couldn't tell you. See, now if you look in between their seats, there's that carbon fiber cylinder. I think that's the air cleaner also on these 6100 trucks.
Copy. Yeah, that certainly makes sense.
Or I could be horribly wrong.
No, well, I would agree with you on that canister looking. I mean, it looks like a canister filter would go in there, and almost identical to what we saw there before with Max. I believe that was Max we were looking in, or no, maybe it was Ricky. But either way it goes, yeah, the way those things are lined up, that certainly makes sense.
Yeah, just because I've seen them like that in the 6100 trucks. That's how I've seen a few of them. When I've looked into the trucks, that's what it was. So, but you can definitely reroute those wherever you want. But I think that's probably location-wise, instead of making a bunch of bends all over your engine compartment. That's probably the best way to route it.
Once again in third gear, wide, all but wide open. Certainly carrying a ton of speed here. Eyes up, looking out as far as you can. A lot of straightaway ahead.
You know, probably for these race teams that are running these online systems, and thank you for doing that, they should probably be putting their number somewhere on that dash so it's readily available for the viewer to see who that is, because the Herbst trucks have probably 4 of these trucks that all look the same. So we do know it's a 6100 truck, and thank you, Bob Bauer. He did say I was right about that canister being an air cleaner. So we do know that this is a 6100 truck, and the unlimited truck probably does not have the air cleaner located right there. So moving right along.
Yeah, so
Nice.
that had to be Max we were looking at before, and not Ricky Johnson in the 3 truck. Yeah, pretty cool, man. I love the technology inside of these trucks. It's amazing, and they're a great race vehicle.
Now this would be a really fun section to be racing on. Not lefts and rights, nothing too tight. You keep it in second gear and just run it at a nice clip, not too rough, not too jarring. Just a really fun Baja course right here.
I feel like that's some of the danger points. We saw that one dip, that one wash, if you will, and you run up on one of those at speed, and you could get yourself in trouble. I mean, it could kick you pretty easily, and that's exactly what happened to Ricky Johnson, the 250. He just ran up on one a little bit too hot and kicked the back of the truck up. It was a soft, slow landing on his side, and he said, man, he just saw it all happening in slow motion, and there was nothing he could do about it. But you hit it 20 miles an hour too fast and find yourself in trouble. And not knowing what the course is, these guys have to weigh that caution versus their urge to go as fast as possible as we go back to the starting line and watch one of our side-by-sides take off.
Yeah, and that's with Ricky probably knowing the course really well because he was able to pre-run that. And you're out here.
Point, Roy.
Yeah, and you're out here running in an area you're not allowed to pre-run. And when we were just watching EJ's footage in the Monster 19 Industries truck, he was having a lot of fun going through that section. And that's the thing about Baja. It sucks you in. You're having a great time. You're going a little faster. You're just throwing that truck around left and right. Truck's feeling good. Everything's feeling good. And then boom, there's a G out that it's not marked, and you just slam into it. And then next thing you know, your tires are pointing in different directions, and your co-driver doesn't remember his name. So.
On board here with the 747 of Nick McPhee, just took off, starting his transit stage. They did a good job. I believe it was John Holmes that was inside of the car one day ago, qualified third, so a very fast 2022 Polaris Pro R. And if this is McPhee in there, looks like he will start the day off out of Riverside, California, in the Pro side-by-side category. 19 entries in that class.
And I don't know if NORRA runs it the same way, but I believe if you qualify the vehicle, in other series anyway, if you qualify the vehicle, you have to start the race. So I would think John might be in there, but then again, I could be 100% wrong.
Getting sorted there, of course, that transit stage is 19 miles, so they'll spend a little bit of time in the wash where they can go as fast as they'd like to go. And you saw them taking care of the car as well, trying to stay out of the mud.
And while these guys are still working in the wash, you've got the leaders coming up to K77 within the next couple miles. So these guys are already 47, almost 47 miles into the race, and the other guys haven't even made it through their transit. The other guys haven't even started the race yet. So
looking at first and second place as well, Jake Johnson, and it looks like is out front, of course, but Brent Fox has closed up a lot. And Jake Johnson, last time I saw, was going 33 miles an hour versus Brent Fox at 64 miles per hour. So we'll see if Jake was just in a tight, twisty area and be able to leg this thing back out in a moment, or if he's having an issue. But it looks like Brent Fox is running up on him pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I don't think Jake's tracker hasn't updated in the last 3 minutes, so that's misleading probably, and that's probably a tight area. Well, you'll know when the 282 gets in the spot where Jake Johnson's at, you can check his speed and say, oh, okay, yeah, then he was.
Yeah, good call on that too. Yeah, it's not updated for the last almost 4 minutes.
And I just got my buddy old Bill Hernquist, father of Trey, just let me know that whoever qualified must start.
There you go. Great information. Good to follow up on that.
And then he had a little smart aleck remark with that, but I'll just keep that between me and Bill.
You know they love you whenever they beat you up a little bit.
Yeah, that's if they don't call you names or something, that means they don't like you, or they like you. You know what I mean? So
And again, back here, we believe that these guys are having comm issues because there's been a lot of hand signals here versus everybody else that is not doing that.
Yeah, that co-driver is going to be very tired at the end of the day.
That left arm is going to be.
For sure. Hey, look at him. He's even trying to clean off the camera and everything while he's doing all of this
on
other
fire,
work.
Man, he's doing his thing, wide open. And I guess we'll be able to find out. Maybe they can get it fixed. We talked about this special stage being 47 miles long. So once they get to that, they'll have another transit stage of 2.5 miles. But they should have an extra few minutes there to potentially work on those comms and see if they can get them sorted.
Absolutely, yeah. They can probably jump on. That transit stage isn't that long, though. It's only a 2-mile transit stage, so I doubt they would probably try and deal with it there. But you never know. If it's a quick fix, then maybe.
Yeah, it's a double check, disconnect everything, plug it back in. I think they'll have a 10-minute window, though, right?
Not on that one. That's only a 2-mile stretch, so that'll cut down the time that they allow them to do that. And just to give you a reference on the starting and where everybody's located, a good buddy of mine, Travis DuTemple, he's racing a Toyota truck. He just sent me a picture of his truck, and he hasn't even left the hotel yet. So it's going to be a long day. Buckle up, Travis.
I don't know if they'll be able to share it. I did send it over to production, but got a nice picture of Augie Renazetter standing next to his father, legendary Carl Renazetter, and Franz joining them in that Polaris Pro R, and some guy named Rob McCachran. They sent over a nice picture that I sent to production. Maybe we can pop that up at some point whenever we see them. But great to have the legendary competitors out there, and then of course the younger people that will be picking up the baton here in a couple of years and running forward.
Boy, just look at Travis here. He's having a great time behind the wheel of that Camberg truck, just throwing that truck around. You know, the months of prepping this thing and the thousands upon thousands of dollars that he's been throwing at this thing just so he can come down here and beat it up. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, third off the line. They qualified really well. Clearly good at what he does. And a chance to look around here in the transit stage.
Yeah, enjoying the scenery, enjoying the weather. See, he's still in the marine layer there. He's enjoying that nice, cool weather.
See him looking over to the right. Speed there right at 37, which is where we've seen everybody. Other areas of the transit where they're up there at 75 miles per hour. But as you mentioned at the top of the day, they have to follow the road rules, including the speed limits.
Oh, Fish is checking in with me today. Hopefully he's gonna text me some good updates from everybody, plus everybody else out there who's lighting up my phone, and I'm trying to get to them as much as I can. Thank you, everybody, for doing that. Even if I don't mention you on the line, Tommy Morris.
Fish clearly a big part of everything that goes on in the desert. Something to touch on here, since this is day one, everybody, a competitor is required to start the first timed control of the first day under their own power to be considered an official starter. Failure to do so will result in a did not start and disqualification from the rally, including all subsequent stages and days. An exception to this would be made if the first time control of the event is a prologue. So it is very important to do that. I believe as we read further that if you are late or miss a stage after day one, they will allow you to repair your car and come back the next day.
Yeah, they try. NORRA tries to make. They understand that people are going to have problems, and even if you can't compete for the win, they'll try and accommodate you. You know what I mean? Here they come. They just came into the end of their super stage. He got his book out, and I don't know if he was supposed to stop right there and have his book signed. Oh, here they go. He's going to hand him his road book right here. They're going to sign the end of it. They're going to put the time in it that he finished his stage, and then he's going to jump on the transit section on the highway here. It's probably up about 100 feet.
Gloves off, taking care of business there. Book has been signed. It looks like, is he telling him 3 minutes? Maybe he has 3 minutes to get wherever they're going?
Might be, because it's only 2 miles.
You can see here during this transit stage now, they were at 37 miles per hour, now 75.
Mm-hmm. That co-driver's just enjoying the ride. Look at him.
Yeah, pretty relaxed right now.
Might have to wake him up here in a minute. Definitely a UTV right here. My tire's moving around a little bit.
Yeah, probably not good.
Yeah, probably could have used a couple extra
Holes on the handle there. Wow, really starting to move now.
Yeah.
They'll be lucky if it's there if they need it.
And you know the good thing is their crew is probably watching this live feed, and they're looking at that tire, and then they're probably looking at the last guy that was touching that thing. And they're gonna go, okay, when we get up to this transit stage, or when we get up onto the highway, have him pull over for a second. We're gonna go ahead and do a couple extra ratchet straps on that thing and make sure that thing's secure, because that's, even though that's just a UTV tire, which is probably either a 33-inch or a 35-inch tire, that wheel and tire combo is probably a good $700. You don't want to go losing that.
Not to mention if you need it.
Yeah. And he's probably got tools inside the wheel part of it, so it's you don't want to lose those either. Guilty. Been there before. Actually, I'd blame that on my co-rider. Bo Briggs. And Bo, I think he had a good run yesterday in the UTV, didn't he?
Yeah, he qualified 10th.
Yeah. Polaris Pro R.
The Rancho Cucamonga, yeah, he had a good run, and we saw a number of these UTVs, the side-by-sides, down in the, what was it, 2.5 minute range, 2:30s, when obviously you were talking about Trey. He went 2:25, low of everybody, but there was a number of players that were in the 2:30s and the 2:40s, which was a really strong lap.
Yeah. So right now we got Jake Johnson sitting, waiting to start his second stage. So he's sitting off to the side of the highway near K77. And Travis Williams and Brent Fox are both stopped on the highway, probably at their pit, probably just getting the trucks looked at before they head on down and get right behind Jake Johnson on the highway. Looks like a smooth run for everybody so far.
Yeah, it's been a good start.
Like I said, I only see one vehicle stopped on the road right now, and that's the 6100 truck. Everybody else looks like they're moving pretty good. Although we did, like I said, we lost the tracker for Tim Herbst and also Ryan Archiero, or I did at least.
Back on, I believe that's EJ Herbst, who was kicking up some dust that Ryan Archiero was driving up into.
And he's got some dust ahead of him. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. And see, he'll start picking up the pace a little bit just because he sees that dust a little bit.
A little motivation, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Which is sometimes it's a good thing and sometimes it's a bad thing.
Yeah, I guess the other train of thought is just keep doing what you're doing. You're clearly closing in.
Yep. Especially if he's not if he doesn't feel like he's pushing the truck either and he's gaining, he'll, hopefully he can tell himself, hey, well, the pace I'm doing pretty good. And he should have a good idea who that is in front of him talent wise. So he's like, hey, I'm doing pretty good. I'm catching this guy, and he's a pretty fast guy because we know where they all qualified. So he's talking to himself a little bit here and trying to make some smart decisions and just keep moving forward.
Pretty calm ride here. Looks like everything's going good in the truck. Second gear.
Yep, on and off the gas. I mean, doing 65, 70 miles an hour, then down to 30 and repeat. So it looks like we also have a break in the from the first group, the 6100s, to the next group that's going to be starting, which would probably be the unlimited trucks, Evolution and unlimited trucks and historic trucks and all that. So the last truck on the road for the 6100s, looks like the 6142 got running again. He's bringing up the tail end. He isn't quite to Ojos yet. Everybody else is clear to Ojos. Except for, and Scott Bailey was the last one to go through Ojos. The next truck would be 6142. And then we'll wait for the second group to leave Rancho Nelson Ranch.
Once again, Nick McPhee there, as he just left the starting line a little bit ago. He's on his initial transit stage, making his way to the special stage, or the staging area for the special stage. And it looks like he's behind some traffic here. We saw a few cars passing the local traffic in areas where they could. They do have a designated time that they have to cover this transit stage. But with that said, it's also a generous time for situations just like this.
On this kind of transit stage, it's probably not a big deal to be in traffic a little bit, because they do give you extra time to do the 19 miles. Like I said, I think it's 50 minutes just for that. So that's they're giving you a cushion, because they understand, hey, this is going to be a busy road. There's not a lot of passing on this road, so we'll give you that time. And there's going to be other times where they'll run on a highway section, but it will be part of the race stage and not a transit stage. And these guys and the local traffic, they understand that. It's funny, you'll see them, they'll slow down and pull over for the race cars to let the race cars go by. I mean, this is it's well known down there in Mexico that the locals love the racing down here, and they abide in trying to help out the racers as much as they can too. As we watch one of the Herps throw their 6100 truck around out in the desert.
Yeah, this tight little twisty area, you can see down there to first gear, so navigating his way through there as quickly as possible.
And this is where those UTVs will really eat away at the times of these 6100 trucks, because the four-wheel drive will just pull them into these, pull them out of these corners where these 6100s are slapping the sides of the course to get through. Like I said, they're no slouch at all, but it's just with that four-wheel drive, it just makes it so much easier, and they're lighter from corner to corner. They should be faster than these big 6100 trucks.
I would think, an area too where I'm sure the navigator is communicating, don't get me wrong, but just the road is so prominent here, you know exactly where you need to go, or stay, I should say. And the navigator he's no more familiar with the road than the driver is, so it's just one of those things, you got to work your way through it.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things that some racers don't like a navigator in the area the whole time. They like to, especially in something like this area right here. I actually wouldn't want somebody in my ear telling me left, right, whatever, because I can see it. I don't have dust. I can see the course. He's going probably between 50, 60 miles an hour down to 25 miles an hour. So he can see everything in front of him. But then again, there's other guys that they like that guy in his ear the whole time. You know what I mean? So sometimes I like to have a clear head and just say, hey, I got this. I can get through this on my own. But when we start getting into the high speed stuff and then there's a quick corner coming up, I want you in my ear. So
yeah, great information, Roy, and definitely personalities there. I mean, and how about those trees? I mean, just any sort of small mistake and you tag one of those trees, your day's over. Maybe your race is over. But I couldn't agree with you more on the different personalities, some wanting some chatter in their ears, some not wanting it. As a professional spotter for the past 15 years, I'd worked with some of the elite people in the industries, including a Scott Dixon, who likes some chatter, but there are also times where you just don't need to talk to a guy like that. And if you have a good seasoned driver, you let him go. And a lot of times you're right. I mean, in certain scenarios, they don't want the information, but more importantly, they don't need the information. The rule of thumb is only give me the information if I need it or if you feel like I need it. So in situations like that, and that's kind of what I was alluding to, the fact that the navigator can't do much to help him out right there. He knows what he has to do. So sit there, stay quiet, and go along for the ride. Let the driver do his thing.
yeah, and Larry Ragland was one that told me that he doesn't really like anybody in his ear either. Because especially down here at NORRA, he knows pretty much all these roads down in Mexico for the most part. But NORRA does a really good job of throwing even the most seasoned guys a curveball, and that'll happen today too, because there looks like there's a spot on this race course when they cross the highway after K77. They jump across the highway and come into Valley T on the backside of Valley T, which I have never came in that way on that race course, because they usually come in by the goat trail that most of the guys from Baja know about that coming into Valley T, but they're doing a totally different course that I don't think most of these guys have ever been on. I've never ever seen that on a race that I've been to in the last 35 years. So yeah, kudos to NORRA to even throw in a blinder to even the most seasoned guys.
Well, I think that's what
looks like Casey Curry right there.
I was just going to say the same thing. I was like, man, it looks like Casey Curry. Of course, another very, very successful driver, and family name is legendary inside of the off-road industry, stand out in short course off-road racing and in the desert?
I had the privilege of delivering Casey's dad his brand new Dodge truck here a couple weeks ago from my buddy Cody Swanee, who sold him one. And so that was a nice little nugget to go down there and see the Casey Curry or the Curry Enterprises and check out their business. I got a little walkthrough. It was really nice.
And Pam Hall, once again, is connected with us, so we'd love to hear what she has to offer. Pam?
Conversations. I want to know what you guys have been seeing out there, and we're in transit over to San Felipe right now. But I want to know what's been going on your end. What have you been seeing? Because I haven't got to see the action because I've been at the start line all morning.
Yeah, it's been a great start so far, Pam. To be honest with you, we haven't seen anybody have any big moments, with the exception of one. There was a cow that wandered into the middle of the race course for a brief moment, but the driver had some quick reactions and was able to get the truck almost completely stopped. And the cow also reacted pretty quickly and moved out of the way. So aside from that, everything has gone pretty well. As we watch a number of the side-by-sides leaving the starting line now in their transit stage. But, of course, the 6100s have all taken off on the special stage and now being followed by the unlimited vehicles. So it's been a great start so far.
Great start. That's awesome. I mean, you know, that's something that happens in Baja is the cows. They're the infamous cows on the course. But I wanted to talk with you guys about the time card and kind of how that goes through. If you guys haven't completely explained that yet, I have one of the road books in my hand here. And I was talking with Robbie at the start line this morning, and he was explaining it to me more in detail as well. But all of the drivers, I'm not sure if you guys at home can see this, but they have a road book. This road book is no joke. It's thick. They get one of these every single day. This happens to be for stage 2 tomorrow, but their car number will be written on it. Their start time is written on it. So when their start time is, let's just say it's 8:02, they have to be taking off at 8:02. And they have a staging time as well to get to pre-staging. But every special stage they go through, they get their times written on here. So there's also time penalties as well. I don't know if you guys have explained all that, but if drivers are late to the start line, I believe El Aseo last night said it was a 10-minute penalty per minute that you're late to the start line. We'll go into more detail with that as I get that complete information. But you guys, these road books, though, this is what their co-drivers are holding on to. So they're not only using maybe their navigation system that they have, they also have this that they're dealing with as well, because the road book, that's the Bible, right? That's where all the information is at. So that's kind of how these road books work. And Rory, I'm pretty sure you probably know how this works, right? You've been down here with NORRA, or have you been down here with them?
Oh, absolutely. And I can tell you, having a co-rider is great because he gets to hold on to the road book and he can tell you this stuff. But what's really interesting is I've raced a single seater probably 3 or 4 times down there, and you don't get the road book while you're racing. You have that in the pocket next to your car, right by your seat. And you only get to break that out when you come into a transit section. When you stop the car, then you got to pull that out and hand it to them and then put it back in. So the smart guys with the single seat car, they'll go through that road book that night, the night before, and they'll make notes on some duct tape and they'll put it on the inside of the visor and put the mileage where let's say there's a triple down arrow or something that's a real danger spot. You'll just go through that thing and look for the triple down arrows and put the mileage where those spots are, and then correlate that while you're racing, saying, okay, I'm at mile 47. At 56, there's a down arrow, so I got to be careful of that. So that's how they do it for a single seater.
Well, exactly. And so with you doing this and knowing it, I mean, that's where, honestly, right, that this is the Bible. This is everything to your rally to get you from point A to point B, because there are some people out here that don't have GPSs and they only do it by a road book. We had a couple ladies last year for the NORRA 1000. It was Amy Hall and Rebecca Donaghy. They did the whole peninsula with just a road book. And so that was really cool that they made it from all the way up here, all the way down with, using road book. But I have never done a rally. I've never done the NORRA rally. I have done other rallies before where we had road books. It's something like you're saying, you look at it the night before and kind of know what you're going through.
Yeah, and I can tell you, Chris Wilson did that in a restored Rod Hall Bronco that won the NORRA race in the early NORRA races, and they did the same thing. They did not put a GPS in their truck. They said, nope, we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to have a road book, and we're just going to strictly go by the road book. And they got lost quite a few times on their way down to La Paz, because that's where it finished back in when they started this in 2010 again. So it's I love it when people try and do it the old school way, but boy, it sure makes it tough.
Yes, and with you saying that, it's kind of funny because with all the desert racing and everything that goes on, there's some people that wish that people would go back to road books, or not road book, well, basically road books, but no navigation, like do the races by road books. I'm like, that'd be difficult with the high speeds that they all do now. But I have to tell you right now, we are passing by the Rancho Nelson entrance where the drivers are going back into after the first transit on the Highway 3. But yeah, we're heading towards San Felipe though, guys. And I wanted to just chime in with you guys on the road book and the start line. The opening ceremonies today was absolutely amazing to see. I didn't get to see it in person last year because I was at a different area. But to be down there and in the middle of it's very humbling to be a part of NORRA and everything that the city of Ensenada does and everything that El Seo and the whole NORRA crew do. It's pretty cool. But all the cars taking off the line and seeing all the fans there, it's awesome.
Well, Pam, it's great to have you out there, and it's also really nice to know that you can be talking to us live from the highway out in the middle of nowhere down there in Mexico, and giving us some live updates on what's going on with all these racers. So, and we can't wait for you to check back into us, and if you'd be able to maybe stop between K77 and talk to some of those racers that might be pitting right now. So you never know. So yes. Let us know if you find out something.
That's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to hit as many spots as we can on our transits. Due to me having to be at the finish line for those interviews as well for the live show, it might be difficult on some days, but we're going to do our best. But yeah, I don't know what kilometer we're at right now, but we're in the windy road headed east.
Yep. Thank you again.
Thank you, and I'll talk to you guys later.
And the group keeps on moving their way to the transit section, moving their way through. As you can see, they're coming out of that marine layer from Ensenada. And then looks like a little bit of a dusty haze out there, so they're probably coming close to the end of the transit stage and getting into the desert stage there, Nelson Ranch. And it looks like the leaders have started stage 2. Jake Johnson and is that Brent Fox? Yeah. Those two are at it right now. And then the next two sitting in line for that, EJ Herbst and McCarthy. And then I'm thinking Travis Williams should be moving up there pretty soon too. The second group is heading towards Ojos. So you got that second group that started behind all the 6100 trucks. They're about halfway from Nelson Ranch to Ojos right now. Yep. Running through the beautiful downtown streets of Ensenada. This is probably a mile past the sand wash. So he jumped out of the sand wash and now he's back onto the highway, or in the streets of Ensenada and downtown Ensenada, and working his way out of town to jump on the highway. Yep. Oopsie. Yep. And just another thing that you have to deal with in Mexico is local traffic, pedestrians, spectators, cows. That's what makes this race so interesting and so challenging. That should be Max. Yeah, because Max was definitely in the truck when he went qualifying, and then he had that serpentine belt issue, so he had to start the race. He's no slouch behind him. He's throwing that truck around. He's having a good time. Yeah, that little blip probably didn't even show up on his heart rate. That was just normal, you know. He's totally comfortable being sideways and up on two wheels and everything else, just like his old man, you know. And I think if you look back at the starting line, I think our last UTV or the pro side-by-side UTV went off the line that qualified. So now we're getting back into the other cars or something. Or, you know, looks like a Class 5 car just went off the line with Rich Minga. And we got a couple more cars that did qualify with that. So, but we're not even, so we're not even through all the vehicles that qualified. They're not even off the starting line yet. So that just gives you an idea how far the leaders are going to be in this race. Oh, this is some good footage right here. This could be the first and second vehicle on the road going through that section. This is across the highway past K77. So that could be Jake Johnson in the front there, and then Brent Fox behind him. So I'm going to refresh my tracker here. And of course, the trackers haven't updated both of these guys. Last time they updated was at 10:21, and it's 10:26. Yeah, you can tell Mexico has gotten a lot of rain. Yeah, and the thing you got to think about that means those washers were running. So those little washouts probably turned into big washouts. So another thing that you need to keep in mind when you're racing down here, they've had a lot of water. You weren't allowed to pre-run. So what was good, you know, last year could be totally different this year.
what they're looking at. And again, the weather just spectacular down here. We had spectacular weather a day ago during qualifying. Temperatures in the low to mid 70s, really like 70 to 72, 73 degrees, and more of the same here today. It just does not get any better, especially in race conditions.
Yeah, this is a good day to be in Mexico. Looks like a little shot of Jake Johnson there.
Jake off to a good start here. Certainly did a great job in qualifying.
Boy, these drones just make it so much funner to watch these races. Great job putting these together. Hats off to the production crew and putting all this stuff together. They just throw some headsets on me and Ken, and we get the fun part, and it's probably a lot of chaos behind in that control room. What do you think, Ken?
Oh, it's a daunting task, and you're absolutely right. I mean, hats off to those guys and gals with what they do to bring us these pictures down there in such a vast area is absolutely amazing for sure.
Yeah, and then every once in a while we'll just go, hey, my mic's not working. What are you guys doing over there?
Once again at pace here, currently in second gear. Using the rear brake to help set that thing a bit. And now the navigator coming back into play. High speed, big soft turns where you can carry a ton of speed. But those little blind knolls, I think that's probably the biggest thing that if you've not driven something like this before, that is hard for someone to understand. There's so many times where you just cannot see up over that small knoll, and there could be a left-hander or a right-hander right behind it.
Yeah, and in these big trucks, it comes up so quick on you. You really have to you got to set that truck up just right, or you're going to have some problems.
Dust from one of our competitors out there, as you can see. And is this Robbie? This might be Robbie Gordon in the side-by-side.
Nope, that's Travis Williams getting ready to start his second. See the Maxxis sticker there in the middle of the dash there? Yeah. That's how I've been able to, because it looks like it. I mean, there's not too many orange trucks out there. But that should be Travis Williams starting the second stage. Yeah, as a matter of fact, that is it. He's just off the line.
Oh yeah, I should have known by the shifter, the location of the shifter there as well. So starting that second stage, worth a mention here, the second stage is 45.5 miles. That'll lead them up to another short transit stage of 15.8 miles, and then the final special stage of 55.8 miles.
And I was going to say, looking at these guys, the co-driver didn't seem to be having his hands up there as much as he was earlier in the day. So I'm kind of wondering if maybe the crew figured out what was going on with that intercom. So that might be one of those things to check out. And for everybody at home, you might want to jump on the tracking, the online tracking. You guys can follow these guys, follow your race teams. The live feed, scoring, all that good stuff. You can get to the NORRA website. There should be a link there. As Brent Fox goes by, starting his second stage. This is a really fun section also. This is a little bit of a smoother run than that last stage they were just in, but it is tight and technical, but more of sweeping turns. There is some tight stuff, but you can stretch your legs out a little bit up, get a little more mile per hour, and just really let that truck eat. Back on board with Ricky Johnson, number 3 post truck.
Wow, really rough little area right there. Ricky, as of late, has been competing in an all-wheel drive unlimited truck. Go back into the 2-wheel drive unlimited truck.
Could you imagine getting that call? Hey, we got the NORRA 1000 coming up, Ricky. Would you like to drive the Black Diamond unlimited truck down here? Let me check my schedule.
Yeah, I know he and Post have been friends for a long time. I'm sure have driven together before. Carl Renazetter and Mark Post won the 1000 in that truck. A lot of big names have been behind the wheel of that beautiful number 3 truck. I believe we're going to pull up this live timing and scoring and give you an idea, a visual idea, and Roy will be able to walk you through it if you've pulled it up or if you're thinking of pulling it up on your computer and would like to pull up the maps there, and Roy will be able to walk you through clicking on the dots and getting some of the information of the different drivers, where they are and the speeds that they're at.
Yeah, lucky for me, these guys have control of my computer, and since I'm a new guy, they're helping me out a little bit here. So we're going to try and be a little more interactive here as we watch Travis Williams wheel this truck out in the desert on stage 2. Yeah, see, the co-driver doesn't have his hands up as much. Well, he's a little bit. Then again, he might be used to it for the last 2 hours doing it. See how much faster he's going in this section? He's able to stretch his legs there. It's not as tight and twisty.
Herbst goes sailing by at speed. As you mentioned before, we lost the feed for Ryan Arciero, which is disappointing because we felt like he was closing in on EJ. Looking back right there, I was just looking to see if we might be able to see him.
And basically, that's just one of those deals, you know, like you were talking about. What's the first thing that goes out is your radio, right? Well, he could have hit a low-hanging branch and knocked the antenna off the top of the truck, and then boom, guess what? No radio communications, no GPS, and no in-car. So, but it's hard to say. I don't know if this might be the Briggs truck in the historic class. I'm not sure. Bob Briggs possibly in the number 829. And if it is that truck, then that's the old Dale White Class A truck, and that truck actually won the Baja 1000 overall in a Class 8 truck in the 90s, I believe, in the early to mid 90s, and then that truck was sold and up into the Reno area for a while, and then bought, restored down here, and then sold to Bob Briggs, and then Bob Briggs restored that thing and updated it, and now he's down here racing at NORRA.
There, the confines get a little bit tighter. Grant Ingram out on course there, making tracks. And I believe that is a look at Ryan Arciero. So as we talked about before, had a great onboard. Actually had a couple of onboards with him. One looking back at him, one looking out of the back of the truck, one looking forward. But we have unfortunately lost that. And I think you said lost tracking as well. Maybe it was just tracking we lost. Maybe we still have the onboards. But I do not see E.J. Herbst close unless...
Yeah, they might have to go back on that, James. Go back to that original screen there.
There's the onboard shot I was talking about, looking back at Ryan. Hand on the turning brake, paddle shifters there. It's like all the state-of-the-art stuff that you would want inside of one of those trucks. As the 204 goes sailing by, Denny Brown. And I believe it was Denny that we saw get off course a little bit earlier there in that first special stage. Good high-speed area here as Ryan continues on. Third gear, hard on the throttle. Ryan, as we talked about before, very accomplished out here with 7 wins, a number of other wins out here in the desert as well. Very accomplished in the desert. Also has competed in stadium super trucks.
Yeah, nice to have his footage back, huh? See if he's popping up on the... Yeah, I don't think he's still popping up on the tracker, though, is he?
Yeah, I did the same thing, Roy. I thought we lost everything. I think we kept the onboards, but I think we lost his tracking.
Let me see. Yeah, he's still...
He takes a really important, easy to miss left-hander there. So the navigator reading that road book at speed during all of that, I just can't even imagine that.
Yeah, the speeds that these guys are running in these big trucks, it is easy to make a mistake. Because like I said, everything doesn't work perfect all the time in these vehicles. I mean, that road book he's looking at right now, he's doing a lot of work. He's scanning gauges. He's scanning the GPS. He's looking at the mileage. He's making sure the mileage matches the road book. Like right here, there's a Y right there, and he'll look at the mileage and say, okay, yeah, that's correct. There was a Y there at race mile 41.1, blah, blah, blah. So we're on track. So, and the other thing is you got to keep in mind that co-driver can't stare at that computer screen and that paper all day long, or he's going to get motion sickness. Sometimes they'll wear a patch or something that helps that, but after a while, it can really wreak havoc on a co-rider.
Looks like a helicopter shot there, as you can get a real good feel for the vast area. One sitting off to the side, that's never a good sign. Like somebody had some fun doing a donut over there to the left, but that is not the point here. Trying to hone in on that number.
$279.
It's a 279 there, unfortunately. Lane up short.
Manilo.
Yeah,
Diaz?
Manilo Diaz. And as far as I know, I think that's the first truck with an issue, or first vehicle with an issue that we've seen so far.
Besides the 6142, he had some issues, but he's back up and running. He's about halfway to K77 right now. And we even got Max Gordon's already made it to K77, and he looks like he's stopped at his pit on the tracker anyway. Yeah, he's having some issues. He's pulling off the course even farther, so they're going to probably get out and take a look at this thing. Yeah, he's pulling the hood off.
Hate to see that.
Yeah. They haven't got out of the truck yet, though, so let's see.
Well, you know, it brings up a great point, and maybe you can expand on this and explain it to the fans a little bit better. But the way I understand it, if you have a moment like this, the maximum time for each stage will be based on each class's third place position time plus 30 minutes for non-finishers. But at the end of the day, if you are able to get going here and finish the stage, the worst you can do is fourth place, basically. Anything after third place, the way it goes down, any competitor that did finish the stage up to 20 minutes after third place will have his or her time recorded as is for the rest of the field and in class after 20 minutes from third place. So it really allows everybody a fresh start the next day for the next stage. So it gives everybody a chance to get back into the game.
Yeah, and that's how I read it also. And this is, I believe this is a brand new rule for NORRA. So they're trying to make it better to see if this works, you know. So kudos to them for trying something new. I'm sure a couple racers have probably came up to them and said, hey, let's try something new on this, because you get a fast car that's had some problems, and next thing you know, they're moved down in the overall standings, and then they've got to fight their way through a lot of slower vehicles, and a closing speed on a 6100 coming up on a vintage car can be disastrous. So I think that's probably one of the reasons they did that.
Robbie's usually pretty clever with that, and I'll read it again, because it can sound confusing, but any competitor that did finish the stage up to 20 minutes after third place will have his or her time recorded as is. For the rest of the field in class, after 20 minutes from third place, will have the same time, which is third place plus 20 minutes. The only exclusion to that rule is if you do not finish, then they put another 10 minutes on it. So it would be third place position plus 30 minutes if you did not finish the stage. So it is, I think it's a great way to keep everybody in the game.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that when you have the experience when you come down here and this happens to you and you find out how it truly works, that's when you really start understanding all the little nuances of how to come down here and race a NORRA race in the rally series.
Back on board there, a little audio.
All right, here's the itinerary on the NORRA. You can see you got your first and second stages right now on the two greens there. Oh, I missed that. Little update on how everybody's running here. You guys can jump on that website there and follow the tracking and see the times that these guys are running. Takes a little getting used to. You can scroll all the way down and find out where your favorite driver's at, see where they're running, what time they're at right now.
Yeah, I thought we just saw Ryan's name up there at 5933. As we go back on board here and picking up some engine audio. Always good to listen to.
Still trying to familiarize myself with all this IT stuff that NORRA has. They've got so much information about these races, and you can just look up just about anything you want on speeds and all this stuff. So I'm still getting acclimated to it, so bear with me a little bit.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I was watching him there, and I saw the gear shift happen. I'm thinking to myself, well, I never saw him reach up to shift the gears, and typically you see him do that, but I forgot he had paddle shifters on here, so never has to take his hand off the steering wheel unless he wants to reach up for that turning brake. But aside from that, both hands on the wheel, there it is, reaching up for the turning brake to help settle it in.
Yeah, and he's working his way to Valley T right now. And this is like I said, this is that fun section between K77 and Valley de Trinidad. And if I know Ryan, he's probably running really hard because they have some really good taco stands at Valley T. And anybody that's ran a Baja race knows the taco situation in Valley T. So
making me hungry, man.
I'm telling you. Oh, he missed a turn just like that.
Well, I saw him point over there to the right, so they felt like they were not where they wanted to be, and a quick adjustment just like that and gets him back where he feels like he needs to be.
And that's one of the bad things about running on a NORRA race. Since there is no pre-running, that course is not burned in yet. So the first group of guys that are coming through there, especially Jake Johnson, who's number one on the road right now, he doesn't have a burned-in track to see which way it goes to help him. See, and there's another one right there. He was following the burned-in track right there. Herbst was, and it turned off. So these are those little nuances that NORRA throws in there, that it just because it looks like this course is a live course and it's well rutted and it looks like that's where the course goes, if you're not paying attention to your GPS or your road book, you're going to miss a corner. And the later entries, it'll be much easier for them because those corners are going to start getting burned in and it's going to look more like a race course. But the first 10 guys on the course, it is not that obvious.
It does look like a lot of fun to do, man. This looks like a great course to drive. I mean, obviously here pretty straightforward, but the tight, twisty stuff, the narrow roads that they had to deal with earlier, then an opportunity to air it out, leg it out here.
Yeah, and this type of road right here down in Baja, this is more typically would be probably considered a chase road because it is so smooth, and you know, a lot of the locals use these roads to get to and from their farms or their houses out there, because there are a lot of farmers and everything in these remote areas. But this is a really nice groomed road, so this is most likely a chase road for the other Baja races, and that's what NORRA likes to run on every once in a while, instead of just feeding you the worst terrain Baja has to offer. They like to throw in these nice fun sections, which really makes it fun, especially for the guys in the vintage cars, so they're not getting beaten up so bad. This looks like the start of stage 2 right here. Max Gordon's, you see him back there? Yep. So this is just after, this is probably a mile off the highway off of K77. They turn down a dirt road, they stage down this dirt road, and then they head off towards Valley T. So what is about 45 miles from that section right there to the Valley T, the end of the Valley T section stage.
Again, just a spectacular day here. Day 1 of the NORRA Mexican 1000 underway. Number of cars out on the race course already. And the first special stage. Few cars have started the second special stage as well. And of course, we will do this all the way through Thursday, every day of the week, rally style race here in Mexico. We'll end up in Cabo on Thursday. Every night a social event as well. So they'll run, for example, today, they'll run a total of 186 miles today, and then they'll have an opportunity to get all the equipment lined back up and sorted, freshened up for the stage that will start tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock Pacific time. In the meantime, the drivers and crew members, if they don't have to do too much prep or repairs, will have a chance at a nice social evening as well.
Yeah, that's usually how it works. You finish your section, and I think they're finishing at Pete's Camp in San Felipe. They'll be finishing down there. You go across the finish line. You park right there. They've got a nice little area with some adult beverages and some tacos, and they'll feed you right there. You have a couple drinks, couple tacos, and then load back up in your race car and then head back to your hotel. Go kick the tires on that thing, see how everything looks, and then get ready for the next day. That looks like Max and his co-rider just sitting off to the side of the course waiting to start stage 2. And I still think this is Bob Briggs in the Class 8 truck. not sure 100%, but it kind of looks like it. That number 829.
Gotcha.
And he can pretty much have any size motor he wants in this truck. So he can be 1,100 horsepower, he can be 400 horsepower, but I'm sure he's probably up in that 700 to 900 horsepower range. You can see the highway back there at the top of the screen. Well, it just went behind there. So they're running along. That's near K77, right when they jump back onto the stage. There's a little loop they go around.
And putting all this equipment through their paces, I mean, for sure, the prep is unbelievable. The amount of man hours that it takes to prep one of these vehicles, all of these vehicles, is incredible. Certainly the vintage ones, as we talked about, rebuilding them, restoring them, and a lot of hand-off, one-off pieces, but hand-built, I should say, one-off pieces. But for these vehicles here, there's still a lot of man hours that will be spent on these vehicles every single night to make sure that they're ready for the next day.
Yeah, and if you can keep it clean, stay on the course, try and knock some fenders off of it, and hit too many big rocks, it makes your prep for that evening a lot easier, and it's easier on your guys because you start, bouncing this thing off of trees and rocks on these days. It makes it for a lot of work for the guys every night. So, you got to take it easy on your equipment. Even though you can run as hard as you want, you still got to remember you got 6 days to go. And if these guys are prepping these race cars till 3 or 4 in the morning, and then they got to chase you all day and then do it all over again later that day, or the next day and the next day and the next day, people start getting a little tired and start not concentrating as hard on how to prep these trucks correctly because they're so tired. So you got to keep that in mind too.
Yeah, then we're talking about we're focusing on some of the faster vehicles that are out here. That rule really applies to some of the slower vehicles that won't finish until very late in the day. So they won't even have a chance to start working on them until later in the afternoon or early evening, something like that. So they could really let things get away from them pretty quickly.
You bring up a really good point on that, because these guys are think about it. There's guys that haven't even started yet. And they're probably an hour or two, or probably an hour away from starting. The last guy's probably going to start here at 11 something. So he hasn't even started. 11:33 is the last starter. So he's not going to get to San Felipe till, if everything goes right, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. And he wants to grab something quick to eat, and then he's got to go prep his car for the next day. These guys will probably be at San Felipe by 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So, you bring up a really good point. These guys are going to be going slower. Here's the race map. If you guys aren't following this along, this will give you a good idea. Now, Jake Johnson, who's right in the front there, and Brett Fox, they're running nose to tail. They're on a brand new section for this that I'm not aware of. I don't think anybody's ran on this, and if they have, it's been a long time. But this is the back way into San Valley T. Valley T's that green area on the bottom part of the screen there. That's a little town down there. That section is a brand new for NORRA. So that'll be an interesting ride. I mean, even if you know a lot about racing NORRA or a lot about racing in Baja, you probably have never been on that road before. So it's going to be new for everybody. So, and if you look, if you see a green arrow, that means they're moving. if you can see just a round circle and a number like the 6123 at the middle part of the screen or the top, he was sitting still there for a second. And the ghost ones like number 250 and 265 in the center of the screen, their time has not updated in a while. That's why it's looking like that. Yeah, Zach Langley right there. So his car has not updated. It hasn't pinged yet. So if it doesn't do that in about 10 minutes or so, something like that, that's why that icon looks the way it does. And if you guys zoom in right next to where Zach Langley's name is, or mile 80 right there on the white screen, that's where the start of the stage is. Middle portion of the screen, just up a little bit where they're all congregated there on the stage number 2, right? Just to the left now. You'll see all those cars to the left there. It's just a solid green. Those cars are stationary, and those cars are waiting to go out to start their next stage. You can see Max Gordon in the number 7. He's moving. He's got his arrow. The 279 there on the right-hand side, that's the one that is having problems, and he's parked right next to his chase truck. So that would give you, if you guys have never been around this, the tracking, that'll kind of give you an update. And you can press onto the number there, and it'll tell you who it is, how fast they're going, when the last time they updated their tracker has updated, and all that good stuff. So little crash course there for you.
Yeah, great info. Thanks, Roy. Nicely done.
Well, I'm glad I could do something right.
Driver looking at the road book that we were talking about before.
He's looking for some shade there. He doesn't want to sit in the sun, so he's done this before. And he snuck, and if you notice, he passed all those cars. He probably finished behind all these cars, but he passed all those cars that are sitting there, which is probably about 20 or 30 of them, and he parked there in the shade because he doesn't want to just have to keep pulling forward every 30 seconds. And
well, again, looking at that fire suit, looking at the color of the car, the fire suit, wondering if that is Robbie. It definitely said speed on the left sleeve.
It is a speed UTV, that's for sure. You can also tell by on the top there, it's got that vent for the top of the car. But I think Robbie's was all black. There's a lot of orange on the hood there. I think that's the one that's sponsored by the diesel guys. And that's why
just all the data, all the information that's available that they put inside of these side-by-sides is amazing as well.
Yeah, and see their diesel right there?
Yep, absolutely.
The logo.
Good call.
That's why it'd be nice for those guys to just throw their number. There you go, Brad
Halco, and Robbie Gordon is going to join us here. Robbie?
Okay.
There he is.
Robbie, known for going live during the middle of races. Great to have you out there. It was a little difficult to hear the audio in my headset, but talk to us about the conditions out there and what you expect today. A little difficult to make you out right now, Robbie. The guys are going to go to work on it and see if we can tune in the audio. Yeah, maybe it's the microphone there and the helmet as well. So that is a little bit better. If they can bring your volume up now, would be better yet.
All right. I just got my phone for the car, and is that any better?
That just got better. What do we did there?
Okay, cool.
There you go.
Oh, so I think your microphone's not going through to your phone. I think we're picking you up on the phone now.
about now? Can you got me now?
We can actually hear you better for sure.
Okay, well, I think we're fine the way it was.
You got to hold the phone close to your mouth. We can't hear you through the mic.
Just some of those technical difficulties that you run into when you're trying to do one of these things out remotely out in the middle of nowhere, which is actually amazing. We're able to even talk to him while he's sitting in his race car waiting to start another stage.
Yeah, it's the beauty of doing things live.
Right?
But it looks like he has a remote microphone that is connected either via hardwire or Bluetooth that he's trying to use, which would be wonderful if that functioned to the phone, but I don't think it was functioning properly with the phone, so we had to bring the phone closer to his mouth, and then of course the helmet was in the way. But yeah, they'll go to work on it. We've got some time to figure that out. Robbie does an amazing job of commentating even during races. I mean, I've seen him do it a number of times. He goes live during his stadium super trucks and will fire the phone up and mount it and go the entire time. He's working on it there. You can actually hear the car running pretty good now.
But you know, while we're sitting here doing this, it looks like Jake Johnson, he's way off the race course and stopped. I don't know what's going on with him, but Brett Fox is way past his location, and so we've got a new leader physically, which is the 282 of Brent Fox. So a little bit of something developing with our lead qualifier in the 6100 trucks.
Yeah, that's a great call there, Roy, to see that our leader, Jake Johnson, our number one qualifier as well, unfortunately has lost the lead.
Yeah, and he is not moving at the moment as of 11:07, so that's 2 minutes ago, and he's getting passed by the and he's off the road quite a bit too. He's at least looks like 2 kilometers off the course. So it'd be interesting to see what's going on with Jake. But Brent Fox is now running in clean air, heading into Valley T.
At the conclusion of, or I don't want to say at the conclusion of it, but the top 6 after Super Stage 1 has Ryan Arciero. It looks like on corrected time, the quickest of everybody at a 59.239. And Craig McCarthy plus 6 seconds. Max Gordon in third plus 42 seconds. Jake Johnson, who we just talked about, we believe is no longer moving forward. And then Manlio Diaz also was inside the top 5, but we know he had a mechanical as well, pulled off when we saw the hood coming off. And then Tim Herbst. So if Herbst is still on track without any issues, he might have bumped up there into 4th place.
Yeah. And here's Max Gordon. So great update on those times there, Ken, because I haven't been able to figure that out. So we're going to rely on you on those timed updates. Those were great. Thank you.
Well, I would love to take credit for it, but it was something that Robbie was kindly enough to post to WhatsApp, so I was able to grab it there.
Talk about Mr. Multitasker, huh?
Get from anybody. Super Val's done a great job. Robbie chimes in. Pam's chiming in. Obviously, we have our production people, Caleb and James. You know, we have Tommy Morris. We have Rob McCaffrey. We have everybody that sends us information, and we will take it all. As you said before, it's just a monster. I mean, it's an animal to try and cover this vast terrain and keep up with all the cars. And we want to do as good as possible, and it takes a village, as they say.
When we go back to the in-car with with Ryan Archero. I don't know if somebody put that in there about did you see the purple hair pick that they have on the dash?
I did see that, by the way. I saw it. I couldn't tell what it was. It almost looked like maybe it was a hook or something, but I did happen to see it laying down there. Didn't talk about it. I don't know why. Just didn't.
We'll wait till we get we get back to a live camera on that. If those guys in the studio can go to a live feed for the number 23 or 32, excuse me, the number 32, and we can talk about that. But until then, we'll just follow around. Now this is that new section I was talking about with Travis Williams right here. That's that new section that NORRA threw in there coming into the backside of Valley T.
Little checkup area there.
Yeah. I think
left, right, back on the throttle. Looks like a few chase trucks there. Oh, that's where Manaleo, I believe it was having some issues.
Yeah. I think this is right off the start of stage 2. Yeah, there we go. I think that was the 27 of Scott Bailey in the ID Designs truck coming through there in the Evolution Unlimited truck.
Yeah, should be, I believe, Larry Jobe behind the wheel.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Larry's driving for now. Remote mod here.
And going on board here with some of our some of the competitors up there towards the front. We've been watching this truck the entire time. They've had some great communication. It's been very animated. It's been fun to watch them adapt.
Yeah, Travis Williams is definitely getting a lot of camera time today, and he's running right now. He's second on the road, following Brent Fox. You don't see any dust in front of him, so he's not quite that close to him just yet, but he's running a good pace. And
that
behind
is Pete Toller. Yeah, Pete Toller over there as a navigator has been working hard all day long. And I just saw that quick little thumbs up there out of Travis. It just, I don't know why, it was just something that made me think maybe they do have comms to give him a thumbs up as though he was talking and giving hand signals.
Yeah.
I'd be really curious to find out here.
I agree. Yeah, he probably asked him, "Hey, how you doing? Okay?" "I'm okay." Yeah.
So maybe it's just what Pete does, man. A little,
just
you know, and I can see that almost a safety, right? You know, if for some reason Travis doesn't hear what he said or the comms play out for a moment, and he's doing hand signals, it's kind of a double, if you will.
I'll tell you, when it gets busy behind the wheel of that thing, it's kind of nice to have a visual sometimes too, because you got so much stuff going through your head and people in your ear and everything, and sometimes your lefts turn into rights and your rights turn into lefts, and it happens. Here's Robbie.
Yeah, so he was just getting ready to leave that stage that he was sitting at out onto the special.
Busy guy. He was promoting his stadium super trucks last night in Ensenada. He's helping run the NORRA event. He's trying to be a commentator in the middle of the race, and he's racing with all that. And plus, got his son out there racing in another car, and a whole fleet of speed UTVs down there. So that's a busy dude right there.
Well, and I mentioned it yesterday. If you've ever had the opportunity to work with him or be around him, I mean, his brain works honestly faster than I think anybody I've ever been around. And I've been around some people that, you know, almost all successful race car drivers, they function at a very high and a very quick level. But for Robbie, I mean, I'm telling you, I think it's next level, and his ability to process so many different things at once, because his brain does work at a high rate of speed, much like you just said. You know, I mean, he's looking over there at the navigator. He was kind of helping out the navigator a little bit as well. He's probably doing something for the live feed as we speak. He's driving the car. The point being is him driving the car is far from maxing him out of what he's capable of taking in his brain at the same time.
Oh, absolutely. You know, I mean, where we would be so honed in and so tunnel visioned in on just racing.
Right.
He's thinking about the live feed right now, why his mic wasn't working, and what can he do to fix that while he's doing 100 miles an hour down these roads.
And might try to fix it while he's doing it.
Yeah, probably. I'm sure he's probably having somebody text the control booth right now and say, hey, did you guys check the thing on this and that? As Ricky Johnson's throwing the old black diamond all over the desert here.
Right in the middle of that turn, he pulled third gear.
Yeah.
Well, and that says fourth gear. So is it possible there's a 4-speed turbo?
I bet you. Oh, he's got a paddle shifter in there, and that thing is.
That's the unlimited truck. So yeah, they're not required to run the turbo for him. Yep.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple extra gears. There's 4.
And a little more horsepower.
He's probably got 2 more. Yeah. And actually, that red thing in the middle, right above the Post Riviera logo, that should be the air cleaner for that thing. It's I mean it is under the hood, but they can access the air cleaner from that little port right there if they had the hood on it. UTV's leaving for stage 1. Miles and miles away. And we still have a long list of vehicles that haven't even left the starting line yet. And right now it's 11:18.
Yeah, navigator right there, obviously helping them decide which option to take there. They do have different finishes as well. Some of them are flying finishes. Some of them are finishes where you have to slow down, and they're designated in different ways.
Yeah, usually when you're coming up to the end of a stage, you'll see they'll have a sign up there that says stop ahead, and then there'll be an easy up sitting there, and that's the one that lets you know, hey, the next easy up you see is the one you're actually stopping at. So slow down, gather yourself, and Blair's Razor coming through.
It was hard to grab a number there.
I thought it was 62. Yeah, Pullman.
Oh, Pullman had a good run yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
There was a couple of Pullman cars, actually.
Yeah, one of 2. Yeah, and then Ryan Pullman down at the 2062 vehicle. He's probably down another 10th spot.
Well, the 62 car qualified 6th, so they had a really good run.
I think that was Renazetter. Yeah, that was Renazetter that just went by number 52.
A Renazetter should be a different number. 317 is Renazetter. Augie qualified 7th. He does have Rob McCachran in the car with him today, navigating.
And probably not very happy about sitting in that right seat. He does not like that right seat. Yeah, and the Riviera truck does have a 5-speed Mason automatic or something like that. Mason-matic, is that what it is?
Yeah, Mason-matic, yep.
I'm sure that's a very cheap transmission, huh?
Yeah. Back with E.J. Herbst. Once again, these roads are about the maximum width of the truck in some areas.
Yeah, this is that new section that I don't think anybody has been racing on. This is one of those new sections that NORRA threw in.
Was that the liquid molly car?
I think that's the. Unless do they have two different cars, or are they both the same?
Went zipping by. I mean, if that was a liquid molly car, that was Renazetter. And only one car that I know of.
I think they have the Pro R, the factory Pro R edition, which is the shorter wheelbase one. Yeah, so he's coming into the back. He's on the other side of the highway, running on the back side of the mountain, coming into Valley T right now. That could be Travis Williams right there. He would be running. Looks like he's either second or third on the road. EJ. I think he's, although his tracker has not updated, I think he's second on the road right now. Travis Williams is right here.
Well, that would make sense because he left third from the line, and Jake Johnson has pulled over. So,
right, and then EJ's running third, and McCarthy in fourth. Unless the 204, he's not updated in a little bit either.
So
Danny Brown.
Some pretty gnarly rocks there off to the side, too, as we talk about the width of these roads, and you really want to stay in the groove if you can, or on the road. I mean, one slight half tire off, and you catch one of those rocks, and you've got a flat.
Yeah, exactly. 5 miles per hour too fast into that corner could be disastrous.
Right, and that's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, you can see him wag the tail there just a little bit, so attacking it as hard as he feels like he can. Look how narrow it gets right there with a rock right there on the right-hand side. So, yeah, I mean, you do have to be careful.
Yeah, not as forgiving if you go off the side of the course. Like right here, if you go off the side of the course, not a big deal, right? Maybe hit a couple tires, big deal. But over there, there's rocks and cliffs and everything else, so.
I believe that might have been the 62 car that we saw zipping by in Pullman.
Pullman, yeah.
Fans getting some video as they go zinging by.
He's not afraid to push down on that skinny pedal, that's for sure. Here comes EJ through that same section that Travis Williams just came through.
Ahí viene tu Roca.
Eliseo is our race director, and very important piece to the puzzle of making all this happen.
Okay.
Now, something to look at here, Ken. I'm looking at the number 204 that's sitting fifth on the road. That's Danny Brown from Australia.
Wow.
And he was the one that was having the problems right off the start, taking the wrong road, going backwards. And here he is. He started 10th, and he's fifth on the road. If that's correct, or he's fourth on the road, depending on the updates that's coming up on the track right away.
Let's go, man, and we'll see if that pans out. But yeah, he had a real moment there early on, completely off course, and
now
a couple of other people I think have had some issues, so maybe it worked to his favor.
Now, one thing he could have done, but he's raced down in NORRA before, from what my buddy Jeff Furrier told me, so he should know. But what has happened before is guys that come down here, they'll go straight into the next checkpoint after the transit and start the next stage, not realizing that they're early.
Oh.
And they'll start and they'll move up a bunch, but they just lost 10 minutes for every minute that they were early.
Yes, absolutely.
So, I mean, that could be a reason why he's so far up in the standings, or he's just wheeling that truck. we'll find out at the end of the day on the penalties. But that's a pretty good jump from everybody running nose to tail for the most part all day, and him jumping all the way up there into 4th or 5th place in under 100 miles.
On board there with Nick McPhee. Once again, our third qualifier in the side-by-sides, which they did not necessarily, they mixed them up by class in terms of qualifying. There are a couple of different classes. There is the Pro Side-by-Side FI, and Pro Side-by-Side NA, fuel injection and naturally aspirated, I believe the designation standings there. And he was third overall as a Pro Side-by-Side, which you would expect him to qualify at the top. But there was a number of Pro Side-by-Side FI cars that were very fast.
Yeah, obviously since Trey went ahead and took the lead right out of the get-go. Right? Yeah, and I haven't even checked in on Trey lately. We should see where he's at, where he's running.
Yeah, Nick McPhee was 48th off the line. Robbie Gordon was just ahead of him, who qualified second. And then, as you talked about, Trey Hernquist was 46th off the line, the number one qualifier in that Speed El Diablo Pro Side-by-Side. Roy looking that up, see if he can locate where he's at and see if he's still out there first on the road in the side-by-side category. But we feel like could be a potential threat for the overall if things go well for him, certainly if he attacks it the way he attacked it in qualifying.
Yeah, he's back at race mile 31. And let's see.
We'll locate the number 77 for Robbie Gordon and find out where he's at in relation to Trey.
And Robbie's not too far behind him. He's got the 7154 in front of him on the tracker, but he could have been by him by now. But if we have an in-car with Robbie right now, we would be able to tell if he's in the dust of the 7154. That's actually Kristen Matlock or her husband that he's following right now. And that's before you get to Ojos Negros. So they haven't even got to Ojos Negros yet, although Trey's probably 5 miles out. Now here's Danny Brown right here. Oh, there's Robbie. Looks like he's in the transit zone. So he could be very well be following Kristen Matlock.
Yeah, the times were pretty impressive there. 2:25 for Trey and a 2:26 for Jake Johnson in the 6100 truck. And then Robbie was at a 2:29. There was only 3 or 4 vehicles in the 20s at all. And Trey and Robbie both were inside of the 20s. Very impressive run in qualifying with those speed UTVs.
Well, Pam Hall making us look smart. She said that they told the Travis Williams intercoms are fixed now. So look at us, Ken. Look at the big brains on us, huh?
Well, one little thumbs up gave us an indicator. We were paying attention. We were watching, but it's fun to watch. And, again, maybe the hand signals stay and play knowing that there were some comm issues. And the last thing you want to do is not have your driver, get something that you feel like they need. So if you're having some comm issues, give them both the hand signals and keep talking.
Boy, it's just nice getting something right for once, isn't it? Let me tell you. All right, so Trey's actually going through the speed zone through the middle of Ojos Negros right now, and he's got Robbie just updated. He's probably a mile or two behind him, maybe a mile. So they're probably holding their own time-wise. They're probably really close on time. So the group from the 6100s qualifying, that big group that qualified with the unlimited trucks and the historic trucks, back to the first UTV, that's where they're at. So you got the first UTV just now coming through Ojos Negros, which is about 32, 34 miles into the race. And then you've got the lead truck just leaving Ojos Negros. No time to stop for tacos at race mile 118. And I can guarantee you they drove right by that really popular taco place right there in Valley T. And you know the driver and co-driver both pointed to that place going, that would be nice.
Well, and that's where you just have to sit the race director down and say, listen,
right?
If we're going to have a transit stage and a few extra minutes, why not do it here?
Exactly. What were you guys thinking? Maybe talk to Robbie about that in LSAO. Here's Max coming into, where's he at? Oh, he's coming into that road crossing that starts in that new section. This is the tail end of, or the middle part of stage 2. He's coming up to a highway crossing. He'll jump onto the highway just for a quick second and then head into that new section on the back way into Valley de Trinidad, which we call Valley T for short.
Yeah, I think another thing that these courses or these stages provide is for a novice person to come out here and have a good time. They can make this much, much tougher than what it is, but they've definitely chosen some paths, some roads, some courses here to give everybody a fair chance to come out here and make a solid effort at it, a solid run, without making it so difficult that if you're not spot on, you're going to tear your equipment up.
Oh, you know, driving a NORRA race compared to a different Baja type race, that is exactly what they do. They don't run on the courses that everybody always wants to run or the ones that they always run on. And those courses, I can tell you, they are so torn up that, I mean, I'm in my 50s, and when I go out pre-running and go playing out for the Baja races, I don't like to take all those roads because it just beats me up. You go race a NORRA race, man, these roads are fun to race on. They're nice and smooth. It's not a highway all the time. You do get into some rough stuff, and you get on some of the courses that there's only one way to connect this course to the next course, and that's through that really rough section or a little bit of silt. But they try and stay away from that super, super rough stuff because that stuff is just not that fun to race through. This is a really enjoyable race course to race on, and if you've never done it and you've always wanted to have a Baja experience, this is the event to do it at.
Sold.
Yeah, right? And with that being said, you got Brent Fox on the highway section right now, heading down to San Mateus, and he's going to be jumping on the race course there pretty soon.
Like another stage here where Ricky Johnson is still sitting in the truck. I think he is driving all day today.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think that's what we were told too. Yeah, he's sitting there right off the highway off of K77 getting ready to start stage 2. He's going to make a left-hand turn here in about 100 feet and go up that dirt road probably about maybe a half mile to a mile, and that's where he'll start stage 2. And he's just sitting behind these guys, and they're waiting for their time to come up. They probably have it written. He's got it written in his book there on the left-hand or on the right-hand side, and he probably wrote it in his book. Okay, at this time, we need to head up there and go check into the pre-stage. That way we can get there on the right minute, so we're not early and we're not late. And if this guy's sleeping up here in front of him and he's not paying attention, and Ricky Johnson notices that and says, hey, I can get in front of this guy before pre-stage, and get in front of him and not have to worry about his dust later on, he will do that. So if that guy's not paying attention and he's a minute or two late out of his window, Ricky can sneak up in there and pass him without being in his dust. Another strategic way of doing stuff down at NORRA.
Pretty wild.
If I didn't lose anybody on that.
And it is super confusing when you rattle it off. You got to read it a few times for it to make sense. But I'll try to read off here. 7.3 is early check-in special stages. For the special stages, check in earlier than the competition's earliest allowed schedule start based on his time card and stage schedule. Arrival prior to this shall be penalized 10 minutes per minute early. So 10 minutes per minute early. So you're 2 minutes early, and it's a 20-minute penalty.
Yes. And I don't. You can check that, Ken, and see if it might not be that steep if you're late. If you're late,
yeah, I agree with you. It's worse to be early than it is to be late. A late check-in special stage, you check in after the allowed arrival window. Typically, a 10-minute cushion is what you have to get there, but you're penalized 1 minute per minute late. So if you're late, it's 1 minute per minute. If you're early, it's 10 minutes per minute.
And one of the reasons they do that is to try and keep the speeds down on the highway, because they don't want you speeding on the highway to try and make up time to get there early so you can start early. You know what I mean?
Very interesting.
So they'll try and go, hey, we're giving you plenty of time to get there. So if you get there early and you want to start early, hey, go right ahead. You're just going to get some time added to your time. So,
and I love the first line in the next area, 7.5. Competitors are not allowed to block other entries from presenting themselves at the time control. So some of the games that could be played if you decide you want to block somebody. So you're not allowed to do that either.
See, and you can, and strategically, if you know, here's Max Gordon. Here's a prime example. Let's say you're getting ready to get into pre-stage, and you got Robbie or Max right behind you. You're like, I don't want this kid behind me, you know, not coming into this stage. I don't need that kind of pressure. I'm running my own race. I don't need to worry about him. I might wave him by when my time comes up. I might wave him by to get ready to start that stage and go, you know what, Max, you go ahead. I'm going to start right behind you. I'll pull into staging right behind you. You won't get a late fee because you're gonna take. I'm gonna give you that extra minute to get in front of me, and you won't get a early time penalty because I'm going in that spot. So that's another way you can do this also. There was probably a better way to explain that, but that's what you get. Sorry, everyone. I'm working on it.
At the end of the day, there's some options. I mean, if you read through it and you really understand it, and like you said, it's you can set up some strategy based on that, or there is a little bit of a working window there where you can put yourself in what you feel like is a little better position, or be respectful to somebody that you know is potentially faster than you. If you're having an issue, maybe just let them go.
Or you just know that guy is driving at a different level that you want to be driving at stage one. You know what I mean? Or day one. There's a lot of guys they're going to be running on kill mode all day today, and they're comfortable doing so. And maybe there's guys that just, hey, I spent a lot of money to come down here. This is the only race I get to race all year. I'm not going to screw it up on day one and have somebody pushing me from behind. You know what I mean? I'm going to let them go and keep my anxiety level to where I want it.
So a short, I believe this is that short section of road you were referring to?
This is the Herb. So this is probably on their way from Valley T heading to San Mateo.
That little transit stage, that 2.5 mile transit stage?
No, this is actually live race course, I believe. No, this is a transit stage. This is kind of like from the Mike Sky Ranch Road to San Mateo. So they're doing another transit right here, and they will start again at San Mateus, and then head to Pete's Camp. So this is a long 15 miles. 15 mile. This is a 15-mile transit section that these guys are on right now.
Okay, gotcha. The second transit, or third actually. This is the third transit, counting the off the line one. I just saw both the driver and the navigator holding their hands up. I don't know how you felt when you were driving, but what bothered me the most was having gloves on. The second I could get the gloves off and cool my hands off, I don't know why, it just made a huge difference. And I just saw both of those guys do that.
Yep, I saw that too. So it must be getting a little warm behind the, with the front engine truck like there, it puts a lot of heat out in that cab. Unlike the guys in the UTVs where the motors are behind you. So these guys are probably a lot more comfortable in this weather in the UTVs than they are in the trucks, because that truck's putting off a lot of heat and it's going directly, even with heat shield and everything else they build into those trucks, the cab of those trucks get really warm, especially if you're not moving that fast.
On board with Nick McPhee at speed, doing a great job in his Polaris Pro R.
He sure is. And this is coming out of Ojos, it looks like. So he's going to start getting into that tight technical stuff that, that's only about 40 miles off the start. And if you watched him go through that really tight stuff that all the 6100 trucks were going through, he's going to be flying through that section. With the short wheelbase and the turbo and the four-wheel drive, and as light as that vehicle is compared to a 6100, he's going to be scooting.
You ought to be fun to watch. Maximum width on these cars, 80 inches.
Fun to watch and fun to do.
Man, he's flying.
He is.
And as we talked about a couple of times, or at least mentioned one time today, top speeds for these side-by-sides are right there equivalent to a 6100 truck.
And we still got 21 cars sitting at the start line. Yeah, see that?
Floated that thing right up over that blind knoll. That's a lot of confidence. I mean,
yeah.
That looks like somebody that's pre-run the course before. I mean, that's a lot of confidence not being able to see on the other side of that little hill.
Yeah. And as confident as you are of that, look what happened to the Herps when they came up over that hill and there was a cow in the middle of the road.
I was just thinking the same exact thing. If you had a cow on the other side, it'd be a bad moment. But you can't think that way as a racer. You just got to go.
Yeah, no matter what you think is on the other side of that road, you've got to expect the unexpected down here in Baja, because it happens all the time. I mean, there could be a rancher on the road. I've been racing down here before and came up into some dust and thought it was another competitor, and it turned out to be a 1972 Datsun truck with 2 horses in the back of it. It's unbelievable.
Out
the middle of nowhere.
Great, man. He is great pace here.
Right? And this is, he's not even 50 miles into the race yet. And he's flinging that thing around like he's leading it overall.
He's driving this road like he drives it every day to work.
Yeah. And that this being that UTV with that 4-wheel drive, it's coming into these corners. It just pulls them right around that corner. So it makes it a lot nicer to drive.
Thought I saw some dust up there ahead of him too.
Yeah, I do. You can see it on the horizon up there. And that's probably why he's running the clip he's running, because he sees that dust and it's getting closer and closer.
I mean, if it's who left in front of him off the line, that would be Robbie Gordon. But there's a number of vehicles up there in front of him, so who knows? It could be anyone at this point. There's a rally car up there ahead of him. There's a couple of vintage. There's a vintage open buggy up there ahead of him as well. Gilberto Rodriguez with a Chenoweth.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And I think actually, I think that Cheneth is an old McMillan race car from the late 90s or early 2000s. So kind of one of those vehicles that he restored and kind of made his own, made an old race car, a new race car again with some history behind it. So it'll be interesting to see who he catches here. And I might keep saying I always think of the UTVs of having turbos, but I've been reminded that the Pro Rs don't have turbos unless for some reason they're putting them on them. So
yeah, and I believe the Pro Rs have a bigger engine, if I'm not mistaken, which is the equalizer. I'm pretty sure they have a 2-liter.
Yeah, they've got. I believe that aren't those aren't they a 3-cylinder type deal or something like that? It's definitely got a different pitch to it for sure, and they're usually always running on the red line there too.
Man, he is absolutely flying. And I've got to tell you, there was a couple of pretty tight turns there where the car rotated very nicely. You didn't have to put a bunch of wheel in it. It didn't look like it was tight. Granted, he seems to be carrying enough speed to let the weight of the vehicle carry some momentum and kind of put it in a 4-wheel drift and get the car rotated a little bit that way as well. As the dust is definitely getting worse here. He's running up on somebody for sure, but that car is handling great. And as you know, anything with that's all-wheel drive for starters, but these cars have spools in the back of them. So they're difficult to turn in a tight turn. They want to push. They're definitely a tight car naturally. So you have to work at it to get these cars to turn nicely.
Yeah, for sure. And he's doing a hell of a job here. Look at him. I mean, he's flying through this area. Too bad we don't have the audio for that. But I bet you all you'd hear is just a screaming motor.
Screaming, man.
Right? Putting the wood on it for sure.
It'd be good to listen to the audio between he and the navigator. I'm wondering how much the navigator's saying to him here, because I'm telling you, he is on point.
He is, and that dust is probably staying about the same distance. He didn't look like.
Is it?
The Maverick cars are a 3-cylinder turbo. There he goes.
Yeah, the 2-liters are out of a Polaris Slingshot, the trikes.
Oh, there you go. And sometimes that's why they don't put the. When you're listening to the driver and co-driver talk, maybe that's why they don't throw it on there all the time.
Right. Well, it can get a little colorful.
For sure. Body mouth.
I say let them go, man. If you can't be yourself in that environment, if somebody wants to listen in, then you're subject to whatever it is they're saying.
I can tell you, if we had a mic between me and my co-driver, it would sound a lot like that. There would be, oh yeah, probably a little worse. You never know. And you forget about that. You know, when that green flag drops, you know you've got plans on what you're going to do that day. But man, when that green flag actually drops, that whole plan that you had planned that for the last month that you've been talking about doing, it goes right out the window. Especially if you see dust in front of you. I'm not going to get caught up in this. I'm going to race my own race, and then, ooh, I'm catching this guy. I got to go get him. You know.
Oh, so they have the pre-recorded.
That's the lead nav. That's the lead nav. So
yeah,
and that's nice. And the good thing about that is that lead nav, it's consistent. It's the voice, the tone doesn't change. It's the same voice in your ear. It's very calming. If your co-driver's doing all that, sometimes they put more words into it, and it's just too much for your brain to do while you're trying to steer this thing at 100 miles an hour left, right, and up and down and all that. So
I did notice too that he had no gloves on. Nick McPhee with no gloves on the driver's side. Apparently a preference here. You're allowed to do, and he shows in no gloves.
You know, Ivan Stewart was notorious for that. He didn't like to wear gloves, and he didn't like to have an open face. He have an open face helmet, which for years everybody else, everybody's been wearing the full face with the Parker pumper and gloves. But Ivan said he never liked wearing gloves because he liked the feel of the vehicle through his fingers. So take that for what it's worth. I mean, you can't argue with Iron Man.
No. But it was a different era. It was a different time and a different era.
Yeah, but I mean, he was racing all the way up until the 2000s. So, and he was out there changing his own tires too. So, well, that says Max Gordon, but that's Robbie.
That's Robbie.
He's waving to us. Hello.
So it sounds like Robbie listening in, anyways. At the very least. Something to occupy him, keep him occupied, because clearly driving that car at max pace is not enough to do it.
And for those of you at home that don't realize it, Robbie has been texting us every time he gets into a transit stage, checking on updates on everything. How are we doing? Are you guys following this and following that? I mean, that guy has got so much going on in his head, it's not even funny.
Extremely talented individual, no question, as we continue on here. Take a look at one of our trucks.
And that's the Connor Pyle truck. That's that R8 Trophy Light that was built by Greg Fouts. That's probably about a 15-year-old truck, and he's the one that put it on its side in qualifying.
A little bit aggressive in that left-hander and just got in a little too hot, rolled it over on its side. No harm, no foul. Can't imagine they did any damage to it to speak of.
No, it looks just as good as it did yesterday, right? Well, except for all four wheels are on the ground this time. But hey, that happens to the best of us,
But clearly having a good run here today, doing a nice job.
Yeah.
Learning from yesterday.
And this Jonathan Faulkner, he's the one that lost that fender on this second jump, remember?
Oh, yeah.
And he's the one he also had a problem.
He was sailing it through the wash. He lost a fender in the wash.
Yeah. I think after that big jump. And he's still moving along.
Again, in one of these tighter areas, a little bit of working room there, but no shortage of some big boulders on either side of the road that he's negotiating. Right down there on the bottom, nice apex.
And just a little update, our leaders are staging for the last stage from San Mateus to San Felipe, or Pete's Camp, whichever one you prefer there. They're staging, waiting to start their next stage as they're starting to file in there. As we're probably getting close to the last starter leaving the start line. We still got about 10 more cars at the starting line that haven't even started their transit stage yet.
123 rollers.
Yeah, so if you want
to, I'm curious about the navigation that they are using here. Is that something that is looped, that is physical, that is inside of the car where they can press a button once they start and get it synced up? Or is it something that's running off of Starstream, for example, that is a live feed that can realize where the vehicle is?
I don't have a lot of experience with the lead nav. I've used it one time at the Baja 1000 in 2022. And basically what we did is we had a phone that the lead nav was the app was downloaded into. You downloaded everything into that app, and then it would feed into your headset and it followed the lead nav on the we also had an iPad
In 1,000
in the vehicle, and that would feed into your ears. Now the only thing is, when you start talking, driver or co-driver starts talking, it kills it mutes the lead nav. So you got to kind of keep your comments down on a tight area like this that's feeding you a bunch of information. The co-driver and driver can't be talking back and forth, or it'll cut out the lead nav. Did that answer your question at all?
miles to target. ETA 2.4 hours.
Let you guys listen in on this lead nav.
In 0.3 miles, 128 caution left over crest. Caution left over crest. In 493 feet, 129 sweep left right.
Copy.
129 sweep left to right.
That's a lot of information in your ear, but you get used to it, and it seems to help for sure. Like I said, not a lot of people like that in their ear the whole time, but some guys love it. Tim
I would
Herb's
think
on
you
his
would
way.
get into a rhythm like that and just have it carry on. Yeah, it might be a little difficult at first, but I think once you got in sync with it, it would rip.
Yeah, it does. I don't like a guy in my ear the whole time, but the lead nav, like I said, it's so consistent on how it talks to you and at the same tone. A co-driver, I mean, you can make him nervous, and his pitch gets a little higher, and he might add a few more words. I had a co-rider once that he would say, "Up here, you got a left-hand turn that's coming up, and blah 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 blah, and do this." And I say, "Hey, just say left, just say left." So he thought I said stay left, so he kept saying stay left for the remainder of the race, and I just said, "Oh, okay, whatever, that's fine." Oh, Max Gordon stopped. They're both out of the. Is it
Yeah, you
both
can
out?
see that the co-driver is
No.
out, so I'm guessing changing the
He's
flag.
changing his tire. Yep, exactly. So you'll see if that. I thought it might have been Max has had his helmet just sitting in the truck and he was out too. But if there's just one of them out, yep, the truck just went down on the left-hand side, so he had a driver's side flat. It seems like.
And I believe sometimes some radio communication there between these guys. Even when he bails out, they'll while he's unracking the tire in the back, Max will put the jacks up, or the second he gets the lug loose, Max will put the jack up, and they work in unison. There's communication going on there between the two.
Yeah. Yeah, they might have a Bluetooth headset in the truck, which makes it really nice. And they don't have anybody behind them right now. They've got time-wise, they're going to lose time, but they're not going to get anybody in between them that they have to go chase down again and get in their dust. So that's probably one of the good things about having the flat where he's having it right now, that he doesn't have to worry about somebody getting by him and then him fighting through their dust.
Once again, great overhead shot here.
A lot of different roads down there.
Man, it's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why that GPS comes in nice. And even though everybody's got GPS, you can still screw up. We saw it earlier with who was it? Danny Brown in the the number 204 Tisco truck.
It's just a spider web of opportunities that you wouldn't think would be out there, but there are a lot of different options.
Still got a bunch of guys just leaving for stage 1 right now, and still guys leaving the start line.
NORRA
Only
sticker on the front of
three
that
left.
one. That's speed right there, man. That car dancing around just a little bit.
So probably by 12:05, in about 3 more minutes, we should have everybody off the line. And the first car is at race mile 130.
Of 186.
Yeah, somewhere. What was it?
Well, total stage for today is 186.
That would be, yeah, I mean, it's still 186 miles any way you look at it, right?
So really, I mean, 50 miles from the end, and
yeah, 148 race miles, almost 149 race miles.
Right.
Here's Herbst. That's a good sign. Nobody's running around the truck with their heads cut off. They're just kind of looking over the truck, getting ready, probably in staging down there at San Mateus. I think this is Larry Jobe in the ID Designs truck. I think. Looks like it.
Truck sounds good. Yeah, that is the 27. Owned by Scott Bailey, as we talked about before, out of Paris, California. The truck born in 2016, the ID Designs, as you were talking about, the Ford.
That's a really well-built truck too, and those trucks have been around for a while, and of course they've been developed even more so. That looks like EJ. That looks like.
Is that Troy?
It's either.
Yeah, it almost looked like Troy Herbst.
Yeah, it might have been.
Obviously, Troy's son killing it in Cup. Congratulations to him. I remember those guys, those kids running around, racing trophy cars, but running around playing in the dirt back in the core days. On there with Ricky Johnson as he continues on with the 3 truck and the 82 car. Slowly moving forward.
Co-driver just sitting tight there, enjoying the ride. Oh, turn. No hand signals from the co-rider.
That 82 was Sean House. Not sure where Sean is, but was definitely off pace. Hopefully not an area where he's supposed to be going fast. Part of the pro side-by-side F5 category. As we watch Ricky in the office doing what Ricky does. And the 41 car, driven by Casey Curry. Saw them take off a little bit earlier. Casey and also Ray joining, having a little bit of fun.
Yeah, father and son team, huh?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, how cool is that?
That's such a great family too. Great business.
Yeah, good people, great reputation. Certainly the parts and pieces that they build and sell. Very well developed out here in this rough, ragged terrain.
And the Patriarch just got in the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame here last year, the year before, one of those.
Oh, that's right. I was there
Yeah.
last year, as a matter of fact. Very cool. Pumper system there for him.
Nice spiffy iridium lenses, I believe. Oh, Casey's sparing no expense at his NORRA Mexican 1000 ride. Just making it look easy.
Looks like some O&P belts there as well. Looking down there, trying to, looks like it might be a ratchet style. I'm a big fan of the, I do like the ratchet styles, but a lot of people get concerned about those ratchets out here in this environment, the dust and the dirt. If it sticks for a second, you can't get them all to release. You could be in trouble, but I think if you clean them and maintain them, take care of them, you're probably okay.
Is that like the cam lock type deal?
Yeah, the cam lock, yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely love those myself.
Yeah, I apologize. I said ratchet style. The ratchet, they have the ratchet pull downs that are down on the side that'll really pull the waist tight, and then of course the cam lock there where all the
I knew what you were talking about. I'm with you. Yeah, the cam lock really makes it a lot easier, especially if you're a co-driver jumping out and changing tires, trying to put like that latching system all together at one time to latch it down. That the cam lock, it's just easier. You just put one belt in at a time and it locks. So it just makes it a lot easier trying to get back in and get yourself going again.
Seas are ripping through one of the faster areas of the course, and let's get a number here.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, I didn't either, but you know what? That's the same exact spot where I saw that previous car. I believe it was the 41, if I'm not mistaken. That was way off pace, so I'm just wondering if that's an area where they are not allowed to go full steam.
Right. As we watch one of the newer Broncos, I think that's called a DR Bronco or something, as he's working his way through the infield there at Nelson Ranch. Give you a little update. We're still staging. The lead truck is still staging at race mile 130, waiting to take off again. Let me see if I can try and find out where the lead UTV is, and if it's Trey Hernquist, if he's still leading, he's at race mile 61. But it could be, I'm showing Robbie Gordon at race mile 62. Did he? No, that was 2 minutes ago. But I think Robbie might be the first UTV on the course. So Robbie got by Trey, it looks like, on the tracker anyway. So we got about 60 or 70 miles in between the first 6100 truck and the first UTV. And I don't know if we're capable of doing that, as getting a leader, the top 10 leaders in 6100 and top 10 leaders in the UTV class. Maybe we can text Robbie and see if he can do that from the driver's seat
while he's at speed. Wouldn't surprise me.
No, I was going to say, don't threaten him with a good time.
Right. But maybe we can pick up the top three. And of course, difficult to do with the corrected time. You pretty much see where everybody is on road.
And going back a little ways, it looks like one of the first vintage cars would be Rich Minga. He's back at about race mile 30, which is about three or 4 miles from Ojos Negros. So we're starting to get into some vintage cars and some more limited type vehicles, limited 4-wheel drive, some Broncos, stuff like that. So not just a 6100 race or a UTV race. We got all kinds of vehicles out there. So bear with us. It's still early. Here's Robbie.
Yeah, I kind of went over some of that stuff yesterday during qualifying for the fans that are watching. I know there's a lot of vintage fans that really follow this series, and rightfully so, and this is what they look forward to. But the different eras that they take care of here with NORRA is incredible. It's really important to preserve the history of the sport. And NORRA goes a long ways in doing that. The Pioneer era from 67 to 75, then the Legends era from 76 to 82, the Challenger era 83 to 92, and the Vintage era is 1993 plus 20 years. Historic era, 20 plus years old, two-frame truck and truggies. So a lot of options there that if you have an older vehicle, or if you would like to buy an older vehicle and you want to restore it and come out here and race it, there's a class for you.
Absolutely, and you know, I try to encourage people to get out there and go find an old race car, especially if you can find something with some history. But it doesn't have to. You know, you can find yourself an old Funko. You can find yourself.
Oh, and Robbie just
Oh, he's got his card. No, he just handed it. He came into a checkpoint. The co-driver just passed his the time card to him, his road book. They're signing the road book. He just handed it back to him. Yep. So he just finished the stage, and now he's probably going to set off down the road. Yeah. Where's he at? He's down at.
So we might get that update now.
Yeah, exactly, right?
So calm, cool, collected.
Exactly, right?
Just absolute years and years of experience at the highest level of the game.
He's looking at his rearview mirror to see if anybody's pulling up behind him. He might be sitting there for a while, waiting for that. I'm gonna refresh my thing here and see. And I think I lost Robbie altogether on the tracker, because I know where he's at. Oh, there he is. He just popped onto the highway. Okay, because there's Trey's right behind him. And I think that's probably what Robbie was looking for. He was looking in his rearview mirror to see if Trey was pulling up behind him. And timing and scoring on this type of race, since there's me and James Masters were talking about it yesterday from the production part of this, trying to do timing on a race that stops and starts with different stages and everything else, and guys can get in front of somebody during the transit sections and throw off what we think is the correct physical leaders. They can throw a wrench in our program here. So it's really hard to kind of track these guys and make sure who's actually running where. But we're doing our best here.
And we want to give a little bit of love there to the 2112 that we were on board with for a while. That is a Class 10 car, an unlimited buggy. Unlimited buggy. There was 10 of those in the race. Rick Simley out of Hawthorne, California. Description there for him: an off-roader that sends astronauts to space. Is raced out here with the NORRA 500 2023, the NORRA 1000 in 24, and the NORRA 500 in 24. So great to have Rick and company out here as we go on board with Ricky Johnson.
So I guess it is rocket science, huh?
It is for him.
Boom, boom. Shh, thank you. Good night. Try the wheel. All right. Ricky's having a nice, good run today.
Yeah, so far so good.
I'm sure with the mishap he had down in San Felipe, I'm sure he was so sick about that. I'm sure coming down here, being able to come race this. Oh yeah, got into that one a little bit. Kind of come down here to redeem himself a little bit, because those little mishaps that, even though they still finished, it didn't put him out of the race when he had that little mishap in San Felipe. That sticks with you until the next race, So his next race probably wasn't going to be until the 500 here in June. So it's probably nice to get this one out of the way and have a good clean run and clean the slate a little bit. Looks like the co-driver's looking at the road book there, that small screen off to his left.
Back on board with Travis Williams, and as we were talking about before, Pete Toller right beside him. They had no comms at the start of today's stage and had to adapt very quickly, and adapt they did a nice job of.
They sure did, and they're running second now. They just started the final stage. This will be their last stage coming into San Felipe / Pete's camp. So he's running parallel with the highways off to the right of him right now. It's probably 100 yards maybe. He's running in a sand wash. This is a San Mateus wash. This is a pretty chewed up wash too. The holes do not. I mean, you can't really see how big these holes are. The truck is just sucking this thing up, and those are big holes right there. They're 3-4 foot whoops. And that Camberg truck is just sucking up the suspension and doing its thing.
Yeah, that is the misleading part for the fans that have not had the opportunity to be inside of one of these. It's incredible what they are capable of soaking up. But I always watch the drivers, and you can see the driver and the navigator, really bouncing around, moving around. That means it's pretty rough. That truck is just doing what it's designed to do. And man, it can really suck up some stuff that you would not believe. If you see it coming at you, there's no way you'd stand on the throttle and go through it. You would think you'd have to check up. In normal train of thought, I should say. But with these trucks and these competitors that have all this experience, they know exactly what that truck is capable of, and it's capable of some unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, the dance that those tires and wheels are doing right now, the movement underneath that truck is amazing. And being the second truck on the road, which means he's got a good working truck, he's going through that stuff very well. Him and Brent Fox. Brent Fox is leading right now. So, of course, those two trucks are working very hard, but it doesn't look that way inside the cab. It's pretty smooth inside the cab, which is the way it should be.
Bunch of decent-sized rocks out there on this road as well. Probably how Max got their flat.
Yep. Like I said, 5 miles an hour too heavy into that corner, boom, right into a rock. And, lucky for Max, he's got to keep his foot on the brake pedal while his co-driver's changing that tire for him, Would have been interesting to see how long it took his co-driver to do that, though.
Looks like things smoothed out there a fair bit.
Mm-hmm.
Was able to carry a lot of speed. It almost looks like a chase truck.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's probably a local coming in for some tacos because he's heading into Valley T right now. I'll load this up again.
Ryan Arciero.
Max Gordon is still not moving via the tracker. That could be wrong.
I think that was Ryan taking off for his final special stage of the day.
I think you're right. Yeah, he's heading out of San Mateus right now. Good call. And of course, he's still not on our tracker. Well, no, here he is. He's hasn't updated yet, though.
And speaking of the final stage, that should be Travis Williams and Pete negotiating their way through that final stage as we go back to the Class 10 car that we were. Oh no, I keep calling that a Class 10 car because there's a designation of 10 after it, but it indicates how many vehicles are entered into that category. So it's an unlimited buggy.
That was the 2112, correct?
Correct.
So there's okay, here's the Ryan Archero truck. Now, of course, for some reason we can't see that purple. There's a pick comb under our. I think everybody else can see it underneath on the bottom part of the screen there. And what that's for is if they get into a cholla bush, which happens more often than you would think, obviously because there's that comb there, they'll use that comb to pick the cactus off of their arms and their chest and everything else. Instead of using your hands, you can use that comb and pull those cactuses off of your body.
Well, that sounds like a very official tool that needs to be inside of the truck. I was thinking more that he wanted something to fix his hair with when he gets to the end.
Yeah, I was gonna make that hair
things blow through there, man. They're brutal whenever they hit one, and they go blowing through the cab.
Yeah,
and they're nasty.
And there goes McCarthy starting off of his third stage. Craig McCarthy in the number 48 19 Industries truck out of New Zealand.
Back on board with Travis.
Yeah, and I think they just went across the highway, and now they're heading towards the dry lake, Diablo Dry Lake. Or is that Laguna Salada? I can't remember. It's one of those.
Slow way down here. Looks like he's in first gear.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight back and forth with some big whoops in it. Here's Andy Brown. That's that Tisco truck from Australia. And the 2112, that's a Jackal. I think that's a Reese Millen built four-wheel drive vehicle, if I remember correctly. He's built a couple different types of vehicles, but I think this is the four-wheel drive, and this thing is a really highly sophisticated vehicle. I've taken a look at it, stuck my head underneath the fender a couple times. Man, what a beautiful piece of machinery this thing is.
Yeah, clearly capable of some big speeds. These are vehicles that can run upwards of 140 plus miles per hour, given the opportunity to leg them out.
Yeah, so basically, think of a UTV on steroids. That's kind of what this thing is. And this is the vehicle I'm thinking of, which it is a Jackal. Four-wheel drive, long wheelbase, set up like a Class 10 car. Very impressive vehicle. There's Ryan coming down San Mateos Wash, getting ready to cross the highway here, probably in about a mile or two. And like I said, this is a pretty rutted, whooped out section, and there's a lot of big rocks in it. So he's picking his way through it too. And look at how level that truck is. It's not getting upset too much, just sucking up the bumps.
I'm just looking at all the rocks on either side of that road, and some of them out in the middle of the road. You've seen him navigate around a couple of them.
Oh, trust me, so is Ryan. he's looking at those. And I'm sure Travis is looking at him like, don't you hit one of those. This might be the
tires are incredibly tough that are on all of these vehicles, but They can only take so much. You catch the sidewall or pinch the sidewall on one of those rocks.
Yeah,
You get
and
the main one.
yeah, I mean, and everybody gets flats. I mean, you know, all these tires are amazing what they go through. And when you see a guy get a flat, they're all, oh, it's because he's running that tire. No, that's not what it is. These tires are, there's a lot of technology in these tires, but they're not meant to run into a huge boulder, a sharp boulder at 100 miles an hour. You know what I mean, on the sidewall. They can only take so much. So, and that's why these tire manufacturers come down here and test their tires and develop their tires down here, because that's how you make the best equipment you can. You come down here and you test your stuff down in Mexico. And if you're not coming down here testing your stuff in Mexico, shame on you.
On board here with Caesar out of Chula Vista, California. Used to run some short course races back there when Jim Baldwin owned the series. But Caesar did a great job on qualifying yesterday, inside of the top 20. 2025 NORRA 1000 winner and overall UTV winner. So a real player here. You don't have to come out and throw one down in qualifying as long as you race good, and he certainly has proven that.
Yeah, we've got a lot of good footage from him today. Travis Williams still trying to work his way down towards the lake bed.
This is where it always gets crazy to me. I watch these drivers kind of navigate through here around the trees and the brush, and it just looks like a random way to go, but there's certainly a method to the madness. Well, he wanted him to go left, but he didn't. He's going to wander over right here, it looks like.
Yeah, and that section's probably got a couple different lines that you can take, and you'll get off the GPS trail there a little bit, but usually you can work yourself back over to that line. So it's probably not as imperative for him to like slam on the brakes and turn hard left. He can probably just keep going and slowly start working his way over, especially when you get down here into the San Felipe section. There's a lot of choices that you can take, especially when they hit this dry lake bed, but you kind of want to stay in line on the dry lake bed too.
Real tight area.
Yeah, you can tell he's got his hand on that brake, so you know it's a tight section, so he can use that thing to whip that truck around.
So cool to watch them do what they do.
Zach Langley.
Yeah, 250 truck taking off here once again.
Just flipped her into third gear.
Right back into second. It's always cool to see how relaxed they appear to be while they're doing that. And we saw Max before too, under speed, reach over and kind of tap his navigator on the arm to say, hey, you know, look at this over here, look at that. And he just did it in such a calm, nonchalant way.
That just shows you how comfortable they are behind the wheel of these vehicles, you know.
I mean, somebody like me is such a novice. I mean, I would be white-knuckled, hanging on for all it's worth.
Oh, same here. Same here.
Yeah, look at those whoops, man, and that thing is just soaking them up. But watch their heads.
Yeah, and it shows you how big those bumps are, because those trucks have probably, what, 24 to 26 inches of wheel travel in the front and 30 plus in the rear. See, yeah, he looks like they got lost a little bit. It looks like he wants to get over to the right there. That's what he was pointing at anyway. But those holes are big right there, and it's starting to upset the truck a little bit. So those must be big holes.
And really the focus is intently from both of them where they need to go. I mean, it's not even a consideration about what the truck is doing or how it's handling that type of stuff. I mean, clearly he has to drive it based on what he's reading there in terrain, but the real concern is where does he need to go?
Right. Yeah, so this last section, you know, coming in from San Mateus all the way to San Felipe, it's a little different terrain from the start and the middle section. This is you're coming down to sea level now, because you were going from Ensenada, you were going up a ways up into the mountains a little bit. Now you're coming down in San Mateus Wash, which is a lot of water comes through that wash when it rains, leading down to the dry lake bed. And then from the dry lake bed, after they get off of that, when they start heading into the final miles into San Felipe, really rocky sand wash a little bit, then kind of smooths out into some smoother sand wash with not as much rocks, but all kind of diversity in the terrain throughout the day today. They got a little bit of everything.
Another unlimited buggy here. Bill Zemek out of Denver, North Carolina, that is. Father-daughter team has raced NORRA for years, and they love it out here, so they keep coming back.
I love when they get the family involved. Get the wife, get the daughter, get the son, get them all exposed to this family-oriented type racing. You know, it's a nice bond to have with your kids. Kind of teach them something too, you know, all the preparation that it takes to go do this, and how brutal that this type of racing can be. And at the end of the day, if you can bring it home and finish and everything, the accomplishment that you get out of all that hard work that you've been doing over the last couple months, you know, it can teach those kids a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I've always thought it was a great platform to raise kids in. They're white collar, successful, blue collar working individuals, and it just it teaches them to, you have to work really hard to come out here and play at this level.
Brent putting the Jackal through its paces. It'd be interesting to see where this car ends up at the end of the day too. Like I said, this is a highly sophisticated four-wheel drive vehicle on a different platform than your conventional UTV. More streamlined than your typical UTV. So if he has a good day, it'd be interesting to see where he ends up over in the overall section.
Backing off the pace here just a little bit. Make sure they make no mistakes. Of course, just a tad.
You're not even in the car.
I know.
Might have been a couple different remarks coming from inside the car there on that one. See where the lead UTV is. Looks like Robbie, if he's still leading, he's pitting right now. He's still staging to do his second stage. So stage 2 at K77. Robbie's still in line. Actually, not even in line yet. Pulled over, and they're probably just checking the car out because they have some time. And I know we haven't been able to cover too much of all the other classes. We'll be working on that.
By the way, we believe this is Grant Ingram. I talked about Rick Simley before, being associated with this car. Grant Ingram as well.
Oh, see the cow? There's a cow right there onto the right-hand side of the course. And he was off.
That was busy looking at some notes here.
Right.
Probably a good thing. Would have scared me to death.
First look at Craig McCarthy in his in-car. Putting the ID's truck to work. I don't know if in New Zealand if the steering wheel's on that is off. It's on that side. Do you know if New Zealand is a left-hand drive vehicle or?
I thought it was right-hand. I thought it was.
It might be, huh?
I've not been there, so. .2025 1.9 car, or 1.9 truck, I should say.
And Craig's running, it looks to be fourth on the road. He's having a good, clean run here. Exactly what he wants. Keep it together. Don't make any mistakes. Just let's get day one underneath our belts. Shake this truck down. Make sure we don't have any issues.
Kevin Murphy, Matt Vogler, and Jimmy Hook all signed up for this one.
And I'm not sure who's in the truck with him right now. I'm sure my buddy Bob Bowers or Matt Vogler, if they're listening, they'll text me real quick and let me know. That's some big holes there. I mean,
yeah, it's vicious.
With the wheel travel those guys got, and it's kicking that truck around there. It's got some big holes there.
And that's like the game out here, right? I mean, risk versus reward. How hard do you push through that stuff?
Absolutely. It looks like the Herp's coming down San Mateus. And that should be Tim Herbst. And Zach Langley should be in front of him. Yeah, they're racing right next to the highway. That little cliff there on the right-hand side, that's the highway going through the mountains. Then they come down to the base of this little mountain, and then they'll cross the highway and then head on down towards the dry lake.
Ton of speed here, third gear, legging it out.
Yeah, I mean, cruising. I mean, you can't go too fast because you're going to be on the binders quick. Too tight and technical for that, or you'll be out changing tires. What we got here?
Speaking of that, hard on the binders. Looked like the 57 truck, I believe, of Guy Yoakum out of Norco, right? California.
Yeah. Yep, I think you're correct.
Cameron Steele, part of the team on this one. I told him I was going to talk a little trash about him. He said I'm going to be navigating. I'm not driving. I said that doesn't mean you're excluded from me talking trash about
That's right, because if anything goes wrong from the inside of that truck, it's his fault.
It's got to be his fault.
Right?
Love
Co-driver.
him, of course. He's
Co-driver.
my buggy dork brother. We
Jake.
worked together for so many years in the booth, man. He's just a great color commentator, brings so much knowledge to the game. Obviously, Baja 1000 winner. Took him forever to get it to get that accomplished, but just kept swinging the bat and digging and digging and digging. Also a champion in short course off-road as well and pro buggies. So the number 16 Desert Assassins, and the number 16 comes from his 1600 car when he started off. So yeah, he's just a wealth of knowledge, and I don't know that anybody knows the country down here any better than he does.
I'd have to agree with that. That guy has been all over the peninsula, both sides, up and down, and he does a lot of work for the orphanages down there, and he's, as a racer, he's also he's been in almost every class there is: class 7, class 12, 1600, 1600, trophy truck or unlimited truck, all that stuff.
And his wife, a champion as well. I mean, she's just as talented. So
Heidi's got a couple championships in class 7 herself. So
yeah, I mean, super talented, no doubt. And
but we can still
Hall
blame
of
him.
Famers before, and
yeah,
Cam's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Hall of Famer. But feel free to pick on him if something goes wrong with that truck.
Oh, he's gonna get it. He deserves it, no matter what it is.
And while we were talking about that, Jake Johnson got back up and running.
Great.
So he's back in the mix, but he's a ways back. He was actually behind Guy Yoakum there.
Well, and as we know, as long as he can finish the stage, if he's more than 20 minutes back from the third place finisher, then he will retain that spot at 20 minutes back.
Yeah, and that
finish
would be
the stage.
huge.
Otherwise, you lose another 10 minutes.
Yeah, and that would be huge because he doesn't want to go fighting through. I mean, that was our number one qualifier. So it just shows you how much faster he was he was faster than everybody except for what, 2 or 3 UTVs maybe, right? Or 1 UTV, whatever.
I think just 1 UTV.
It was just Trey. Right. So if he has to go fighting through 20 or 30 cars tomorrow, that's better than 40, So we'll see how that stacks up. But he's not that far back. I mean, I think he probably might be the, 15th or, I can do math later.
Yeah, it's just a time frame, right? I mean, if he's more than 20 minutes behind third place, then that will be the time frame. If he's somewhere between third place and less than 20 minutes, then he'll retain that time, as I understand it.
Right. I'm good with that. Tim Herb's fighting his way through the rocks down in San Mateus.
The Brenthal truck ready to go.
This is probably, if anybody's familiar with Baja, there's about 2 miles up the road from here is the Mike Sky Ranch turnoff, just south of Valley T. So if kind of give you perspective on where we are on the peninsula here. They're getting ready to head, he's getting ready to jump into San Mateus Wash. And that's David Ziegler, right? In the Brenthal? Think so.
And here's number on it.
Yeah, and here's Craig on the dry lake, airing it out.
On the mat.
Yep. Now, down at the end of this dry lake, it'll go in between the mountains there on the left. It'll start veering to the left there. And there's a couple little silt beds down there and some soft sand right after you get off the dry lake. So if you're caught sleeping a little bit there, it can be disastrous. But these trucks, as fast as they go with the 40-inch tires on them, they shouldn't have a problem unless they come to a complete stop, because they should hydroplane over most of that stuff. And the silt bed shouldn't be that bad, especially for the lead vehicles. Connor Pyle.
Yep, Connor Carson.
fender's still holding on tight. Tim Hurst trying to get out of the rocks here and onto the dry lake.
So we're here, and they have a little pre-recorded piece about the taco stand we've been talking about, or that Roy's been talking about. He's been teasing with me, teasing all of us with, as we get close to that lunch. Well, actually, we are at the lunch hour. Thanks, buddy. As we watch the blue light backed machine take off. So let's look into this place, man. Let's see what they've got.
All right, boys, back in the studio. We've been hearing you guys talk about Valley Tea Tacos all day long. Here we are. We are stopping to grab some food on our way to San Felipe. What's pretty bummer for the racers is we keep seeing them go by as their teammates and their crew members. They're here, they're getting tacos. So you guys, we will show you what we're getting so you guys at home can kind of be jealous of the amazing tacos famous here in Valley Tea.
That was brutal. That was brutal.
That's wrong. That's wrong on every level.
We're not talking to Pam.
Really good. That looked
no
like
more talking to Pam today. We're done with her. Those look delicious, didn't they, Ken?
Oh my goodness, they look awesome.
I'm starving. I just got some crackers sitting in front of me. Just,
you're on the same diet. I at least have cheese with my crackers.
No, well, good for you. All right, so see now Travis looks like he's already off the lake bed, and now he's heading. I think he's heading towards what's called Morelia Junction, and this is a race course that's used all the time. This area, so most of these guys should be familiar with this area. It does jump off to the side of the road a little bit. But from here in, it should be clear sailing for most of these guys. Little rocky, sand washy.
Yeah, and that's good info as we jump back on board with Casey Curry, Casey and Ray, we believe, possibly Ray over there navigating. Maybe Ray will drive a little bit later on in the week, his father. But I was curious about that, and I think that will come into play with the people that do have a little more experience down here when they get in some of these areas where they have competed before.
Yeah, for sure. Because, most of these guys will know what's on the other side of that hill or around that corner if there's not a cow sitting there. But besides that, they're going to know, this is a pretty fast section. I know I can fly this corner or do this or whatever. But for everybody else that this is their first time down here, they're going to be a lot more cautious. Oh, and here comes Ricky Johnson in the Black Diamond, the Mark Post truck coming into Valley Tea. Unfortunately, he's not going to be stopping for tacos. Truck still looks good. And sounds good.
Yeah, Ricky doing what he does. Great truck. Just love the dedication out of Mark Post to keep this truck's name alive, his dedication to racing down here and to the sport. We go back on board with the unlimited buggy.
Try and see where that 2112 was located on the race course. Oh, I bet you Ricky's just having a great time behind the wheel of that truck. That should be Matthew Legg. That's in that 1976 Geyser. Following Ricky Johnson into Valley T. And then behind him is Wade Porter in the Geyser pre-runner. Probably got that AC kicked up a little higher.
Low battery. Return to home promptly.
I really like to see the next truck that comes in on that, which from that same section, that would probably be Bob Briggs in the ex Dale White truck. And that truck was, hopefully we'll get to see that truck, because that's a nice truck. My buddy Todd Richards restored that truck. And this guy is, and Bob's just doing a great job keeping that thing together today. So it looks like Max Gordon is still not moving. So it was more than a tire issue, I'm guessing, unless it's just not updating correctly. Trevor Glidden, the 88 Chevy 1500 Class 8 truck. This was Dave Westham's old race truck from the 90s. It's been redone a couple times. A very potent truck, just a great truck, and Trevor's having a great time driving it. Hopefully we'll start seeing a little bit more of these older vehicles. I mean, we're getting to the end of the race here for the leaders anyway. And I know we've been covering a lot of the 6100s and the UTVs, but now we're going to, once these guys start finishing, and we'll be going back to camera areas back here to see the rest of these guys. And that's just the nature of the beast. Racing.
Yeah. Picking his way through that really tight, narrow section.
Yeah, and this is that back section, Ken, we were talking about, that's coming into Valley T. So he's just picking his way through it. And Trevor's raced a lot of NORRA races, but this is the first time he's been on this road. So probably enjoying it too. And he's coming up to, if this tracking is correct, he's coming up to where Max Gordon had his issue. So if we stay on him for a little while, maybe we'll see if Max Gordon is still in that same spot.
Yeah, good point.
So there's a little bit of dust in front of him, but it's not showing anything on the tracker that there is anybody in front of him. So, but he's getting closer to Max's location. As you can see, the speeds are a little different, even though this is a V8 truck. It's a little different than like a 6100 or an unlimited truck, because this truck actually has a truck frame underneath it, and you have to build the truck around the stock truck frame. So you don't have the unlimited suspension. You can't get every inch of travel out of this truck because the chassis limits you to how much suspension travel you can get out of it. But this, even with that being said, this truck's got plenty. It
looks like Max, doesn't it? Is that Max?
Looks like he's stuck. That's what it looks like.
And it looks like Glidden might be pulling over to try and help him.
No, he's going around him because he's in the middle of the course. And
wow.
They got the hood off on the truck too, so maybe that's probably why he's stuck. He's had some sort of engine issue, maybe another serpentine belt
issue, right?
So that explains. Okay, well that explains that.
I wonder if Robbie has Robbie be coming up on him in not too long of a time.
Yeah, true. That's true. And thanks for the broadcasting crew to let us see that. They held that shot for us.
Helps
Robbie,
confirm some thoughts, right? You're checking out Robbie?
Yeah, Robbie's at race mile 75 right now, and Max is at race mile 107. So he's got a little ways before he even gets to him. And what can happen is, let's say he does have he lost a serpentine belt, and he doesn't have one. Robbie can go to the next road crossing, which he's going to be coming up to in about 20 miles, and the crew for Max can hand Robbie a serpentine belt, and Robbie can deliver it to him if not the crew giving it to somebody else before Robbie gets there, which is what I would do. So that's another thing that these crews will do for each other.
Man, Robbie looks crystal clean right there. I mean, it looks
One
like
glove.
he literally just climbed into the car.
Yeah. He's got his Michael Jackson look going on with the one glove. Hee hee.
Yeah, I think that's so he can operate the phone whenever he wants to. We know the phone is up there towards the center of the car, and he'll reach up and do what he needs to do with that bare hand.
Well,
he's got a shot at leading here, right, and corrected for the side by sides as the Veps truck takes off there.
And
truck
right now,
number 221, I believe that was Sergio Rangel.
we got Speed UTV running. It looks to be first and second in the UTV class, if I'm reading this correctly. With Robbie leading the charge, and Trey running right behind him, a little ways behind him.
That's probably an experience thing with Robbie being down here so much. He's able to capitalize on a couple of areas that Trey might not have been able to, but as long as Trey stays right there in the hunt, man, he's going to be a threat to win this thing.
Travis coming, he's right along. That's a little highway section right next to the road leading into San Felipe and the Pete's Camp area for the finish line. So Travis is close.
If that's a competitor's truck that's sitting down there, or if it's, you know.
Well, we still got, everybody's still moving. So the only one in front of Travis is Brent Fox, and they're both moving. Then EJ Herbst is running third. Ryan looks like he's running fourth. Craig McCarthy, fifth. Danny Brown, sixth. And Zach Langley, seventh, per the tracker.
Robbie with a massive following, and you can see some of the electronics mounted up there to the ceiling. No doubt a Starstream link up on top of the vehicle as well to keep them connected.
Yeah, I bet you that co-rider is probably so much happier he doesn't have to keep waving his hand. Actually, if you look at the horizon, you can see the ocean. So they're getting close.
I think Pete talks with his hands naturally.
He might.
He picks up that left hand anyways. I think it's probably just a natural reaction for him.
Yeah, but he was pretty animated.
He was on point,
right?
He was on point. Extra effort, you know. He gets the 4 stars for extracurricular activity there with that left hand early on. I mean, they did a good job, man. I mean, clearly they've ridden together a lot, and a lot of good chemistry between those two to overcome their lack of comms early on in the first special stage.
Yeah, this is a nice little way to finish. I mean, you know, they're probably 5 miles out from the finish right here. This is a nice, fun little section. Nice sand wash back and forth. High speed for the most part. They're having a good time. They really are. Especially Travis, knowing he had a good day. He's close to the finish line, and you know, they didn't have to get out of the truck. They had a little bit of issues. They worked their way through it. Got it fixed at a transit. Didn't lose any time, and moved up a spot. So they're running second instead of third. And on physical time, we don't know what their the corrected time is yet. But they're running that's a tight group right there. I mean, that the first 6 cars are running pretty tight. But it also looks like Travis is a little bit closer to Brent than EJ is to Travis on the track.
Brent at race mile 182, as we talked about before, a total of 186.1. So Brent very close to the finish line now.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're probably going to be breaking away from us to go to that shortly.
As we watched Herbst here one more time.
Yeah. And this is that section a few years ago when the Big Ole Bronco actually came back down to race the Parnelli Jones Bronco. And I think that's the section right there that they put that thing on its lid, to the dismay of many Bronco fans. So the I believe it was a $1.8 million buy on one of the auction blocks there. Guy bought it, and he decided to go down there and race Mexico, and good for him. You know, he had a great time. Rolled it on day 1. I think they rolled it on day 3, but they still finished. So
I guess if you got enough money to buy it at that price, you've got enough money to fix it. So don't worry about it. Just go out there and have some fun.
And you know, they did, and it looks beautiful. They did a great job, and you know, there's 2 different thoughts on that. Some people are like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did that. How could you race a historic piece of equipment like that?" And then the others are like, "Hey, that's what it was built for." So
here comes Arciero.
Yep, taking it easy.
And Arciero really close to the 63 truck of EJ Herbst now. I mean, he's right behind him.
He sure is.
And being this close to the finish, probably does not want to give it up if he doesn't have to. He's at race marker 178. It looks like it just updated as well while I was on it at 13:03, so a minute ago. 178, and man, it's showing Arciero at 178 as well.
I can guarantee EJ's not moving over for Ryan. Ryan's going to have to move him out of the way to get by him. So they're way too close to the finish line.
Yeah, and I mean, I wonder how aggressive Ryan gets here. I mean, clearly he's up on him. I think corrected time would start off in front of him come tomorrow. So do you need to press that, given it's only day 1?
Well, I'm kind of thinking, isn't that the boss's kid right there? So Ryan's probably got to keep that in his head too, you know? You can pushing that kid off the side of the course.
Shouldn't do that too many times.
Yeah, you might, on Monday morning, you might get the old, "Hey, Ryan, you got a minute? Come into my office."
Maybe just take your advantage and use it tomorrow morning.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe. Or at least reach up there and unhook that camera so they can't see what you did, you know?
Well, they're going to know if he gets nerfed.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. So, yeah, the first 2 trucks are on the highway, on Highway 5, heading to Pete's camp, with EJ's probably within a mile or 2, probably 2 or 3 miles from the highway right now. But Brent Fox looks like he's almost getting ready to make the turn into Pete's camp to the finish line.
I got to tell you, man, I love this style of racing. I mean, I love the short sprint stuff where you get payoffs early on. I mean, certainly, you know, a 500 or 1,000-mile race is a daunting task and such an accomplishment, but something about these sprint races.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, wow, look at that. Craig knows that area very well. He just went ahead and bunny hopped that whole little section.
Eating up some of those rocks there on the inside.
Yep. He's probably, you know, and he's probably thinking the same thing. You know, I'm so close to home, I'll drive this thing on 3 wheels if I have to, but I'm not stopping.
Well, he's thinking, maybe I can feed a couple of those things to Ryan.
Right? Maybe kick a couple of them out in the course at least, huh? And now he looks like he's probably getting ready to come into a 37. Yeah, gonna check in right here. Probably run into a 37 mile per hour zone. Look over his shoulder, see if Ryan's right there or not. Throw a couple high fives.
Yeah, and Ryan is close.
Oh yeah,
but I don't know how close. It's hard to tell exactly.
It is, yeah.
By the tracker.
And there it is. There's the Trevor Glidden truck right there.
Yeah.
That truck is, like I said, that thing was built in, says 1988, but I think it was 89, almost 90. Dave Weston built truck. Went through a couple updates, updated body style, but the same livery that it ran back in. That's a great livery on that truck too. I don't know if you guys got a good look at it, but I love it when these guys buy these old trucks and bring them back to life and run that same livery. Because sometimes you just want to make that vehicle your own. You know what I mean? It might have its own life back in the day, and you kind of want to decorate it your own way. But that might be the that's 2112 right there, I believe, wasn't it? Now that's the Jackal. That one we were talking about, 4-wheel drive. Like I said, it's kind of like a UTV platform, but on steroids.
And on the highway, as you were talking about there before, almost to the end.
Yeah, and Brent Fox is already there, and then Craig Williams is heading to the beach right now as we speak.
Travis?
Yeah, what did I say? Did I say that?
Craig.
Craig. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean.
I knew what Ed knows what you mean.
Maybe nobody else knows what you mean, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Craig's still coming in. Yeah, he's heading down that same section that those guys were.
There's Ingram once again.
Yep.
I always loved those cars. I mean, when Herbst came out with their Truggy, if you will, but that unlimited car, it was so beautiful. It was so fast.
Yeah,
years ago.
Yeah, and I was actually racing that NORRA race in, I think it was 2016 that it happened. Here they are coming into their stop sign for the end of the stage, right before Valley T. Yeah, and I was in a race car with my buddy Ed Marin in the old Larry Ragland Woodstuff car, and I drove by that car when it was on fire, when the Herbst Truggy was on fire, and I had seen the smoke from the start line, and they weren't gonna let me go, but they said, no, go ahead and go. And then a couple cars after me, they stopped the race right there for a little bit. So I drove by in horror, because, oh my gosh, I knew they were okay because I saw them standing outside the truck, but, they are just getting ready to put that thing out. And I was like, oh, those poor guys.
Yeah, it had to be a terrible moment for sure. Very costly. Once again, we see these two guys airing their hands out, gloves off immediately, and a little bit of cool air to the hands.
Yeah.
As they will finish this one up. It's been a good day.
Real good day.
Almost time for a Tecate.
Or two. You still got your ice chest over there, Ken?
No, I didn't.
Not yet?
I'm holding off a little bit. It was a bit of a late night and an early morning, so we'll see how things progress here. As we get done with the day, maybe we'll have something for tomorrow, but certainly by Thursday.
As far as we know, yeah, you haven't. Okay.
Right, yes.
I got
that is a cup of tea that I have.
Yeah. So about 150 race miles these guys are pretty much did today, with 186 total with all the transit miles. So that's a good day, just under 200 miles. Stretch your legs a little bit.
Once again on board with Bill Zimick.
And he's also in a Jackal, a 2021 RMR Jackal. So Reese Millen Racing, I'm guessing, is the RMR part of it. And I don't know if all these cars are four-wheel drives, but I know that the Jackals that I have seen, and there's a few of them out there, they were four-wheel drives. So that's what I'm going with. That's the input I have for you.
Big speed, carrying some great speed.
Yeah, one of those sections you just kind of pick your way through. This is that new section that we were talking about before you get to Valley T. And Robbie looks like he's still leading the UTVs, and he's about 15 miles away from looking at his son stuck in the middle of a race course. Now, if Robbie's smart, he'll use his team orders and tell Trey, hey, why don't you pull over and help him?
I mean, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me with the team communication that he doesn't already know, and I'm sure that they're operating as two totally different teams that are well taken care of. And if they could get Max going, they would, as we go on board with Alec Coleman. And we have Pam at the finish line down there with our first trucks that are rolling across. Let's get it over there to Pam and find out how the day went for our first finishers.
Thank you so much, Ken. I am here with Rich Fox. You're physically the first truck here into Pete's camp with this amazing view that's behind us. I mean, the day you came in physically first, we have 5 more days to go, but tell me about how your day was.
You know what? We actually got a flat right off the bat. Coming into Ojos, we got a flat, so we lost a bunch of time in that first special. Other than that, I'm not sure how we ended up in the second or third special. We're first physically, probably not on time, but you know, that's kind of what we're looking at. It's tough leading out there with no tracks. And so, you know, we might let somebody else lead tomorrow, the next day and stuff like that. And maybe gain some time on them. But truck ran great. Everything was good other than that one flat and just a little bit of navigation. It's just tough out there trying to navigate. You know, usually when you're down here, you're at a score race. It's all pre-ran, you know, big old trails to follow. This here, you're going out in the boonies and just following what they marked. And so that gets a little bit challenging, especially up front. But you know what, good clean day and look forward to the next 5 days.
Well, super excited for you. I know when you were coming in that everybody, Caesar was over there excited to see his buddy coming on in as well. So congratulations on physically coming in first. We'll get the times later on and we'll see you at the start line tomorrow.
Thank you, Pam.
All right, we're going to go ahead and come right on over here to Mr. Travis Williams. Travis Williams is somewhere over here. Let me find him because we're going to have to make these kind of quick because we have a line of cars already coming in here. But Travis Williams, come on over here, Mr. Travis. Travis, physically second in today, and you were having some comm issues. I know that.
Yeah, we had some comm issues all day, so we didn't really be able to talk back and forth. But it was a quiet ride, but it was a lot of fun. I can see why everybody does NORRA. NORRA's a kick in the ass. It was a great time. So much fun racing against these guys. Where we ended up, we're still 5 days ago, so really excited. Truck's great. It's in one piece, and we'll get the comms fixed tonight so I can yell at Pete all day tomorrow and be good to go after some beers.
But all in all, Pete's normally your co-driver, right? So do you guys have hand signals that you practice just in case you lose comms, or how did that go today?
Yeah. So we kind of just went on the fly, and so I kind of learned what he was doing with his hands, so I knew when to check up and stuff. But no, we really never practiced that. So yeah, that's all good. You adapt and overcome. Like I said, it was boring because you can't talk to somebody about the scenery.
Were you just talking to yourself or singing or what?
Yeah, but I do that all the time anyways.
Well, good job coming in physically in number 2. Go enjoy the amazing Pete's Camp view. Have some cold cervezas, and we'll see you in the morning.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
All right, and there we have it, Travis Williams. Let's move on back here to our next truck. We're going to be mobile today. We have lots of vehicles coming on in here. Back to back. We will have a long line, so we'll get this interview going.
backed up.
All right, so Ken and Rory, let's go ahead and go back to the studio for just a minute while we get our vehicles moved, because we're going to have a little bit of a, not the kind of 5 o'clock traffic we want to have right here. So we'll come back to you guys, or you guys come back.
All right, thanks a lot, Pam. We appreciate that, and we'll find out how things shake down on corrected. Of course, it'll take a little bit of time to sort all that out, but we'll keep up to speed. As soon as we know, we will pass it along to you, but that's what this is all about.
Yeah, great interview down there. She's getting all the information that we were speculating on, and then she was able to confirm it. So great job, Pam.
Was on board there with Alec Coleman for just a bit. And everybody's strung out there just a little bit, enough that everybody can keep good race pace. It's good to it's a good separation between all the cars, and some people able to advance and get a little bit closer. In the meantime, let's get it back down to Pam. She has our next finisher.
Very different from what we normally race and score in every other series we do. So it's always an adjustment coming down here and not having any notes, or any of our own notes, at least I should say. But overall, it was a good day. We just kept it smooth, and just wanted to bring it in one piece, clean, no issues. And I think we were able to do that. So happy to be here.
Well, and with that being said, I mean, you guys have that road book and there's some notes in there. So how did your navigator do with that?
He did good, and it was an adjustment. This is actually our first time riding together, so there was, a lot of adjustment. Road book for the first time, new co-driver, but we made it kind of work, and we made it. So
you overcome and adapt, right?
Yep, exactly. It's just adapting and adjusting where you can, where you have to. So
well, congratulations on getting here to the finish line. This view right here. What do you think about that view?
Yeah, I'm ready to go jump in. So yep.
It definitely got warm as soon as we came over, basically by the Mike Sky Ranch exit. It started to be into the 90s. So we have a long 5 more days left of more heat. So hydration?
Yep, I obviously got to hydrate, but honestly, it got hot, but I was just so happy to see the wind blowing, and it looked like everybody had clean air throughout the day. The wind kept up, so hopefully it keeps following us all the way down the peninsula.
Well, I hope that spirit right there that you have will follow us all the way down. So good job on stage number 1.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it, EJ Herbst. We're going to move on back here to Mr. Ryan Arciero now.
Hi, Pam.
Hi, Mr. Ryan Arciero. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. We're here in San Felipe. It's a little warm.
It is a little warm. The temperature gauge in the car said 93 degrees, and it's a little different than Ensenada.
Just a little bit. Sun's out. We've had a great day of racing. The course was really fun today. Really fun. I almost wish we would do more of that for the score races, but the 1-9 truck ran great today. We just try to keep our nose clean, and we made it through day 1.
Now, day 1, stage 1 is definitely what you want to make sure you do, and here you are at the finish line, and congratulations on getting here. But I have to say, we have 5 more days to go. You had a clean truck today. Going to try to keep it that way?
Yeah, you have to. Obviously, we're in it for the long haul, so you got to use your head. This is only 1 day of 6, and it only gets tougher as you continue to move south. But day 1 is tough. You got to get that one out of, get the check mark on that one, push that to the side, and we'll regroup tonight, look at the trucks, make sure they're all good, and get to the starting line tomorrow and go play again.
Exactly. I know tomorrow's going to be another great day, a longer day than today, but we'll have the start line, like you said, tomorrow morning. So hopefully everything's good with your vehicles, and we'll see you in the morning.
Absolutely. I thank all the fans out there. Thank LSAO at NORRA for putting on a great course, putting on a great event. We're so happy to be here with our 1-9 Industries trucks, and we're having a blast.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ryan, and we'll see you in the morning. And there we have it, Ryan Arciero in the number 32. We're going to come back here once again with Kevin Murphdog in that driver. See what you're doing.
Just having a good old day. Craig and I were just at battle out there. It was great. The second special, one of the guys behind us, a couple trucks back, jumped in front of us for the beginning before the second special. And so he's going to get a big time penalty, but he kind of left us in the dust there. So we had to catch and pass him on the second special, but everything was great today. No flats, just hammered down.
Just went for a cruise?
No, we're trying, but it's a spec motor. not quite used to the spec motor, but it's challenging because you got to just keep your momentum. But we had a great day. Craig was just nails on the notes. It was awesome.
Well, good job on getting to the finish with this amazing view right here in front of you. We'll let you guys go cool off, and we'll see you at the start line in the morning, and hope tomorrow will be another great day for you.
Hey, thanks, Pam.
All right, there we have it, the number 48, and that is Kevin Murphy in the driver's seat, Mr. Murph Dog. We're going to do some adjustments here at our finish line for our traffic. So Ken and Rory, let's take it back to you for just a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Pam. Really nice job. As you can see, the trucks are getting backed up there right at the finish line. So Pam is right. They've got to get them cleared out there, and then she'll go back and do some more interviews once they get some leeway for the trucks to cross the finish line without being stopped before they get there. As we go back on board with Robbie Gordon, a 77, that is a speed UTV. Speed UTV car, and certainly did a great job in qualifying one day ago, as you would expect, and out on course has surpassed Trey Hernquist, the number 1 qualifier in the side-by-side categories. And if Trey's, I'm sure Trey's being smart and hanging here on the back bumper as close as possible, and we'll have a good run at it starting on day 2.
Well, I'll jump back on that Trey comment, but I'm hoping Pam gets a chance to talk to Danny Brown in the 204, because I think that's who Murphy was talking about, that he jumped in front of him and he's going to get a time penalty. So maybe if Pam can talk to Danny about that and see if he realized what he did, that'd be interesting. But on the Trey deal, I think Trey's fell back a little bit because he's been passed by quite a few UTVs. He's got Kristen Matlock's in front of him now. PJ Jones, and one of the Pullmans, I believe. Yeah, so I don't know what happened. Maybe a flat tire or something like that. That kind of sounds about what could have happened. I mean, lose a couple 5 minutes or something. That's one of those deals. So I'm sure we'll talk to Trey when he gets to the finish line and find out what happened. But Robbie's also coming close to getting up to seeing his son here in the next 10 miles. So that might be an interesting in-car. Maybe we can get a different view out of his, maybe the front view out of that thing soon.
Yeah, you mentioned we have not heard anything from PJ Jones, but racing UTV Pro today, won UTV overall a couple of years ago. I believe was second place last year. We were talking about Tommy Morris. I think Tommy Morris also works with him and does some damper programs for them. Of course, we lost his father, Parnelli Jones, here in 2024. Just a legendary racer, Parnelli Jones. So PJ, one of the players in the UTV category. We'll find out how things shake out for him.
Yeah, and PJ right now, he's in P3 right now. He's got Kristen Matlock right in front of him. It looks like she stopped at the highway section, probably due to a quick pit, maybe some fuel or something, and she's back on her way. Actually, she just updated. She's a lot closer to Robbie now, so it took a minute to update. Actually, Renzener is in third with what's his name behind him.
So that would be Augie, and his first desert race out here in Mexico, and he has Rob McCachran sitting beside him, qualified 7th. So that would be a nice improvement.
Yeah, so with those, and that's looking at the tracker. So of course this is a corrected time, and of course it might not have updated when it should. So it just kind of gives you a rough idea whereabouts everybody is. And we got the number 1017 Class 10 car has moved his way up through the UTVs, and he's running like 5 cars behind the UTVs.
And one more time, it looks like they have traffic sorted out down there at the finish line. So let's get it back down to Pam.
Thank you so much once again, Ken. Here we are. I'm with Denny Brown, the only right-hand side spec truck out here this weekend, or this week, I should say. I have to ask, I mean, having it on right-hand side is obviously you're used to it.
Yeah, it's actually fun until we jump on the highways, and when I want to overtake a car, I've got to get my co-driver George to poke his head out and have a look, so it's a bit hairy that way, and occasionally I'll pull onto the wrong side of the highway or the road. So yeah, so hopefully don't hit anyone, we'll be right.
But all in all, your day today, I mean, obviously it was a great day because you're here at the finish line.
Yeah, we started 10th, and we actually made a mistake going into one of the checkpoints. We read our actually lapse time as that time of day, and so we went in like 9 minutes early. So we'll cop a big penalty for that. But we're here for a good time. We're at the end of the week, if we're still in it, we'll be doing all right. But we're here for fun and a good time.
Well, stage 1 of 6. I know that Rory had a question he asked you, and Rory, if you can chime in, I can hear you in my ear. But the day, I mean, 6 days of this, a beautiful terrain down here in Baja. What are you thinking of it so far?
Yeah, it's great. We've done I've done the 1,000 before, the NORRA 1,000, the NORRA 500. So yeah, it's all about getting to the end of the day and enjoying yourself while you're doing it too. I mean, that's why we come all this way. We don't come here to destroy the car on day one. You got to be there at the end.
It's the same concept. You never win a race in the first turn.
No, but you can definitely lose it.
Yes, you can, 100%. Well, Denny Brown, congratulations on day number 1. We'll see you at the start line in the morning.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
All right, and there we have it. We'll make our way over here. We have our cops team as well that came in here. See who was in that driver's seat today. I'm gonna snag him really quick.
There you go.
All right, guys, here with Steve Hingeville. I had to ask his name once again, but the number 250 cops team, I have to tell you, we were sitting at Valley Tea Tacos when you drove by us earlier. Were you jealous that you couldn't stop?
I actually didn't even pay attention, but I was jealous when we got to our little pit there by San Matias and all the boys had a bunch of good tacos. So yeah, so now I'm hungry, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I saw Julie there picking up all the tacos. So we saw you go by as she was there. You'll get some later on though.
Oh yeah, we'll get some. I'm not worried about it. But no, we had a good time. Zach did a great job the first section today, and I got to drive the last 2 sections. So yeah, we're just having fun, and it's a long race and 5 more days.
Exactly, 100% with this beautiful view behind us, as I keep saying. So congratulations, stage 1, getting to the finish line. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, and there we have it. Let's see, we might have one more driver over here that we can grab. Hi. I have Tim, right?
Yeah.
I have Mr. Tim Herbst here. The best mustache co-driver right there as well.
Great. I wish I could grow one of those things. I'm 63 years old turning today, and I can't even get this stuff going.
Well, I do have to say, I mean, you're here at the finish line. I know that you're no stranger to Pete's Camp or San Felipe area or Baja in general, but to give me a little bit of a rundown of your day today.
We had an absolute great time. The truck ran absolutely super. I'm splitting the driving with my 2 boys, Thor and Pierce, and Pierce started. And Thor did the middle, and I just finished it. So there was 3 different types of mid stages. So they all did great. Jeremy did a great job keeping us in line and getting us to where we needed to go. And just happy to be here and going to finish off the day with a couple beers.
That sounds amazing, and a good one as well. I'll be working until nighttime, so you would have one for me. But I have to ask, are you and your boys going to be switching it up all day long?
Yeah, we plan on switching every day. Each one of us get an area of the places at the 5 remaining stages and work our way down to San Jose del Cabo.
Awesome. Well, I have to do one thing though. Is Jeremy your co-driver all week long, or are you having different co-drivers as well?
No, we're going to strap him in there. He may want to leave, but he's not going anywhere.
He might as well just sleep in there then.
Exactly. We're going to weld his seatbelt together so doesn't leave us.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, good job on getting here at the finish for today, and tomorrow a whole nother day. Going to more than likely probably just go through your trucks and make sure they're all good, right?
Oh, absolutely. We'll take a good look at them and make sure we're ready for tomorrow.
All right. Well, congratulations once again, and we'll see you in the morning.
All righty. Everybody here, let's have some fun tonight.
All right. And there we have it, Mr. Tim Herbst. Now I'm going to take it back to the studio to Ken and Rory.
Thanks a lot, Pam, and some great insight there. Thanks for touching base with Tim and asking those questions, and good to know that Jeremy's going to be co-dog all week long, whether he likes it or not.
Right? Looks like Robbie went and had a little talk with the co-driver for his son, gave him a little update what was going on with his rig, and he kept going. So nothing Robbie could do to help him, so Robbie just kept on going.
Yeah, Robbie carrying some good speed, and you can see working his way through one of those areas that's fairly rough. And that's where I wonder if the 6100 trucks have a little advantage. We've been talking about the lighter weight horsepower to weight ratio being good with the all-wheel drive side-by-sides, but I wonder in some of that really rough stuff where those 6100 trucks can soak it up if these side-by-sides are capable of doing the same speeds.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on the because we can't get a front view out of Robbie's there. It's hard to say how big those holes are, but you know, the speed helps those spec trucks in those big holes, and if they can't get enough speed to get up on top of those, neither can they can't use that suspension to their full advantage. So
and the wheelbase, right? I mean, the little longer wheelbase is going to help them depending on the spread between some of those whoops.
Right, exactly. The shorter wheelbase on those UTVs, yeah. So the big holes are wreak havoc on the wheelbase on a smaller vehicle for sure.
Either way, we have to say happy birthday to Tim Herbst. How about that?
Yeah. What do you say, 63? 63 years old today?
63 years young.
Looking good.
4th anniversary of his 59th birthday.
And thanks to Pam for getting that update down at the start-finish line. She answered the question that I had for Danny Brown. It looks like he did make a little blunder. Started jump in front of a bunch of guys and took off, and then realized, oh, I think I went a little early on that one. So
yeah, and how about that? An innocent mistake. They literally looked at the incorrect time and mistaken that. I'm going to speak out of line here because I've not been down there and I've not been part of the logistics of setting one of these things up. So I don't really know all the ins and outs, but I almost wonder if you could set your pre-stage and stage times up on a separate sheet and really just dedicate a strategy towards that so that you don't make that mistake. But so easy for me to say as I sit here in a nice studio and not out there dealing with it, in country. But man, oh man, what a costly mistake and an innocent mistake that's going to cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, and another thing that probably happened is he's running at the front of the pack where there's only a couple cars in front. He was running 10th on the road, so he had probably 8 cars in front of him because I think 1 or 2 had an issue, and a couple of them might have been pitting early. And then when he got up to where you stage, maybe there was only 2 or 3 cars up there instead of 40, right? So probably threw him off a little bit. And usually when you finish your stage and they hand you that book, your co-driver should be looking at that book and look at the time that they wrote down. They said, okay, you finished your stage here at this time. And then you look at the book and said, okay, we got 30 minutes to get to the next stage. So 30 minutes from that time is the time you write down and go, okay, we start our next stage at this time. So that's the co-driver's job. And you're not going to know that time until you get them to write it in the book. So, and if you haven't been doing this, it's an honest mistake that'll happen. And I bet you it's happened to everybody that's raced NORRA before, unless you've got some high paying guy that he does this for the living. You're going to make that mistake.
Guy Yoakum, we saw him take off just a bit ago, obviously watching Robbie Gordon here, but saw the 57 truck take off, the 2015 Geyser. So they are, I believe, starting their final special stage, again, with Jeff Richardson, Cameron Steele, Cody Stewart. And I think what you were just talking about there, that's the advantage of having someone like a Rob McCachran or a Cameron Steele sitting right seat. If you can get somebody of that pedigree to sit right seat with you, they're not going to make those mistakes. They understand the game all so well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's that's something you would definitely want on your team, especially if you're doing this for the first time, because you're just not used to this type of racing. The rally racing is a lot different than the other Baja races that go down there, because when the green flag drops, your time doesn't stop until you hit the checkered flag, and that's it. That's all you got. But in the rally races, there's so many breaks in between. it's there's a lot of stuff that can happen.
And the 288 goes cruising by here. Andre Lauren, one of our friends from Canada, 2018 Terra Dynamics. Just saw Robbie adjust his shoulder harness there real quickly up over the Hans. Probably should say head and neck restraint device because Hans is a brand name and there are a number of different devices that people can use.
Yeah, we all know what you meant though. We saw Jake Johnson starting again, starting his third stage, so he's back in it, the fastest qualifier in the Brenthal truck. He got going again, whatever his issue was, they fixed it, and he's back on the road. And he's probably back about 16 spots. So he lost 15 spots on that. Whatever that issue was, he lost 15 spots. So, but no big deal. It's only day one. He's got some time to make up for sure, but it's not the end of the world for sure.
On board with our defending winner from a year ago in the UTVs. One of those areas where you're just both feet flat on the floor, baby. See eyes up, looking way out ahead. Clearly saw the soft sections there to the right. Slowly moved to the left. Sees them again. So we anticipate somewhere around 110 miles an hour, somewhere between 110, 120 max speed for these side-by-sides, getting everything out of it he can.
And even though it's not on camera, we got a pretty good race going between the 829 and 811, the Trevor Glidden Class 8, or I guess you would call it the historic truck and truggy class, and the 829 of Bob Briggs.
Larry Job just went sailing by with a drone hot on his tail.
And he's heading on his final stage there, right? Heading into San Felipe. So he's got 40 something, well, 55. It's 55 miles, I guess, from the start here to San Felipe. It's 55 miles.
Yeah, that final special stage, just under 56 miles.
This looks like Robbie right here.
Good looking cars. I remember when he first came out with those, he had them on display at the Grand Prix of Long Beach. And just absolute gorgeous cars. Couple of different versions, as you would imagine, the 4-seaters, the 2-seaters. Some of the utility bed on the back.
And you don't realize how big these cars are until you.
They are actually pretty big, aren't they?
They are. I mean, you know, when you first think of a UTV, you think of a smaller vehicle, and not just the speed UTV, the Pro Rs and the Can-Ams. I mean, these vehicles, they take up a lot of room in a garage. Let me tell you. I mean, they're just as big as a regular size buggy, and they work exceptionally well. And Robbie proving that right now as he's still leading the UTVs. Got ahead of Trey, and he's holding his own right now. He's got a trail of them behind him, but they're not right on his tail either. So
I bought the smallest version of a Razor to use for a pit cart, so we could get around the track, short course track, last year. Whenever you get your track lap and put it in the back of the toy hauler, it looked really small outside till they put it in the garage of the toy hauler, and it was pretty big. And looked like Robbie making it back to the end of that stage as we take a look at Day 1 Evolution 6100 results. And Ryan Arciero is the man to beat here. We saw that a little bit earlier with Craig McCarthy, just about 7 seconds, 6 seconds behind him there. So a nice run. They have Max Gordon there in third, but we know Max has had a mechanical and sitting off to the side. Jake Johnson also with a mechanical, but got back going again.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that is State 1. Oh, that's only maybe that's the first stage.
That might have been the first stage. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, based on the time frame there of 59 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Running through everybody, and not too far apart, really. I mean, a couple of these guys had some issues, but everybody else having a pretty good run. The 6142, yeah, he had some issues right off the start there, but he got it all together. So,
and he's also a rookie out here, first time around.
I know those weren't the overall results, but it's I actually like seeing the results just for that first stage, just to see how it kind of everybody was set up there. And I'm sure we'll get stage 2 and stage 3 here in the not too distant future. But thanks for popping that up on the screen for us, guys, so we could kind of see how everything's playing out here.
Few soft clouds, and it was interesting. We talked about those guys cooling their hands off out of the gloves, and excuse me, it was good to hear Pam talk about the weather difference. So when they got on the other side over there, it got significantly warmer, where a day ago they were all qualifying in 70 to 73 degree temps, and then today suddenly, man, it blasted up into the 90s.
Yeah, it's that's the thing down here in whenever you race Mexico. I mean, don't go by what the weather's going to be like in Ensenada. It's going to be drastically different once you get over that mountain and start hitting over to the Sea of Cortez side, right? Well, I'm kind of going through the map here, and the last car on the race course right now is at race mile 23, and that is Danny Novoa, and I believe he's in that military 3-seat Cheneth with the gunner spot up on the top. I believe it was a FAV at one point is what they call them, fast attack vehicle for the military, and they're having some issues at race mile 23. So that's the last guy on the course. Hopefully they can get that going, but they've got a long day ahead of them. So we've got race cars strung out all over the place.
I know you were looking at the tracker, but I was watching the onboard here for Caesar, and there was a huge boulder. Well, not a huge boulder, a small boulder, a huge rock that was right in the middle of the course that he had to center to get up over it. It's one of those obstacles you've got to pay attention to. If you clip it with a tire, man, it's going to be a bad moment.
Yeah, I looked up at the screen when I heard the ooh, and I missed it. And of course, if you said ooh, what did those two guys do?
Yeah. Well, the driver might have been like, I had that, no problem, man. I saw it a while ago. Came up pretty quick, though, for me, at least in camera view.
Yeah, that co-driver's probably trying to get that seat out of his behind right now.
Well, the co-driver probably never saw it at all.
Yeah, maybe. No. Hopefully he didn't, right?
Another one of those areas where you carry a ton of speed and every inch matters here. See that car moving around, but there's not a whole lot of wiggle room here for much of a mistake, or if you hit a turn just a little bit too hot and drift it a little bit too far.
Yeah, it looks like
RJ.
Yeah, he just started his his third stage. So he's heading down into the San Mateus wash right now. Clicking pretty good. And like I said, that's a pretty beat up section right there. I mean, he's moving right there. And another thing is he's probably got another 200 to 300 more horsepower than those 6100 trucks. That truck's probably got about 900 horsepower, if I remember correctly. And he's got that Mason transmission in there. That just a flip of the wrist, and he's in another gear.
Yeah, and he was just in fourth, getting after it.
Yeah. And if you were in your stock pickup in that same section, I guarantee you probably weren't going more than 7 to 10 miles an hour because it would beat you up. Yes.
There's a look at Augie Renazetter in the Liqui-Moly-backed Polaris Pro R. That should be Augie, and sitting right alongside should be one of the greatest of all time to come out here and get it done, and Rob McCachran.
A very unhappy Rob McCachran who's stuck in the right seat instead of the left seat.
The only way to scare Rob McCachran is put him in the right seat.
Right. Poor guy. You never know. He might be enjoying it.
You know, you have to go back and look at the history of those guys. I mean, Rob McCachran and Carl Renazetter were vicious competitors, each sharing Pro 2 championships, Pro 4 championships, but really predominantly Pro 2 when Rob got back into short course. Those two battled, I mean, tooth and nail against the absolute best in the business. So to see them out here working together with Carl's son is something special for sure.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be. I mean, you know, you do what you do on the race course, and you try and race everybody as clean as you can, and sometimes that doesn't happen the way you want it to, and you might not do it on purpose, or maybe sometimes you do, but at the end of the day, you're still doing, you're racing, right? And everybody's got sponsors that they need to keep happy, and you know, if you've been on a dry spell for a little bit, sometimes you force your way in there and maybe tempers flare a little bit, but you know, everybody's going through the same thing. So nice to see
gnarly little area here. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
And you know, and there's some people that you race with that are just dirty. They just, you know, they're not respectful racers, despite racing hard. You know, there's just a lack of respect. And then there's other guys that are class acts, and both of those guys are as classy as they come. They're going to race you hard. They will not give you an inch. They might push you around a little bit, given the opportunity, but they won't completely disrespect you.
No, I mean, I guess even those guys, every once in a while, they have to pay somebody back, because it's just want you to know that your actions do have repercussions. So, if you want to race me like that, I will race you like that, and you tell me how you like it. But they'll give you the respect that you deserve until you don't deserve it anymore. At least that's how I see it.
On board here with Bob Briggs. Boy, what a beautiful shot that is.
Yeah, we've got a lot of in-car with Bob, but we haven't seen much of the outside of the vehicle. So, and this is another one of those old trucks that's been reconfigured, and this is another section that's pretty beat up, and that truck is handling it just fine. I wish I could see the mile per hour on the GPS, but I can't. He's probably clipping along at a good 70, maybe 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, those GPS screens do not play nice with the cameras.
Well, if you got one of those little young guys in the co-driver's seat, they don't have the, you can adjust the size on that mile per hour. If you got an old guy over there, like me, I'm going to have that thing really big so I can see it. Actually, I'm probably not going to be in there now that I think about it. Ricky's just about, where's he at now? Just getting ready to cross the highway here, it looks like, unless he just did. Because the tracker's slagging just a little bit. But he's getting ready to head onto the dry lake bed probably within the next 5 miles or so. Oh, missed that corner a little bit.
No harm, no foul. Right back to the throttle.
Yeah. Start banging it through the gears a little bit. Is that Augie again? Hard to see.
So impressed when I saw Augie come out to. No, that is not
No,
Augie.
that's somebody else. Oh, that might be the Briggs entry. The other Briggs entry. That might be Bo Briggs, number 127, maybe? Kind of looked like the livery on it. I'll sneak back here through while you're doing that, Ken, I'll go ahead and sneak back here and see where the UTVs and a couple other classes are floating around.
Nicely done there by Ricky. And look at that truck, man. Truck really handling. Man, he's driving that thing like a sports car. Truck soaking it all up, too. Really reacting nicely. My guess is a little bit of throttle control as well whenever you want something to react that quickly, to transfer a little bit of weight up to the nose and maybe out of the throttle, set the nose just a little bit to get it to react. But a really nice job driving there by one of the best in RJ. Look out of the back of the number 3 truck.
Yeah, and he's just playing in second and third gear for the most part. That just shows you how tight and technical that little area is. He's not even, I mean, I think that thing goes up to 5th gear, and he's stuck in second and third for the most part.
And I bet he's enjoying every second of it. I mean, it just looks like something Ricky would love to do right there, having a blast.
Well, currently, Robbie is stopped at the gas station, literally at a gas station in right next to the taco stand down there in Valley T. He's probably just topping off his gas tank. I've seen him do it before at a NORRA race, so I actually think that's what he's doing. So they're back there at race mile 115-ish still.
Oh, and on board with Bob Briggs. I wonder if something's happened there. Looks like I see the co-driver is out.
Well, see if that side of that, and he's in that. Well, he's in that San Mateos wash, and that's a rocky section right there, and it's pretty rough. So, see if the side of that truck. Oh, is he taking his helmet off?
And he's leased up underneath the head sock there.
Yeah. Oh.
And yep. It's coming off.
That's not good.
Sign. Yep.
Yeah.
Competing in the historic truck and truggy category.
Yeah, and actually he does have his number right there on the front of the dash. It said 829, so that was good for him. Well, hopefully that's not terminal and he can get it fixed, whatever it is, but he wasn't moving that quick, so didn't seem like he was too excited to get that thing going again or to where he could do anything.
It looks like Caesar dealing with some pretty serious ruts in there, and they're only going to get deeper as the day goes on.
Yep. Well, one thing for Bob he's got going for him is he broke down right next to the highway. So his crew has easy access to get to him. So if it's something that they can fix relatively easily, he'll be back on the course faster than normal since he's not out in the middle of nowhere.
Scott Stroop just chimed in. Scott, a important player for Robbie's organization, Robbie Gordon's organization, does a great job running the stadium super trucks, but can fill in pretty much anywhere. Very hands-on, and just sent us over some corrected times after the second special stage. It has PJ Jones leading in the side-by-side FI overall at 155.32. Robbie Gordon at 157.56. So back there a little bit. And in third place, Trey Hernquist at 206.53. So nice little update there, courtesy of Scott Scroop. Thank you, Scotty.
Yeah, and that's the thing with, you can look at this tracker all you want. It shows Robbie out in front, but we don't really know what's going on time-wise. So that was a nice little update from Scott for sure. So he's got a couple minute lead there, a minute and a half, whatever. And then Trey looks like he lost some time there. So and that could be something easy as a tire or whatever, so.
Yeah, these things, about 2.5 minutes, a little less than 2.5 minutes for Robbie Gordon back behind PJ, and was looking back at some of the stuff that PJ has done. First of all, he qualified 5th yesterday, so he's very fast. I mean, no question about that, and has had a ton of success. I mean, a lot of wins out here with NORRA, so he's very good out here, and looks like he's hungry for another one. 2016, 18, 19, 2021, winner in UTV classes. PJ's Performance won both UTV classes. 2016, 16 won winner of both classes in 18. He also won the NORRA 1000, 2019. So, I mean, PJ's legit, man. And he's done a great job, not just in side-by-sides, but he's a guy that's been in all forms of racing. He's been very, very solid.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't he in that Toyota GTP vehicle, the Gurney Eagle or whatever the heck that thing was? They just cleaned up in that class. In that road racing stuff, he was on fire.
Yeah, he's been around. I mean,
yeah, he can wheel a
the old block, if you will.
I know we were talking about tire changes. Some of the unlimited trucks and the 6100 trucks can change a tire in about a minute, and the reason they can do that is they have air jacks or power jacks on their vehicles that can lift up the whole side of the vehicle. So while the co-driver's jumping out, the driver's got the controls of that. He can lift up the side of the vehicle while he's taking a tire off, and then use the air gun or the impact gun to get it off. Most of these other classes do not have that luxury. I don't think there's anybody with air jacks or anything like that on a UTV. Maybe a class 1 car, but class 10s and everybody else, they got to do it the old-fashioned way: get the jack out, take the tire off. They might have an impact, which makes it a little nicer, but it's probably going to be about a 5 or a 10-minute tire change for us mortals,
Again, Trevor Glidden, we saw that truck from the outside. Really cool looking truck. As we take a look at the 769 here.
And Trevor's going to be going by his competition that he's been racing with all day, and broke down on the side of the course. So the 829. So he's going to see his competition right there on the side of the course as soon as he goes by him, and probably lift up off that throttle a little bit, thinking, oh, okay, I can probably take it a little easier now as we ride with Casey Curry.
Casey certainly capable of carrying big speed out here. Another kid born in the desert.
Just out for another Sunday drive.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's spent time in Paris' car. has a lot of seat time as we watch one of the Class 10 cars leaving.
That was, oh, you know what? No, that was a Class 1. That was 156.
Oh, that was a Class 1. Okay.
I would tackle that last name, but I'm going to butcher it, so we're just going to call him Greg D. You can handle that one for me, Ken.
I think Tommy just chimed in. Tommy Morris has been chatting with him a little bit. Here's a look at
Stage 2.
Stage 2, yeah. So Ryan Arciero still out front by about a minute and 44 seconds over Craig McCarthy. Brent Fox, who was first one across the line, currently sitting P3, followed up by Travis Williams and E.J. Herbst with a nice day. And E.J. talking about first time that they've been out here, first time they've worked off of a road book, and first time with that navigator. So really nice job there for them.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at Travis Williams, he had an hour 54, and he's sitting in fourth place. And with all the in-car we had of him, he was flying right along. And when you got in with Ryan, he was doing just the same, but nice and smooth. And look where he's at.
Yeah, a quick little update. I started to touch on. Tommy Morris was just in communication with PJ, and said the transmission's running a bit hot, so they're taking it easy on the car as it is right now to make sure they find the finish line, and they'll go to work on it tonight. Was talking about how accomplished he was. I mean, he's been in sprint cars, he's been in Indy cars. You mentioned GTP for road race cars, so yeah, very, very accomplished driver, very aware of what's going on there. So they'll take care of that car and see if they can get it to the stripe.
Here comes a Class 10 car. Probably one of the first ones, I believe, unless I missed a couple. He's got a nice little run going. Still in the thick of all those UTVs, so he's holding his own. Grant Ingram still plugging away in his Jackal.
Nice, tidy car. Looks good. Look out in front of Casey Curry's car, what he's looking at there.
And that looks like Casey's at about race mile 89 right now. So he's about 15 miles in on his stage 2 right now, is about where he's at.
Looking at our rookie 6100 truck competitor and Richard Ciconti at race marker 175, so getting close to the finish line there. Currently going 88 miles per hour, so having a nice run of it so far. You talked about them struggling a little bit at the beginning of the day, but it looks like they're back on track and not too far from finishing this first day.
Yeah, you know, they had their troubles, but now they're having a nice little day, so.
Casey Curry with both hands on the wheel. Not sure if the shifter's a little bit deeper down on that one, or it might be a paddle as well. I think these things have, I would say they have everything but air conditioning, but actually that new Polaris 4-seater with the windows and doors does have AC.
Yeah, what are those? A Ranger or something like that?
I don't know, but they're pretty cool, I got to say. If you wanted to go cruising the trails, that'd be a good way to go. They have heat and they have AC.
Yeah, not a bad deal. Not a bad deal at all.
And you can see the markers. That was a great example of some of the markers that they see there as they come to the end of that stage and then get hard on the brakes. So drive through the finish line. They could see the markers that would indicate to them that they could drive through the finish line at speed and then quickly get on the brakes.
Yeah, and they're going to be probably writing on the hood here in a second. They'll write his time right there. Or, oh, I guess I got a sticker.
It looks like they get a sticker, huh?
Yeah, there you go. Look at the technology now. Not even a Sharpie, it's a sticker. Now he just cruises in through Valley T and head down to San Mateus for his last stage.
You can watch how those tabs work, those stickers work off the hood and do a little arrow work.
Exactly. Well, he's got to be happy with his run. Trevor Glidden. It's like another 6100 truck.
Yeah, that's the Conti who I was talking about just a couple of moments ago, getting close to the finish line.
Probably thankful where he's at right now.
Yeah, I mean, being a rookie down here, we heard, you know, some of the veteran guys say even Ryan Arciero, let's just want to get this first day out of the way. Let's get that under our belt, get a little rhythm going, and then we'll move forward. And that's what Secante is close to doing. Get that first day under your belt, and then you can breathe a little bit and say, okay, now we know what to expect.
Exactly. I'm going to go with, that's a Mexican entry.
Yes, I was thinking the same exact thing. Could not pick out the number on it.
Nope. Ah. Ricky, fifth gear, yep. He's got that right foot just matted.
Let the big dog eat.
That's right. We're gonna have to talk to those co-drivers and have them increase the size of that mile per hour font so we can see it a little better.
Yeah, and it just seems like it's off center just a little bit. The camera doesn't want to pick it up.
I just saw it 116 or 117 there, so. And that dry lake is a little misleading too, because it can be a little soft if you get outside of the main track there, and it's got a couple rails in it. You just sit inside those ruts, and it just keeps you going. But it can be a little soft, so there is some tire slippage. So usually those guys are capable of doing 135 miles an hour on some of those stretches.
Yeah, and really working the transmission converter at that point as well. It's not uncommon for them to build a fair amount of temperature. If it starts getting hot, they've got to back out and take care of them.
Yeah, and he was up to about 119. Thank you, James. This might be one of the New Zealand guys, or was it? Or remember, there was a couple of those guys entered, and we were watching.
Yeah, there was a couple of entries from Argentina.
That was it. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, that looks like one of the vehicles. So hey, good day for them already.
And again, back into this tight, twisty course here for Trevor Glidden.
See all those cholla bushes off to the side? That's why Ryan Arciero had that hair pick on his tape to his dash. As you get off the course, look at those things are just waiting to jump out in front of you. And trust me, there's somebody that's had a cholla bath already today.
Yeah, there's a lot of baths that they say are healthy for you, but that's not one of them.
Yeah.
And we'll take a look at our leaderboard here for
Super Stage 3 results.
Yeah, Stage 3.
Okay. Ryan had a good run.
Yeah, Tim Herbst right there with him.
And
Very,
McCarthy
very close.
right
I
there.
mean,
Look at that. Look at that. That's a
5 seconds between the two.
holy moly. That is a tight that is a tight run right there. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean what is that? 1, 2, 3, 6 cars there, all in the 53s.
And look at Danny Brown down there in 204. That's not counting his penalties. So that just shows you he had a good run going. He was 3 minutes off the pace from Ryan, 3.5 minutes maybe. And that little mistake's probably going to cost him a bunch of time. So and he was running
separated by 26 seconds over the course of pretty much 56 miles.
Right? I mean,
very impressive. And
yeah,
some tough terrain in there too.
Absolutely. And Connor Pyle, look at him. He kept it all together and kept his wits about him. And even Jonathan Faulkner, who they both had a horrible qualifying session, and they put it together though.
Ziegler, Lauren, and Rangel there to wrap up the class, and obviously the last two struggling just a little bit.
But not too far off the pace. I mean,
yeah, not crazy, right?
No.
Todo cerrado. Siempre le doy poquito adelante.
They'll all keep their time within that 20-minute allotment.
Ya cuando estoy un poquito abierto me da chance de voltear para allá. Ya
And Scott Stroop sending in some times for the overall. My guess is our production team will gather those up and we'll get those on screen for you here very quickly. But Ryan Arciero having a great day here, the leader and the corrected at the end for special stages 1, 2, and 3 combined.
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for that little update.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ahead of Craig McCarthy and then Brent Fox in the top 3. We'll give production a chance to gather that up and insert that information, and then we'll bring it up so everybody can see it. Ricky Johnson.
Yeah, Ricky Johnson
making his way here.
Yeah,
looks like race marker 161.
Yeah, coming into Morelia Junction.
That was actually 4 minutes ago, so he's a little bit further than 161 at this point. And Caesar, of course, up here on the highway with a limited speed.
You know, sometimes that's nice after you've been bouncing around the desert for a little while. And
oh yeah, just give me a breather, right?
Yeah,
just for a couple of minutes, and we'll dive back in.
Yeah.
Adjust your eyeballs again.
Yeah, and you don't have to be right on the money on the whatever it is, 50 miles an hour in that section. Only when it's a live course where it's not a transit section, but you are on a highway, and like the 37 mile per hour zone, you're still being timed in that area when it's on race time, and you have to keep bouncing it off that 37 mile per hour or that 55 mile per hour, because if you don't, you're going to lose time. But on these transit sections, you don't have to worry about that, and you can kind of just drive at whatever cruising speed you want to and not pay attention to it. So he's definitely taking that break, drinking or getting some water, cleaning his visor, maybe having an energy bar or whatever he can just to kind of get through it.
I notice a lot of the drivers with those liquid packs now, it's just a lot easier to drink and to get out of those packs into your helmet.
Yeah,
and
that
definitely
helps.
serve, for a lot of energy. You can satisfy your stomach there for a little bit. Certainly on the longer races, the 400, 500, 1,000 mile races.
Yeah, people like Ryan Arciero has that. I can't think of the name of it. Of course, I can't. But it's a water that squirts in your mouth it gives you a little buzzer saying, hey, time to take a little drink, you know. I'm going to think of the name and I'll tell it.
That was Guy Yoakum that went by in the 57 truck.
Got a helicopter hovering over Ricky Johnson. This is actually the Morelia Junction area, and then he's heading due east right now, head towards the ocean on the Sea of Cortez side. Boy, that co-driver has not moved a lick, has he? He's been in the same position, just sitting there, nice and comfortable.
You're holding that road book, and I'm sure communicating diligently when need be.
That is a super comfortable co-rider right there. Number 10.
Yeah, the 10 truck, yep. 10 truck of Brad Botter. 2020 Ford. Unlimited truck with AC.
Ooh.
Speaking of that, CEO.
If this tracker's correct, this is Trevor Glidden right here. And not too far behind him is the number 156 Class 1 car. A 1997 Gemco 2000. And they're heading towards the dry lake. And I'm sure that Class 1 car sees his dust and just trying to reel him in. It did. Yeah, neither did I. Sorry to the friends and family that were probably screaming at us. Oh, he is moving. 5th gear. Let you guys enjoy that in-car with Ricky Johnson. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it looks like Glidden here is getting ready to jump onto the dry lake here in a minute. It's off to the right there. You can kind of see some dust out there off to the right. That's where he's heading.
It's got a message from Rob McCachran. They are, Augie and he are climbing out. Carl and Franz are getting in. Franz, a young gun as well, but no race experience to speak of. He is the son of Frank, who has been a long-time employee for Carl. So great to get him in the car, but it'll be Carl who is doing the driving for the, I believe, the final stage here.
Oh. 833. Amy Lerner.
Once again on board here with the father-daughter team.
Well, it looks like
this time that they'll always remember, man. It's so incredible if you can pull off something like this with your son or your daughter, come out here and spend time together. It's just memories that will never go away.
Yeah, and I've had the opportunity to do that. I've had my daughter and my wife in my race cars before, and they seem to enjoy it. I don't know if they enjoyed it as much as I did, but yeah. So I got the last moving vehicle on the course right now is the 2036 of Alan Irwin at race mile 40. It's going to be a long day, sir.
Not so bad for him.
But
He slept in, had a nice breakfast.
Yeah. He's got a ways to go, of course, but, you know, then again, maybe he's right where he wants to be.
He'll get there just in time for happy hour.
Exactly. Hopefully nobody ate all the tacos.
Yeah. I don't know if that's possible down here. There's always another one.
Yeah, that's true.
57 trucks sailing by.
That was Matt Cullen in the 207. Geyser Brothers.
Getting ready to head across the lake.
Here we go. There he is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it could be decisive. That's a word, but not the word I intended to use. Deceiving. Let's go with that one.
There we go.
I mean, it could be super soft out here, and man, it just takes a lot of horsepower to push the truck through that heavy loam, if you will.
Yeah, and did you see him getting out of the? He's getting ready to get in the rut here right now. The rut's just to his left, and then there's a couple different
things. That truck around, man.
That's because he's getting in and out of the ruts. You can't really see him that much, and the ruts aren't that deep, but they're probably about 6 to 8 inches deep. And when you fall into them, you know it, and then when you get out of it, you know it too. But I think he's trying to find where it's not that soft, so he's trying to find a little bit of a harder package there on that dry lake. So that's why he's kind of all over the place a little bit, I think. And he's still got that Class 1 car behind him. That 101. Looks like it, doesn't it? 101. Ken Schaefer.
Yep. Looks like 101.
Jimco Dominator. There you go, Ken.
And here's a look at the overall results here at the end of day one of racing. Congratulations to Ryan Arciero. Here's what I was talking about, referring to before, with that time of 2 hours, 44 minutes, 23.4 seconds, 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 26.5 seconds. Going back there to Craig McCarthy. So pretty tight battle there. Brent Fox inside of the top three. Then it's Travis Williams and Zach Langley to round out your top five.
It's going to be a really, really tight race. And of course, looking at these numbers with everybody with their plans on what they're going to do for the rest of the week, this is going to throw a wrench in it because they're going to be, oh, we're really close. Maybe we should pick it up a little bit, you know, and
Yeah,
Sometimes
just 14 minutes between that first page of results from top to bottom. So good battles there. And like we said before, if you come across and you're more than 20 minutes after third place, as long as you come across a line, that's the worst you can do in that particular day. But I think everybody else was pretty close to an area where they would keep their time, maybe the last couple.
Yeah, and now that I think about it, these top teams, they're probably not changing their strategies too much. Maybe the other teams might change their strategies a little bit, but these guys, they've got one speed for the most part. They know what they want to do.
At his one speed, fifth gear wide open.
Yeah, he's in his happy place right now, and that's probably what he's thinking. He's like, this ride is almost over. I'm almost done. I'm going home after this because I think this was the only day he was doing. I'm not sure, but I think it was. And if that's the case, he's probably going, God, this ride's almost over. I'm having a blast. Maybe I stay down for another day or two,
Looks like he's in somebody's dust here.
Yeah, he's catching somebody. Could he be? Let's see what he's got here. Oh, he behind the 207, Jake Johnson. Or Matt Cullen, sorry. Matt Cullen. Via the tracker anyways. And Jake Johnson's in front of the 207 Matt Cullen, so that's why I got that confused a little bit. So even with the problems that Jake was having, he was still able to rebound a little bit. Figure out what happened to his truck, and maybe he can look at it a little differently today and see if they can fine-tune whatever that problem was.
It looks like Glidden's starting to catch somebody as well. We're just behind the 856.
Or the 156 got in front of him.
Sorry, the 156, yeah. Greg
156. Yeah, that might have been what happened. Well, a good day for all those leaders. Ryan Arciero, Brent Fox, Travis Williams, all those guys, they had a good run today. All within a couple seconds of each other. They'll start tomorrow having a great time. Maybe he's having some communication problems too.
Yeah, a little help there from the navigator. Which you wouldn't think, in this particular area like that, but...
Maybe the driver's like, hey, I think I know where I'm going.
Well, I mean, it's so vast out there, I guess you can kind of lose your way, but it seems like you said, there's some ruts, you kind of know where you need to be.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to guide him. Hey,
out of the ruts,
get in these ruts over here.
Or get in these ruts, either way.
Bill Zemack, is that pronounced correctly? And he's in a Jackal also, so. Another Speed UTV.
I wonder if that's the diesel's back.
Yeah, that is. It is. What is it? 1103? Is that right? I don't know if I can read that correctly. I'm sure those guys in the office can let us know, maybe.
Yeah, I think that is Brad Halco, as I recall.
Yeah, there you go. El Diablo RG. There's a Bo. I think that's Bo Briggs right there in the UTV.
Halco's competed in 5 different NORRA races, out here making it happen again.
Little UTV convention right here. with Robbie Gordon
Robbie
leading
Gordon's,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
One of the checkpoints, if you will.
Well, hopefully we can get some graphics up on the UTV guys and see how their stages went, stages 1, 2, and 3, like they did with the 6100s. I'm sure they're probably gathering all that information as we speak, as we watch Robbie pull into staging for his last stage into San Felipe.
As he takes off. Might be able to get some combined overalls for stage 1, possibly even 2. We'll work in the UTVs against the 6100s and find out where everybody starts falling in.
Yeah, and then probably start moving back from there if we're able to do so. Because we do realize there's more than 6100s and UTVs racing. We get that.
Well, the 4-seaters. That might have been a 368.
No, I didn't see it.
I think the 368 is actually a speed UTV, so I'm not sure that was it.
And I got a pretty big TV in front of me, and maybe
Yeah,
my
it's just tough to
vintage
see
eyeballs
through
aren't
those.
working. I don't know what's going on at race mile 105, but we had 4 or 5 vehicles just stopped, all within a couple hundred feet of each other. I don't know what's going on there. Could be a little silt bed. Could be somebody in the middle of the course blocking. And that's that new section coming into Valley T, so. Something 03.
Yeah, I saw a couple of numbers, what I thought was a couple of numbers, and can't find them on the master entry list. So
No, you know what, it might be
did not
Chuck.
see it correctly.
Might be Chuck Sutton Jr. in the Can-Am Maverick R 603. I think that's who that was. Oh, Glidden's coming to a stop, it looks like.
Yeah. Slowing
That's
down
not
in
good.
an area where you wouldn't expect him to slow down.
No. He's got some sort of issue going on. Because this should be, he's not anywhere near. Unless, no, wait a minute. There might be a speed sensitive area in there. Now that I think about it.
Seems to be picking the pace back up here a little bit anyways.
Yeah, you know what? There is a little spot right there after the dry lake bed. I think that they have to do 37 miles an hour. So there's a little dog leg that they do. And then once they get out of that dog leg, he tears off again. Because he's still got the 156 in front of him, and I didn't see any dust in front of him. And that's because that guy wasn't picking it up.
And there's a look at the T980. I believe that is PJ Jones.
Yeah, I think so too, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So he's starting behind Robbie.
Last time we saw him was leading and corrected. And, of course, talking about them guys struggling just a little bit. Had some temps that were getting pretty high. So we're just trying to take care of the car. There it is, PJ Jones for sure. So they'll get going here one more time in just a little bit and see if they can make it to the finish line through that final stage. Out of the Phoenix, Arizona area, and builds these things. Very good at what he does. If you want to go racing on a side-by-side, he'd be a good phone call to make.
Hey, Ken, Scott just sent us something. That's pretty interesting if you want to take a look at that.
Yeah, that is not Chip that was driving that car.
No, that was Reese. I think that was Reese Millen.
Yeah.
In the Jackal.
Reese Millen, yeah. So overall, after stage 2, it's Reese Millen and the Unlimited truck that is leading overall at 150.03. And then Ryan Arciero at 151.01. So that is plus just 58 seconds for Ryan Arciero. Then Craig McCarthy, Guy Yoakum with another Unlimited truck.
Oh, look at number 6.
Entry with Ricky behind the wheel, inside of the top 5 overall. But that would put him 3rd for the Unlimited trucks.
And look who's sitting in 6th position. Christine Matlock.
How about Christine Matlock, P6 overall with a pro side-by-side.
Then Brett Fox, Travis Williams, PJ Jones sitting in 9th.
Yeah, that's impressive, I think, to me. First day overall for Kristen Matlock. I mean, really, Kristen Matlock would be right behind Ryan Arciero with the 6100 without the Unlimiteds in the middle, of course.
Well, keep in mind this is overall after stage 2.
Right, exactly.
So they still got stage. We don't have the times with all of these guys for stage 3 yet. So it'll be interesting because Kristen Matlock hasn't finished yet, of course, and a couple of these other ones. PJ's just starting his 3rd. So it'll be interesting to see
how it shakes down. Yeah, a little bit less than 3 minutes of difference between Ryan Arciero and Matlock.
That's pretty impressive. That's a good run for the Matlocks there in 6, because I don't know if Kristen and Matt were mixing it up driving, but that's a good run.
Yeah, well, given the fact that they have Griffith III driving instead of Reese, we don't know for sure that it was Kristen driving.
Yeah.
Just like Mark Post is listed here, but we know it's RJ.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere, I think Pam said something about that Reese was driving that truck. Right?
I agree with that.
Yeah.
And we know RJ's driving Mark's truck, so
yeah.
A driver a record here that Scott is working off of. We appreciate the information, Scott. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely some good info. Thank you, Scott.
There's the Liqui Moly car, I believe, that now Carl and Franz are inside of. We'll see when it goes by. If it, 317, that's it for sure. So Carl Renazetter back behind the wheel. Baja 1000 winner, successful out here in the desert. 9-time short course off-road champ, over 100 career wins in Pro 2, Pro 4. One of the best to ever do it. Stands on the throttle with a Liqui Moly car and that factory Pro R Razor. Bill Zimick high-fiving or fist pumping there with the co-dog.
Doing his 37 miles per hour speed zone and probably happy to be doing it. And this might be that section I was talking about in San Felipe. There's a little dog leg and then they open it back up. Yeah, it looks like he's going right now. So
it's kind of where I think we saw Griffin too, and we thought maybe something had happened.
I think you're 100% correct. Yeah, because they're number 935, right? Yeah, that's them. Yeah, they just went through that little dog leg after the dry lake bed. So, and if I remember correctly, over the years there was a little speed zone in there. So.
Pretty cool how it's shaken down, though. The class is all pretty close together after the first couple of stages. Special stages, I should say.
I just got an update from Jan Hogley from the Warfighters entry, and that's that 3-seat Cheneth FAV vehicle. I believe Danny Nova. Let me see if I got it. Navoa. Yeah, I guess they rolled at race mile 23, went down a cliff, and they just got him out of there. So they're trying to assess the damage and trying to get back going again. So hopefully the Warfighter team can get back going again. Jan, thanks for the update.
I'm guessing based on that, everybody's okay. That's most important.
Yep, if they're trying to get the vehicle back and going again, I'm pretty sure that everybody's okay, because they're not going to keep going if somebody got hurt. So that's good to hear.
Thought that said 29.95, but it might have said 29.59. Should have been Addison Johnston. Addie, been competing since she was 12 years old. Won some pretty cool races along the way, too. Won the championships in the Unlimited. Won the Met 400, California 300. Some pretty prestigious races. And there's a look at Pullman. Pullman had a good qualifying effort in the 62 car one day ago. Ended up 6th.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, no, not at all. And back on board here with Zimic. Making good use of the terry cloth. Great drone shot here. Hats off to all of the workers, production department that have been bringing us some great video, great pictures here. These people that fly the drones are absolutely incredible. The Briggs Built Motorsports entry. Briggs doing the driving there out of Rancho Cucamonga with the 2025 Polaris Pro R. Qualified 10th, getting ready to start here. This final stage. Holding the green flag out. I mean, are they good? Oh, there they go. Counting them down, okay?
Yeah.
So Bo Briggs. Off and running.
Might see where the old man's at. I wonder if he's still broke down on the side of the course. It looks like it. So he's going to probably be driving by him, seeing him here in a minute. 8:55.
8:55 entry. Once again in the historic truck and truggy category of Tim Crunch out of Durango, Colorado.
Enjoying his day. Just another day at work for Robbie.
Yep, another day in the office.
He looks like it too. It just looks like work for him. He's just sitting there.
It's probably relaxing for him to a degree because it's got to consume a big part of his brain that normally would be running in overdrive.
Yeah, that's true.
100 different things that might limit it down to 30.
Right? You probably hit that right on the head, too.
Cole Woolen-Weber there, ready to go. Fist pumping all of us. With the drone camera, pretty cool. What a great looking car.
Yeah, that's a nice car right there. Now the Glidden truck should be right behind him, or a little ways behind him, because that's who passed him on the dry lake, I believe.
And the 1017 ready to take flight.
That's a beautiful car right there. Eduardo Laguna, full potential.
Yeah, we saw that name pop up yesterday during qualifying.
It's a nice Class 10 car built by Full Potential. And he's having a nice little run.
Yes, 7 different people on the list here for the car, so they have a big week planned ahead. Sounds like they have a lot of friends with them. Planning on a great time.
I did not see
an all-Mexican-based team as well, by the way, for that 17 Class 10 car. Interesting there is the navigator for Robbie with a clear face mask. Robbie with that smoke shield, which will make things significantly darker. So despite his age, he still has great vision to look through a smoke shield like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to make out the number. That I thought that was Robbie right there, but I don't think it is. Because I think this is the section coming into Valley T, and Robbie's way past that.
Good looking Can-Am. Number 170 ready to start his final stage here. That is Christopher Anderson. Cole Woolen-Weber spoke to him spoke about him just a moment ago. Was giving us a sign they were ready to rip. 2-time ATV national champ, New England ATV championship. Coming to us from New Hampshire. Talk about a ride.
Yeah, just to get there.
Yeah, Anderson out of Massachusetts. So a couple of Northeast guys having a good time out down here in Mexico, over here on the West Coast. Qualified 9th, by the way. Had a really good run there in qualifying. Woolen-Weber also winning UTV Driver of the Year. So he has some accomplishments, man. And he certainly proved it in qualifying one day ago. Ran Texplex a couple of years. We competed over there. That was a brutal course to run Texplex. It was very, very rough for the side-by-sides. It took us 3-4 events to get the car set up correct, and we had an amazing shot guy that was working with us that had to get it there. No easy task to go out there and win at the Texplex.
Usually never is, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You're going into somebody else's world, and somebody's always got it figured out. So it takes a little bit of time, and he did well there. So hats off to him. Wow, look how brutal that is.
Here we go. Got the map up. Look, we got a couple guys coming into we got the 855 just jumped onto the highway there. And the 156 is getting ready to jump onto the highway there. And you can see the finish line in the top left corner there, or I'm sorry, top right corner. That's Pete's camp. And then slowly working your way back. The Glidden team's coming in, number 811. And then 935, 1887, 145. Yeah, they're just all these guys are coming in off the dry lake through Morelia Junction on their way into the finish line. It's San Felipe, and then we're all the way at the top there. That's San Mateos Wash in the top left there, where the number 127 he just entered across the highway at the wash there. And the start of that section, you can see it where the clump of vehicles is right there. Almost getting to the middle of the screen. That's the starting staging area for the last stage. So hopefully you guys are at home. You guys are jumping on the computer and checking out everything that NORRA has to offer you. You can look at the live tracking and all that stuff. And we're trying to keep up on the times too. Find your favorite driver. Go back to start of stage 3.
I was just looking. It looks like the 317 of Rennesetter might have just passed the 980 when we saw that map on screen there just a moment ago. So it looks like Max Gordon going again. How about that? Good for those guys.
Oh, there he goes. Oh, and he's throwing that truck around. He's angry. That was usually back in the old days, that was usually the best time to watch Robbie, is if he had some problems and you knew he was having problems, you'd hang around to wait for Robbie to come by because he was going to take it out on that truck. So
that was
fun to watch.
That I believe Rennesetter just getting around PJ Jones, and we know PJ was trying to take care of some temps on that car, so hopefully he's still at pace. Let me see if I can figure out what he's got going on there. Mile 139.
And sometimes that's all it takes is them to take it easy for 5 miles or so, just to let it cool down a little bit, and then they can get back on the gas.
He might be in that zone, that 35 mile per hour zone. Carl's at 48 miles per hour. Mile marker 139. They're both very, very close to each other there. Carl with a little more speed at this point. Looks like Carl just updated, actually.
Yeah, he's starting to get into that. Yeah, he's not in that.
Yeah, he's 60 mile per hour now, so mile 140. So, yeah, they were pretty close. And when they initially showed that map on screen to the fans at home, I believe Carl was behind PJ. So, hopefully PJ's car is hanging on here.
And here's a shot of Gilberto Rodriguez. This is I believe this is an old McMillan Cheneth. He bought that, restored it, put a different motor in it. He's down here racing it, so good for him. Love to see that. Starting to see some older cars now. We're moving back farther down the race course. So thanks everybody for hanging out with us. We're getting there. It's like the 1070.
Yeah, I was just looking for that as well. I don't see a 1070.
Oh, 1079?
1079 maybe.
Yeah. Maybe that's why my eyeballs aren't working. There it is. Kyle Vestermark, ES Motorsports, Class 10. Right? Yeah. There's Glidden coming up to the four-way stop at Highway 5. Craving some tacos and a cerveza. And only a short 2 miles away from the finish line for just that.
You gotta feel good.
Oh, I'll tell you, there's nothing like coming into the finish line after a long day. And even though this wasn't really a long day for these guys. Oh.
Yeah.
Open his shield up, get some air in there. He's getting warm probably. Although you don't want to leave that visor open for too long. You start getting dirt in your eyes, kicking up from the front tires and everything, and then you can't see.
You're picking it out all night long.
Yeah.
Watch it out. Didn't look like either one of those guys with a pumper system on that.
Yeah, if they did, it was just off to the side or off to the. I mean, Robbie's co-driver's got his pumper off to the side of the top of his.
Yeah, it looks like Robbie does too. That 45.
Yeah,
yeah. Off to the side over there.
And he's on the dry line. It looks like Robbie fell asleep. He's like,
on the lake bed, he might be just taking a little nap.
He's like, I'm only doing 100. Geez, wake me up when we get up to 120. He does. He's just in his zone, just relaxing.
He could not be any more relaxed.
He doesn't look like he's racing at all. He doesn't.
I mean, that picture right there, you would never know those guys are even moving.
I'll tell you,
the better part of 100.
Yeah, when I rode with him, when he gave me a ride years ago in that unlimited truck that the posts are driving now, we were flying through Parker and we were doing well over 100. And I just looked over at him, and that's what he looked like. Just one hand on the wheel, not white knuckling it or nothing, and the other hand just resting on that 3-speed transmission, just resting his hand on it. You would never guess we were doing over 100, and he was just flinging that truck left and right. Very, very calm and cool, collected behind the wheel.
Saw Ben Collier just a moment ago in the 4919, 24 Polaris Pro R, one of our pro side-by-side, starting off on that third and final stage.
And Bill Zemak in the 935 Jackal, and I noticed the livery on this is the Rothmans Porsche livery from those the old Porsche days for the IMSA GTU GTPU or whatever the heck that was, for the beautiful paint job, really iconic paint job. And I love when those guys do those throwback paint jobs.
And that might be in relation to the number of the 935 as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Passed him one of the trucks down here in country.
Yeah. And probably as much fun as he's been having today, he's probably glad it's just about over.
Pretty clever little design to cut a hole in the terra cloth and wrap it around the thumb there so it's always there and he doesn't have to worry about hanging on to it.
That's a great idea. And that could possibly be a Reese Millen type deal, you know?
Oh, he's backing off a little bit to tuck in behind this truck.
Because he's going to be making a right-hand turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to go into Pete's camp here in a second.
Is that Briggs there?
I think Briggs already took off.
He did take off. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We talked about Bo taking off a little bit earlier.
But it kind of looks like it, though, doesn't it?
Same kind of design there from the nose, anyways.
That's
a little
it.
different from the side.
Yeah, that's that Mexican entry that we couldn't read the number on it. Yeah, and that beeping you're hearing, I think, is he's just bouncing it off the mile per hour, the 37 mile an hour. And when you go over 37 mile an hour, it'll start beeping at you, like, "Hey, slow down." All right, one of the four-seaters. That's the way to do it right there, Ken. Go get yourself a nice little four-seater. Put your buddies in the back and go race NORRA. Trevor Glidden coming into the finish line at Pete's camp.
I think that was the 935. If so, that's Isabella Zemak.
No. Oh, you mean the four-seater?
I mean, it says unlimited buggy, really, but I might have got the number wrong on that.
Yeah, that was the 935 we were looking at earlier.
Gotcha.
Still got a bunch of UTVs back there.
Testing.
Yeah, a pile of cars that are still working this third stage. I'm sure we have some that are still in stage 2, as a matter of fact.
Looks like Max has made a pit stop out of Valley T, trying to get fixed whatever was going on with his vehicle.
Yeah, glad to see them get the 7 truck going again, and hopefully he can finish. You know, if he can get up in here and finish the day, then he'll take advantage of that 20 minutes back behind the third place person across the line for the class. But if he couldn't finish, then it would have cost him another 10 minutes, as we talked about before, at 30 minutes back. All right, once again, Pam is down there at the finish line. Let's get it down there to her.
The finish line in at Pete's camp. I'm here with Greg DeStefano. How was your day out there today?
It was amazing. Super fun day. Up through the canyon there, it was pretty tight and gnarly. We slowed down a bit there, but we had a great day. It was clean. Super good run.
I have to say, you were just now telling me you were going 120 across the lake bed.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure how much more, but a little bit more, I think. So it was pretty fun.
I mean, going fast across the lake beds here down in Baja, I mean, I've done it personally myself. So, I mean, it's just keep it straight and don't get off track.
Yeah, this thing's a little loose in the soft stuff, so it gets a little sketchy. Yeah, a little floaty, a little sketchy with the wind and stuff. But we were running across there with the Glidden truck, and it was super fun. We were side by side running through there pretty good. So it was a good time.
All right, so I want you to tell me, because I didn't get to see all the views that you saw today. So what was your favorite view?
Like all the bumps in San Felipe was fun. I mean, there wasn't a ton, but it was good. The car felt good, and just good to get back down here and go racing. Super fun.
All right, but coming down into Pete's camp here with the ocean and in your sights, were you ready for that?
Yeah, super sick. Super cool vibe. That's good. I like it.
All right, well, you get to go over there now. The fiesta's already happening. Go over there and enjoy some of the probably tacos, I would imagine, and we'll see you at the start line in the morning.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, and there we have it. We have other cars that have been coming in. We have some trucks that are still coming in. The UTVs should be coming in here in just a little bit, but let's go back to the studio.
Thanks a lot, Pam.
Got a sneak peek of Bob Howell in the red number 33 Cheneth. Starting to get into the older cars out there, so kind of nice to see a little bit of something different.
That was Addison, as we were talking about her a little bit ago. Winning the Mint 400, California 300. Had her behind the wheel at the age of 12 as she starts off for the final stage of the day.
Wow, talk about starting early, huh?
Yeah, and it looks like she has some real talent, too, to go out there and win those races. Winning the Mint is no joke.
No, that's a pretty rough course. It's taxing on both driver and vehicle, so.
Ben Ingram still digging along there with the 2112.
Yeah, he keeps lifting up that visor. He must.
Yeah, once he gets some of that cool air in there. And one more time, we'll get it back down to Pam.
Well, I have to ask today, how was your day one out there going through the lake beds, the everything, the whoops and all the good stuff?
Yeah, today was a really great day. Very clean race. It was kind of windy in the lake bed. I felt like I was flying a plane sideways on the lake bed. So,
and you know how to fly planes because you fly them, right?
Yeah, actually I do. So it was no problem. We're running a new tire, so I had 0 time on the tire except for today. So that was a little bit of a learning curve. But no, great day. Bella absolutely cherried every single call. She did not miss a call. So that just builds momentum for the rest of the race. So it's great. You know, we're loving it. And of course, doing this with my daughter is the best thing in the world. And my son Tony, first time ever coming to Mexico, first time seeing all these trucks. So he's here too. He's in the chase truck. So this is just dream come true for me.
Well, it's exciting that you guys are doing this as a family. Your son coming down here, like you just said, for the first time. I mean, you're no stranger to it. You come down here quite a bit and you do this with us and come have some fun. But all in all, today is over. You're ready to just kind of chillax. But tomorrow, day 2, you have any kind of strategies?
No, it's still an extremely long race. I mean, I don't, what did we knock off? 190 miles today? I mean, so there's still 1,200 miles to go. It's a very long race. Anything could happen. It's take a mile at a time. And that's all we could do. I'm very happy. Now we moved up into like kind vehicles as far as speeds. And this is good. Like, I feel we're, the guys who are running their first NORRAs and hopefully loving it, but they'll, not become a hazard for any of us, any of these trucks or cars. And, so it's good. This race is good about getting everybody to settle in their pace and where they belong. So it's great. We're just going to keep it together. That's all we can do.
All right. Well, stage 1 complete. We'll see you guys at the start line in the morning and go check out your car, make sure it's all good, and day 2 begins.
All right, cool. Thanks, Pam. Thank you for everybody.
All right, and there we have Bella and Bill Zemak, a father-daughter team out here. We have some more buggies coming in. We'll see if we can get them stopped as well. But all in all, the racing today, the rally today has been a good one. Some people have talked about saying there's some dust out there, but here we are. Going to get number 145 here in just a moment, if possible. We'll get Mr. Zemak moved forward. I'm getting pointed to go over to the other side of the car. It'll be just a minute. They're going to get out of their helmets so they can hear me. Their vehicle's obviously very loud. These nice class V8 engines that have a lot of power. They have to let them cool down. We're trying to get them to shut it down, but they're doing this because you have to let them cool down for just a minute. All of us desert racers definitely know that. Oh, the right-hand side, that's what it is. The right-hand side, that's why you're pointing at me. I didn't realize that until just now. How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, we had a good day. It was pretty clean and very happy. Everyone, yeah, people were pulling over and it was great.
I have to ask you, I asked your son earlier, I was talking to him about his truck and being the right-hand side truck. He said it was just a little weird when he got on the highway.
Yeah, it's really hard on the highway. You get behind the truck, you can't see squat. So you sort of got to go on the other side of the truck and have a bit of a look and, yeah, do a run.
You have to rely on your co-driver there for that one.
Yeah, they're not very trustworthy, those guys.
Well, good job on getting to the finish for stage one. Had fun out there today?
It was awesome. Great tracks. They're always sensational. Love the event.
Awesome.
Yeah, great day.
All right, well, we'll see you tomorrow morning at the start line. Go have some tacos and enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much.
All right, there we have it from Mr. Andy Brown. Right-hand side buggy, Illumicraft. Pretty cool right there. We have lots of trucks coming in, though, still. These guys have been in here for a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and take it back to the studio.
Thanks, Pam. One common denominator, everybody's having a great time. That makes it across the finish line so far, of course, so it sounds like it's been a great day. Some good information right there. Looks like that is RPM and mile per hour, so up around 7,000 RPM and 75 miles per hour.
Yeah, that's Bo Briggs. Having a better day than his dad is. His dad's still sitting on the side of the road with an issue with his truck, so probably hoping to get that. Yeah, probably hoping he can get that together, fixed or whatever. So
Crossing over here to. It looked like they had some brush coming up there in front of them as well, so needed to get over here on this road.
And there's still, looking back on the tracker, there is still an issue going on at race mile 105. There is 5 or 6 vehicles that are stopped. Might be a silt bed or something like that. But there's quite a few, and I looked earlier, but there was quite a few stopped, but they were different numbers. So seems to be maybe some guy got stuck, and then everybody else is stopped behind them, and then they get stuck, or they're trying to help them out. But be interesting to see what's going on at race mile 105.
Nearly 80 miles an hour there, as we saw Bo standing on the throttle. Navigator just chilling.
Yeah, just coming off the lake bed.
Got to get a little more serious here. Still carrying a ton of speed.
Yeah, it's a pretty fat. That last stage coming into San Felipe. It's besides that first maybe 10 miles of that 50-mile stage. It's pretty chewed up, and for the bigger trucks, of course, they can go faster through that stuff. But the guys with the not as much suspension, they're going to be definitely going slower through there. But once they get past that 10 miles and get close to that lake bed, it really opens up.
We go back to Grant Ingram.
And this is almost a little teaser on what you're going to see tomorrow. Leaving San Felipe, it's going to be some terrain like this all the way down to when you get to the probably the Bay of LA turnoff. A little bit of everything down there too, but another fun day of racing tomorrow too.
Yeah, a good bit farther tomorrow, so we'll add about another 90 miles to tomorrow's total.
Yeah, it seems to be a little smoother of a ride though, for sure. Pretty enjoyable. When you're on a race course that isn't chewed up that bad, kind of like how Caesar's doing right here on this. He's probably having a lot of fun on this road. This is not too bad. He can stretch the legs of this UTV and have a good time while he's doing it. So we are one car away from finishing. Everybody's finished the first stage, but one car, and he's almost to the finish there. So that's the difference between the fastest vehicle on the course and one of the slowest. So 747, Nick McPhee, he's in a Polaris. He's gonna have a long day. He's got 2 more stages to go. So.
Next buggy off the starting line here for this third and final stage. I rode around the course in one of the newer side-by-sides at a legacy event, and I've got to tell you, man, I was blown away at how comfortable the ride was inside of the side-by-sides. Truly amazing.
Oh, for sure. The shock technology and all that stuff is amazing. Like I said, over the last probably 5 years, they've come a long way.
Bo back on pace here again. A little tighter area, a little tighter section. Oh.
Yeah.
Last minute redirect. Last second redirect.
Yeah, and he probably didn't need to do that, because that other road that's over there off to the right that he was on probably would have ended up meeting him back on that road. Although that's that 37 mile per hour zone too. So. So a couple minutes ago, when we saw that red car leave for stage 3, that was the 911 vehicle, that Mirage of Barrett Smith. That's probably one of the first unlimited vintage vehicles, buggy wise, to start the third stage. And that's the one with that flat 6 Porsche motor in it. Whoa, there's a lot of tires.
Yeah, man, a lot of tires. See all that? More tires.
Yeah. Let's see where he's at.
Tire dumping ground.
Must be. Oh yeah, he's coming into the dry lake. As you can see it there on the horizon, the dust off to the left there. And yep, here he's getting ready to jump on it right now. I think it drops off to the right here.
Slide back over here to the left side. Caesar's been ripping here as of late.
Yeah, he's definitely been no slouch today.
Camera's got to be right up there on the roof or on the roof visor.
Yeah, he's probably got it strapped to that center V bar.
There's some of the big washouts, the whoops that San Felipe is known for. Of course, they have what seems like the better part of 100 miles of those things, depending on where you get. But this is where it really puts those dampers to the test and builds a lot of heat inside of the shock fluids.
Yeah, and you can see he's trying to search for a smoother line. He's jumping from left to right, trying to find the smallest whoop-de-doos he can find, and he's not finding them. There's Robbie. There's a gaggle of speed UTVs right there.
Yeah, there is.
Can-Am. Yeah, with the Can-Am right behind him.
Can-Am, yep, that Can-Am tucked in behind, and I think that I'm with you. I think that might be one of those Argentina entries. If I can make
8888. 888. I think it is. Tommaso.
Tommaso.
You'll see it, number 888.
Yep, got it. Yeah, we talked about him a little bit during qualifying. Tomas and Sergio both. Tomas out of Salta, Argentina. And there's a couple of cars from Salta, Argentina. Great to have them with us. It's a pretty long trip, but worthwhile. You can get inside of a race car for a full week. Another speed energy car.
And you'll get plenty of miles. Plenty of miles. You know, if you're going to do it, if you're going to rent a car, this would be the race to do it at. I mean, might as well get as many race miles as you can under your belt for the money. Oh, is he pulling over for somebody?
Something.
Yep, he pulled over.
Sure
for
did.
something.
Good call there, Roy.
Yep. Well, I saw him looking in his rear view. He pulled over to the side and he was looking in his rearview mirror, so he probably got buzzed with that Stella. And that Stella is right there. Looks like it's right in the center of that V bar right there on the passenger side, that little box. And that should light up. I think it's blue. And when they buzz you from behind, that thing it'll beep and there'll be a big blue light, I believe it is. And that'll let you know, hey, somebody's asking for permission to go by you. And then you can hit that button back, which gives them a green light on their Stella to let you know, hey, I understand you're behind me. I'm looking for a place to pull over. There you go. But you have
I love that that technology, you know, versus you not knowing somebody's there or not having a place to get out of the way and the person coming up behind you and really nerfing you hard. Given the opportunity, if you can get out of the way and maybe it's not even a class competitor and just let them go run their race.
Yeah. And the thing is that thing's it's only supposed to work within like 100 feet. But I think it works farther back than that because I've been buzzed before, and actually it was last year by Robbie Gordon. He buzzed me and I didn't know it was him, of course. So I pulled over and I sat there for 5 seconds and nobody showed up. So I took off again. And then about 45 seconds later, I got buzzed again. And I wasn't going to pull over because I was like, you know, if you're not going to pass me when and then it was Robbie. So Robbie was hitting that button. As soon as he saw dust, he just started hitting that button, hoping he was close enough. So usually you're supposed to wait until when you get behind them. So Robbie's a little impatient. But it worked.
It worked, right. Start intimidating them, start putting the pressure on. As we just saw Brandon Cox take off with his 2025 Speed UTV Diablo. We were talking about him during qualifying a day ago. He's competed in dirt ride and We Rock events. 20 years in recreational wheeling, but it's his first time competing out here in the desert. So congratulations to him as he starts his third and final special stage.
Looks like a class 10. There goes PJ.
Still out there, making his way.
There's a race co. I think it was a 1019. Not sure. That's what it looked like. Or was that 1017, Edward Laguna? Eduardo. Excuse me. Read that one, 1049. There he goes. Well, on time, he's doing very well because he's starting right behind the 1017. And the 1017 started well in front of him by looks like a good 20 minutes. Then again, that all depends on when he jumped into staging and all that other good stuff. So that comes into play.
Tomochi taking off there. 7 people associated with the 1049 10 class car, 2013 Everson.
Caesar's just motoring along.
Yeah, he's had a good third stage here so far. Had good speed.
Actually, I mean, with as much in-car as we've gotten out of him, I don't think we've ever seen him stop. Oh, and there goes the 888 right there.
There goes the Argentinian.
Yeah, that's where that Maverick R's got a little bit more horsepower than, that's probably a little bit more. Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, if he can come back to the left here and get in some clean air, exactly what he did. Nice move.
Yeah, he didn't like that. They're still wiping their visors on that one. Yeah, he slowed down quite a bit.
Oh, he really
stopped.
slowed down.
He is stopped.
Wow.
There he goes.
Back underway now.
Man, that's saying something. If you get passed on the dry lake bed and it's bad enough that you have to stop, so he got snuck up with his visor was up or something, and he got sandblasted or something.
Oh,
but
that's a good point.
Good, but good for him. He pulled way off the side of the course there, and the wind's blowing to the right, so he got way off the side of the course there, and did that. So smart thinking by him.
Back on board there with Bo. Not sure what those hand gestures were about, but clearly they're having a discussion about something.
Probably on which hand do I want to use to drink that cerveza with.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
It's coming.
One hand to hold the beer and one hand to hold the taco.
That's right.
And look there, looks like 80 miles an hour right there, so clipping along, 81 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Ripping. Side-by-sides coming in, getting their signatures. String of them now.
Got the drone floating around back there. Good job on all those NORRA officials out there dealing with the heat. Because it's warm over there. What did Pam say? It was like 93 degrees over there?
Crazy, man. It is crazy how much hotter it is. I guess you just get away from that Pacific coastline and get over here on the Sea of Cortez, and the weather changes significantly.
Oh, he looks like he's been upside down.
He sure does. Yeah, that driver's side A-pillar is definitely compromised.
Unless that co-rider's just super tall and they adjusted
I'm looking at the
roll
roof
cage
line.
for him.
I don't think that roof line was that way. And it looks like there's a kink right in the middle of that A-pillar to me.
Yeah, they might have some work to do tonight, because I don't know how safe that is to continue on like that. So
I'm right there with you. I wasn't gonna go down that road, but yeah.
You'll let me do it?
Yeah, I'll let you do it. You're the color commentator. You're the driver, not me.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Jeff. Hopefully I didn't get you in trouble.
Well, I mean, he's past tech, so unless they have tech at every single stage, he's going to get away with it. But
That's right.
you know, on a serious note, you know, if he does the same exact thing again, and it certainly could happen, and it lands in the same spot, it could really collapse. It could be bad.
Absolutely. I'm not sure, but I think this is Alan Lindsay in a 4-seat Penhall. And the only reason I know that is because of the hood. And I did artwork for this guy years ago. And I can recognize that hood anywhere. That's a 4-seat buggy. And he's probably got it just with 2 seats. And then the back seats probably, you can see the ice chest there on the left back there. And he's probably got tools to the right.
Love it.
Yes, there it is, Alan Lindsay. Man, I can't even remember my last name sometimes, but boy, I can come up with that. Number 62. That's
Ben
a
Pullman, man. He's
Pullman?
still
Yeah.
ripping, man. He's been fast. Yesterday he was fast, and looks like he's maintaining that speed out there.
He's having a good day.
Rear window nut down, access to the cooler now.
There it is.
That's how you do that.
Oh, there's a third guy. Oh, that's a 3-seater. There's another guy back there.
Yeah, I
He's
thought I
centered.
saw somebody. I thought they were just reaching in, but then I saw the helmet visor.
Yeah, so they made a 3-seater out of that. They moved the 4 seats and took both the seats out, put the one in the middle, and then you got the ice chest on one side, and then you got the spare parts on the other. He's going to get out, stretch his legs.
Yeah, climbing out now. They've got a little bit of time before they start that final stage. And, you know, Tommy Morris was talking to us, of course, and he talked about PJ was sitting in the back seat cruising along. So might be a back seat in PJ's car as well.
Could be. PJ builds a lot of cars. I would doubt it.
So the 957 sitting there as well.
And see how that truck, he's got all that stuff packed in there for his long trip down and back from the NORRA Mexican 1000.
Yeah, one of the chase trucks.
Yep.
That is the one thing that can get expensive, especially if you got a large group that you're covering. If everybody's taking care of themselves, not as bad, but you have to plan on 8-9 nights of hotel rooms along the way.
Yeah, logistics is a big thing, and it's no joke. And the other thing is, you know, if you're the guy racing and you're putting everything together, you know, you're not really worried about yourself too much. You're in a race car with chromoly tubing and 5-piece harnesses and fire suits and helmets, but the guys you worry about are the guys on the highway. You know, a lot of stuff can happen on the highway, and it can get ugly out there. And that's the one good thing about the NORRA Mexican 1000 is, you know, most of the races run during the daylight hours for the most part, and it's not 48 hours long and then 56 hours long for the chase crews, you know, because they're up longer than the drivers are for the most part because they got a leapfrog in front. But NORRA breaks it up pretty good to where you're not abusing your guys, and the fatigue on the highways less, and you know, it's a lot safer type deal to run.
Kyle Whitted coming in here, signing off.
And these guys have been in off-road racing for a long time, all through different classes, class 10, class 12. I think they got a 6100 truck now also, and of course the Speed UTV. So no strangers to desert racing.
Spare racked up in the back.
And it looks like it's been back there for a while, so that's always a good sign.
Whoa.
Which means they haven't had
the suspension there as well. As we talked about these speed cars, they look pretty beefy. If you can see the rear control arms as well, man, they're pretty solid. They're pretty strong. And a number of the UTVs, when they first came out, before they were really being designed for desert racing, it was easy to bend one up.
Even the shocks are a lot bigger than a normal. I think they're like a 3.5 almost on those shocks all the way around, and they're all the same size. So you could take the front shock off and put it on the rear shock. And same thing with the rear trailing arms. You could take a rear trailing arm and take it from the left side and put it onto the right side, and same thing with the front A arms. So he really thought those things out when he built them.
Would expect the 41 car of Casey Curry and company to do well here throughout the course of the entire event. And like you said, I mean, it's the pace can be pretty close here, but who can maintain that, the first day, who can maintain that pace throughout the entire event will be the question.
Yeah. Yeah, and now if you look at where Casey's driving right now, he's coming down that San Mateus wash before you drive across the highway and then head to the dry lake, and you can see that the inside of his vehicle is moving around a lot more than those when we were driving with Travis Williams or Ryan Arciero in the same section. They were flying down this road, and that cab was just kind of staying level. But these guys are hitting these holes are a little bigger for this car with the wheelbase and the suspension travel that they have. So they're getting shaken up pretty good, but they're still going through it pretty well. Looking on the tracker here, you can see where Casey Curry is. He's just coming up to the road crossing there at San Mateus, and then he's getting ready to drop down towards the dry lake. So that's right next to the highway. His chase crew is probably driving right next to him right now up on the highway. He's within vision side of them. They're keeping an eye on him, and then but it's pretty rough in that section. That little 10-mile jaunt is pretty rough. You'll look up to the right there, and you can see the mountain off there. The highway's built into that mountain, and they're watching them from there. It looks like a rough ride. It's not too bad, but wait until a couple more hours when all those Broncos and those short wheelbase 4-wheel drives with leaf springs and 10 to 12 inches of travel come through there. They're going to be going a lot slower than that. Well, I guess we can take it down to Pam. She's down there in San Felipe with the first finisher in the UTVs. Pam?
Okay. But now he's walking out. Yeah, I think they're looking at times. I know.
Looks like Pam walking up there to the
Here
car
with
yet.
Kristen Matlock. Now, Kristen, you drove the second part of the stages today. I don't know if you got in at 2 or 3, but I was talking to Wayne this morning. But you guys are sharing the car, having some fun. So which stages did you actually do?
I just did this last one, stage 3. It was only about, 55 miles or so. It was a good warm-up. We've got 1,400 miles to go during this rally. So I've actually never been behind the wheel of this particular car here. It's set up for rally style, which is perfect. We're at a rally. So, but normally this car is in the Dakar rally. And so we're doing some extra testing while we're down here at the NORRA Baja, not 1,000 anymore because it's well over 1,000. So yeah, we call it the 6-day rally now because it's an extra day and more miles and more time to have fun. So I'm looking forward to hanging out with the crew tonight and rubbing some elbows with everybody around here and telling stories.
Well, and I have to ask you, are you guys going to pretty much switch it up every single day?
For the most part, except for day 4, it's kind of inaccessible, to switch drivers. So we're not going to switch there. Wayne's going to do that whole day. And then, so I'm going to take day 5 all to myself, which is one of my favorites. So looking forward to it.
Awesome. I'm super stoked to see you guys back down here once again with us. I mean, everybody loves, going all the way down the peninsula here at NORRA. And I love seeing your face. You're always smiley and happy. You guys really come down here and do it as a family too.
Yeah, we've got both boys with us. Like I think I said earlier, they're homeschooling now. So it gives us the opportunity to bring them down here and have some fun and teach them, real life stuff, right? And racing. So they're chomping at the bit to get behind the wheel. Next year, I think we promised them that they'll be behind the wheel here at NORRA.
Okay, so maybe we'll have 4 cars next year.
Oh, I don't know about that, but we'll see. We'll definitely be switching back and forth and at least 2 cars. So,
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, good job on today. I mean, you did the last part of it, like you just said. We'll see you guys tomorrow at the start line and for the next 5 days.
Yeah, 5 more days. Woo, let's go.
All right, there we have it, Miss Kristen Matlock. We're going to walk right on over here to Robbie Gordon. He is in over here. See if we can get Mr. Gordon.
Get him first.
I just got his wife. Actually, I talked to Wayne this morning, and I just talked to Kristen because she did the last leg today, the last stage, special stage.
She almost got me too. She almost got me.
Oh, we need to get her over here and do some chit chatting back and forth, Robbie.
Come on.
Here we go. All right, I'm gonna let you take the mic.
Me take the mic. All right. Well, Diablo Dry Lake. That was an interesting one. You're catching me.
Yeah,
And I'm like,
I was trying to reel you in, and we got to the very end. I'm like, oh man, I'm just not gonna get him. I didn't want to hook up some tires with you out there, so I let you go.
well, thanks. That was like I said, that part of the race is so volatile on the engine and drivetrain. It's like I'm just going to drive to the rearview mirror, and so I rode around 75, 80, and then you came, and I'm like, I better go 85. And you just got to be careful on the belt, make sure we don't blow it. And I know you know what that means.
Yeah, yeah. I was driving off the belt temperature for sure. Just playing it safe because that's no fun. You lose so much time having to change a belt. Not worth it at all. So I'd rather just hang out with you and cross the finish line together.
Yeah, no, you did good. You made up a bunch of time on the highway. You maintained 37 everywhere. So you taught me a little bit there. I'm giving up. I pulled on the highway 15 seconds in front of you, but by the time we got to the end, you had caught me, and you did it all legally. I just slowed down to 25 in the corners. You went 37 everywhere. So
yeah, you gotta stay on it, Robbie.
I know. I'm slacking. I'm slacking a little bit, but we're happy to be here. I mean, Trey started first. We finished first, but I think either her or PJ won the day. It's going to be very, very close. And we're right where we want to be. We want to be here at the finish line every day, and that's how you win a NORRA 1000. You don't do it in the first stage or second stage. There's another, I think in my mind, 14 more stages we got to do before this one's over.
That's right. And I just wanted to say something. So before we started this day, and when I lined up next to you, I radioed Wayne and told him, you know what? When I started my career as a UTV racer, I never once imagined that I'd be lining up next to Robbie Gordon, and it was an honor.
Well, thank you. I heard it's kind of funny because in the telecast, and Rory, I'm going to beat on you a little bit here. I think you said when UTV racers grow up, they want to drive spec trucks, but we did out-qualify the spec trucks for the UTVs, and both these cars aren't far off. There's a lot of time we lost on the dry lake bed to those cars, but it'll be close at the end of the race to see how close we are to the spec 6100s.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the next 5 days. Let's go have some fun.
Well, thank you. We're having a lot of fun. NORRA's a good time. It's with 70 cars in the UTV classes, it's going to be very competitive. We're going to have to be on our game.
Yeah, 70. I didn't even know there was that many. Yeah. Only 45 qualified, right? But then there's the added in there. Wow, that's incredible.
So we're going to have to be on it today or this whole week. So it's going to be fun.
Yep.
Good job on television. I watched you guys a bit during the what do you call it? The rest day or the rest specials or the 30-minute breaks. I got to watch a little bit, so that was cool. And you guys are doing good. Keep it up.
Yep. Family at home's giving us a thumbs up with all your live feeds. So like you said, keep it up. So much fun. Let's go.
All right. Thanks, Pam.
You're welcome.
And back to you.
I had to get you guys some camaraderie over here because it's always fun to hear, the stories of the racers talking to each other on course. But good job out there. I know Max is a little not coming in right now, but here you are at the finish line yourself.
Well, that's one thing about it. I don't know if if the commentators quite understand what's going on, but Max will only lose if he finished that special. He only loses 20 minutes to the third place car. So he really didn't lose a lot of time. If he DNF'd the special, he would lose 30 minutes. So, he's going to lose 20 minutes in one special. That doesn't mean it's over. And we'll switch positions tomorrow and have some fun.
Exactly. I mean, a little, mishap on course, but back going and moving, and he'll be here in just a little bit. But good job for you to getting here. I know that the racers, like Kristen and everybody else, likes to see you here at the finish line and come. Like she said, she never thought she'd be lining up next to you, and now she's racing against you.
Well, UTVs are cool, and they're a lot of fun, and they're super fast, as we saw again today.
Yep. All right. Well, Robbie Gordon, thank you so much. We'll see you at the start line in the morning. We have a lot of the racers coming in. I'm going to go see if I can catch PJ Jones, but not 100% sure. But we can go get Carl Rennezinner here, getting out of the car. That was Mr. Butch right there. And let's go over here and see if we can find Carl right over here. Chit-chatting. I'm not sure if we are going to be able to grab him or not. We can get Ricky Johnson. Let's get Ricky Johnson here. Hi, Ricky Johnson. How are you?
I'm fantastic. We had a taco already. We finished. No flats. All the fenders are still on the truck, so we had a great day.
Well, I mean, you started it. You completed all 3 stages today, and here at the finish line, like you just said.
Yeah, we had some dust. We're dealing with some of the other trucks. That's part of off-road racing. A lot of I want to really congratulate the guys. It was an awesome track. A lot of new stuff. Like that's sketchy in a truck because a lot of cliffs and walls and all this different stuff going into Valley T. But it was cool. It's stuff I've never seen before, and so that's what I love about this race is that you get to see a part of Baja that we're not just going over and over and over and over again. So great job.
Well, you guys have 4 drivers of the truck. How many days are you driving, or are you guys going to keep switching it off, on and off between you 4?
I am one and done. I came down and I got to do today. So then tomorrow Mark is running, then Josh is running, then Larry's going to run, and then Josh I think is going to run again, and then I think Mark. So between all of us. But like if you look at a legend that is Mark Post, and also there's Larry Ragland, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to drive with them. And also Josh Daniels, great friend. I admire him so much, and I really want to congratulate Kerry. First time I ever ran with him. What an unbelievable co-driver.
Well, an awesome day for you. Glad to see you here at the finish line. Are you going to go on down to the bottom, or are you done and gone and getting out of here?
I got the Baja 250 headed north, so I'm going to be back at home tonight.
All right. Well, good job on the finish line. Great to see you out here once again. That right there, Mr. Ricky Johnson here. I want to see if we can get Carl. He's over here chit-chatting, so I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. But let's see. These drivers like to have some fun and chit-chat after the race.
Hey, what'd you guys do today? I don't know.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
No more interviews off the truck, man.
Finish.
Okay, I'm going to steal him. Bye, Cameron. All right, Carl Rennezinner, I have to say, here we are at the finish line. Your suit's still white, so were you out of the dust today?
I got into a little bit of dust. So this is my son Og. He drove the first 2 sections, and I drove the last one.
Okay.
He gave it. He said I had to, so I did, and it was awesome. So much fun. I love it, and we had a great time. You had a great day.
Oh yeah.
So.
All right, let's talk to Augie here. So Augie, you did the first 2 special stages in.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was really fun. Fast technical. That second stage got really twisty towards the end there up those mountains, and just trying to tiptoe through there, keep the car in one piece. And it was awesome to have Rob navigating for me and really getting me acquainted with Baja and the pace down here, and trying to keep the car alive and not just driving at, like yesterday at qualifying. So it was pretty awesome to just get the feel and get the experience. And this is beautiful down here, and I'm so excited to be here.
Well, good job on getting to the finish. There have been some people having some issues out there, so getting to the finish alone, is sometimes a struggle. But here you are, stage 1, day 1 done. We have 5 more to go.
Yep.
Are you excited?
Oh man, I can't wait. It's my first time down in Baja ever driving, and I haven't even been to any of these towns other than Cabo. So it's gonna be really, really cool to check all this out. So yeah, we're super excited.
Well, you're going to see some of the most beautiful terrain I've ever seen in my entire life. So it's going to be exciting. I mean, Rob will be able to tell you all about it, but good job out there today. I'm actually going to go talk to Rob about being in that co-driver seat. But Augie, good job out there.
Hopefully good things.
All right, and Carl, congratulations. All right, Rob Mack doesn't know I'm coming to him, but I am. He usually knows when I have a microphone in my hand, I'm coming his way. But Rob Mack, you were co-driving out there today for Augie.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, I mean, we all know that you're a Baja legend, you're a racing legend, desert legend, and you're in that co-driver seat. So how was it?
Yeah, it was different. I don't even know if I've ridden in a race with somebody. I'd really have to think about that. I probably have, but driving with Augie or riding with him was pretty cool. I know the road pretty good, and he hauls ass. He wants to go. He wants to go fast. He's not scared. He wants to hit every jump wide open. And I'm trying to keep him calm. Kept telling him it's 6 days, Augie, 6 days. But he did a great job, and we had no issues at all, and just worked our way all the way to San Mateus. And then Carl and Franz got in and brought it in. But yeah, Augie did great. I had a ball. Very fun course. Some new section I've never done before between. Just south of Independencia all the way to San Mateus or Valley of Trinidad. I've never done it before, so that was cool. That's always good about, NORRA. It's always seeing stuff that I've never seen before. So really fun day, fun race. And I want to thank Carl and Augie and, all Renazetter family for letting me be part of this and hang with them. So it's been fun so far. It's really good, really good.
I know that everybody was super excited when they heard the announcement that you were running with them in their UTV, but how many more days are you going to be in there? Are you going to get in the driver's seat at all, or are you going to stay in that co-driver's seat?
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, really, I used to race short course against Carl all the time, and we became good friends. And, my Franz is my son-in-law, and, they're related to the Renazetter, so we're all like a big family. About 2 months ago, they reached out to me, started asking me questions about NORRA, what it takes to do this. So I started helping them, and there was about every 3 or 4 days, there was, group phone calls and everything. And it just barrel rolled into, will you go with us? Will you ride with Augie? And then, I don't know. I'm here for them to have fun and help them. And, but as long as they're having fun and whatever it takes, I mean, I don't mind riding with Augie and, Carl and I, maybe we were in the car together one day or something, maybe split. There's talk of that. So I'm here to have fun. So the biggest thing is I want those guys to have fun, have a good run, and they're bit. Carl hasn't raced for a while, and I think the bug bit him, and so I think he's going to maybe kick Augie out of the seat. I don't think so, but I'm in for whatever, and having fun is the biggest thing. So we'll see.
Well, welcome back to NORRA once again. I mean, I usually see you here, but here you are once again for the 2026 6-day rally. Rob Mack, thank you for speaking with me, talking with me. Glad you had fun in that navigator seat, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yep. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, and there we have it, Mr. Rob Mack, co-driving with Augie Renazetter. And we have some other drivers that have came back in, but they've gone on their way. So we're going to go ahead and take it back to the studio.
Some absolute legends of the sport. Great to see everybody out there. I forgot that Franz was a son-in-law there of Rob Mack. So good information there as well, but congrats to everybody that you had a chance to speak to. In the meantime, Scott Stroop sent us a couple of updates here for the side-by-side. The side-by-side FI results for special stage number 3, PJ Jones at 59.58.6, so about 1 minute quicker than Robbie Gordon. Nice job there for PJ. By the way, I was a little confused there. Tommy Morris sent me that message. Clearly PJ driving here and not in the back seat. So I think it was Tommy that was in the back seat. So at any rate, the overall so far, I mean, there's still plenty of cars to come across, but overall so far for the Evolution Pro Side-by-Side FI, PJ Jones at 2:55.31.0 and Robbie Gordon plus 3.5 minutes at 2:58.55. So good efforts there out of PJ, and PJ saving the car a little bit, as we learned a little bit earlier on. So looks like there's some speed left inside of that one, but PJ playing it smart and getting that thing to the finish line. And as you see here on the onboard there for Max Gordon, and he just took off to finish up the final stage of the day. Glad to see these guys back under power. And yes, Robbie Gordon, we were aware of how things work here for once. I think Roy and I did a pretty nice job of saying that even though Max Gordon is going to be way deep here finishing this final stage of the day, he will only have to start 20 minutes back behind the third place finisher. So the key is he has to finish it, otherwise he'll start 30 minutes back. All right, let's get it over to Jimmy. He's with the winner of stage 1 in the motos. Jimmy?
Yet because we are kind of remote right now and we haven't really had time to check times, but we was first on stage, first one in. Started fourth, first one in. So technically on corrected time should be good. Colton, how did your day go?
The day was good. The course was awesome. Got to ride along the beach. Everybody else went to San Felipe, and we were cruising along the ocean. But but the course was awesome. A lot of flat tracking and did some battling with I forget his name,
A
but
Russian guy.
yeah, Russian guy, and yeah, it was a good time.
Yep. So Colton, you're also doing something pretty cool. You are actually auctioning off your bike after this race. Kind of tell everybody a little bit about that. So if you want to, it seems like a stage-winning bike. This may be the way to go.
Yeah, my plans are hopefully to win this race. So if it's important that if you want this motorcycle, it's actually a 2022 450 RL. It can be street legal. Right now it's not, but it's certainly Baja legal and worthy. So I'm really stoked. Actually, I was really stressing on the build process, and I got through the first day. So that's fingers crossed for the rest of the race.
Right. So, Scott, you want to come over and grab something? We'll get a little bit of time here. We've got also have Scott Purcell, who was third on course today. He, one of our seasoned competitors here at NORRA. Scott, how'd your day go?
It was amazing. It was a lot of great tracks. Some fast, some technical. The navigation was spectacular, and it's just a pleasure to be able to be a part of this. And it's my fourth time here, and to be able to ride with Colton and Ilya from Russia is really great experience.
Yeah. And if we could find Ilya right now, we would bring him on. But I think he went to the bar. So he said it was so good he had to have a celebration beer. But we're having a great time out here in Catavina. We got the arch up, and looking forward to an awesome stage tomorrow. I'll try to ping back in with some of our other guys who have come in, but it's all awesome on the moto side right now.
Great deal, guys. Thanks for checking in. Back to the race action at the start of the third stage for some of these guys. 1069 getting ready to take his last run of the day. Oh, you got to love that Bronco. I think I saw Bob Howell in there in his red number 33 Cheneth, the number 1050 Class 10 car. I believe that's an ID Designs car also. Tom Watson. Beautiful car, by the way. Lots of attention to detail with that car. This looks like a 1069. That looks like a Cheneth A-arm vehicle probably from the, I would say probably late 90s. Nice to see some older cars out there. We're starting to get into more of the vintage cars. If you look, Bob Howe I remember when he started in a little Cheneth. It was a lot smaller than that. It was blue, and he worked his way up into this car. He's actually really fast in this car too. He wheels that car around pretty good.
.33 car there, getting ready to take off.
You can hear the drones humming above it. Nice to see him.
Cool buggy right there, man. Talk to me about that buggy, Roy.
Yeah, that's a little Cheneth DR2 chassis, and that's actually the chassis like that. Robbie actually got his start in with his dad, the old Cheneth DR2 2-seat. I think that's got like a Ecotech motor in it. Robbie and Bob Gordon, they used to have a Type 4 motor in theirs, and then they moved up to a flat 6, and then a Toyota Camry motor, all kinds of stuff. But a very good chassis and a very durable chassis that's proven time and time again. He's had a lot of success in that car too, as a matter of fact, old Bob Howell. And nice to see him already in the doghouse with Robbie. Here, I think he's not listening to us, and he heard it all right.
That was yesterday, dude. You're just shaking it off. You've been good today.
Yeah, we'll see We'll see what happens tomorrow if you're by yourself.
Yeah, he actually gave us a little compliment in there, so we've got to take that, hold on to it for the rest of the week.
I'm gonna try. We'll see
He
what
might
happens.
have been talking to production, not necessarily you
Yeah.
and I. So. We're going to take a look at some standings here as well. I think they're going to put up on screen and get you up to speed on some of that as another one of the side-by-side sailing through there. Those standings are pretty difficult to see.
They sure are. There they are, people. Sorry, James.
Everybody's got to get beat. If we get beat up, man, everybody gets beat
That's
up. That's
right.
the way that works.
It's a little better. And even then, my eyeballs are horrible. There we go. I can see. There we go. Keep going up, all the way up there. So.
Yeah, I thought I saw the looks like the 3 truck there, and corrected might be number 2 up there at the top, as we saw just a quick glimpse of it.
Yep.
1548 coming out here. Is that one of the Class 5 cars?
That would typically be a Class 5 Unlimited, although he decided to run a 1548 number. But yes, that's basically a Class 5 Unlimited. Let's see what he's got for.
Back on board with Max.
And Max has been on the pipe ever since he started this 3rd stage. He was absolutely flying down that sand wash at San Mateus, catching cars, and they were pulling over for him, thank God, because he is on a mission right now. And he's probably driving angrily, kind of like his dad used to do when he'd have a bad day, you know. But although his day isn't that bad, I mean, he's just had some issues, but.
Yeah, I would think the smart move here would be to back off and not push this truck. He's not going to get to the line under 20 minutes from 3rd place. So all he has to do is finish, and he starts 20 minutes back, right? But what he could do here is make a mistake or damage the truck, or really push the truck here and cause the guys some more work tonight. So I'm not saying he needs to go slow, but just a controlled, good speed and get it across the stripe for today and call it done, and then check everything out and get ready to go racing tomorrow.
You know, I don't know Max very well at all, but I do know Robbie. And if he is anything like his dad, Max is going to work this out on that steering wheel and that gas pedal for a while until he gets it out of his system. And then he'll be spectacular to watch. But he's not wanting to get himself in any other predicaments right now, but he is driving that truck. And he's gonna make up a little bit of time, because that's probably what he's thinking. I just lost all this time. I need to make up some time, so he's gonna go do that. So, but boy, what a sight to see! I'd love to be out there watching him do this right now. But then again, this is a pretty good seat right here.
Just uber talented.
Oh gosh, yeah. I couldn't be anywhere near those speeds, and I don't care how many years of testing I would have. There is just no substitute for natural talent, and that kid's got it. Look at that. Caesar made it into the finish.
Nice job for the 1811.
Yeah. Going to go by the Pete's Camp restaurant there on the left. I'm sure he's going to go jump up there, go get some tacos, maybe a cerveza or two, and then come back down and look at his vehicle and see if he did any damage to it, which I don't think so. All the tires are probably straight on that thing, and he's had a good run. So
Is that right there on the Sea of Cortez?
it sure is. They got all those palapas down there. You can rent a palapa, the whole 9 yards. Pete's Camp is. I've stayed at Pete's Camp for years. The Navarro family own that. And, great people, great family. They also own Jimco race cars. So the Raphael the third, Raphael the fourth. Those guys, they know how to party down there in Mexico. Let me tell you.
I stayed down there many years ago on the cove that's there, and just a beautiful place as we take a look at the 303.
That's Dave Sykes. Yes, and that Bronco.
Look at that Bronco. That's cool.
Yeah. Chris Wilson built that Bronco years ago, and they actually had to use a couple Broncos. They took a stock width Bronco and they widened it. I don't know how much they widened it, probably 6 to 8 inches, so it could accommodate putting those full-size I-beams underneath it. And it's got a 4-link in the rear, and it is a beautiful, beautiful Bronco, and it works well. I'm sure Dave Sykes is having a great time driving it.
Just has that classic look with that wing on the top.
Yeah, and looking at Max there, he wasn't. There we go. Let's look at the Day One Evolution Pro side by side. Fuel and jets.
Yeah, we talked about PJ Jones having a great run, as you can see up top, followed up by Robbie Gordon. So PJ starting a little bit deeper in the field than Joel Whitted as well, with a nice run there. Cole Woolenweber and Alfredo doing a nice job as the first 5 that we've been able to get some numbers on.
And that's even in the top 2 guys we know for a fact we're driving by their temperatures. PJ said he was running a little hot, so he had to back off a little bit. And Robbie was watching his belt temps, and so was Chris and Matlock. So all these UTV guys, they're doing what they need to do. They're driving it. Okay, I'm getting a little warm. I need to slow it down a little bit. They're doing what they need to do. So everybody's got their little issues they're dealing with the quirks with their cars. So, and it's just not those guys. It's everybody. It's not just the UTVs. It's everybody.
And I love it that Kristen was able to close the gap on Robbie. Kind of caught Robbie off guard there, not pushing through the corners, even though he's allowed to go 37 miles an hour, and she closes up 15 seconds on him. So pretty cool, and did it all legally, like Robbie said. She's paying attention.
Yeah, and I liked her little comment to him. She goes, and I was getting up closer, so I just decided to let you go. And he goes, oh, yeah, you let me, okay. So he's like, all right, I'll remember that tomorrow. So good for them. Nice little banner back and forth with the Gordons and the Matlocks. That's awesome. Good clean racing. That's good to see.
And looking at the dash there, I'm convinced that Max is not in park.
No. And even as hard as he's driving, he's in control. He's not hitting trees. He's not blowing corners. You know what I mean? He's pushing it, but he's still in the ruts. So he's just moving.
What looks like a push to us is an everyday ride for him.
Yeah, exactly. My 100% is probably his 60%. You know what I mean?
He would look at us and say, "What are you talking about?" I mean, I was taking it easy.
Yeah, exactly.
This is how you drive. I mean, and honestly, the truck's designed for it, so should be fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
figure out where the wink link is. Yeah, we go back on board here with your friends.
Yeah, Alan Lindsay in the 4-seat Penhall, 3-seater, I guess. As you can see, the co-driver in the 3rd seat back there, he's the one with the road book, so he's guiding everybody, flipping through pages. Probably looking at the back of the heads of those 2 knucklehead friends of his, right? That's probably what he's thinking. He's going, oh, I should have called shotgun, but no. Yeah, see, and look at that car. Look at how stable it is, but look at the tires. They're just dancing over those bumps, and those are big bumps down there too. That's probably a $150,000 4-seater right there.
Wow.
V8, probably an LS3 or something like that. But it's got all the best suspension you can get. It's basically a Class 1 unlimited car. Oh, there goes the Porsche powered Mirage.
The number 911.
The 911 with a 911.
Yep.
Is Barrett Smith. He's having a good day. He's pushing pretty good. pushing that 40-year-old car through its paces today.
Looks like Max doing something there with electronics. We're trying to see something on the screen, one of the two. Well, the different looks from some of the older cars is just amazing how creative they were.
Yeah, and this one's actually a newer Class 10.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to look it up, because of course I can't see the number on it.
I would never guess that was the Class 10. Tom
Maverick.
Watson out here having some fun.
There's our boys right there.
Yep.
From Argentina. Tom Watson, that's it. You said that. See, I wasn't even listening.
Yeah, they popped the graphic up there underneath the Argentine entry.
Yeah, and I didn't see it.
It was obviously for that Class 10 sitting there at the line.
Yeah, that's an ID designed Class 10 car. The same guys who designed the truck that Gailey's driving, and boy, I'm drawing a blank. Your Super 1600 buddy from Vegas.
Oh, Cameron.
Nope, not Cameron.
Super 1600?
Well, Pro Buggy.
Yeah.
63 years old. Why
it's
can't I
Job.
think? Job.
There's
Jeez.
Job.
I'm
66.
old. I'm old. Jeez. Yeah, so same builder for that truck built that car. And I got a chance to
board,
put my head under there too.
Yeah, all on board there with Brad Halco. This is that speed entry. Speed UTV entries had a good run here between yesterday and today.
Really good run, yeah.
Participated as a driver for 5 NORRA races. I believe this is the 6th for him. Also is running the 1000 as a co-driver. So he's had some good seat time, and now having a good day out here in this Speed UTV El Diablo.
Wow, these guys went all out. They gave us a mile per hour thing and everything for their graphics.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah. Coming down San Mateus Wash. Probably getting ready to cross the highway here in a minute.
Yeah, down to 20 miles per hour, as you can see there. I mean, that's how rough it is.
Yeah.
And truth be known, I mean, 20 miles an hour for them, if we were out there in some sort of stock style truck, it would be 5 miles an hour.
Well, here comes Max. He's getting ready to go by somebody. Oh, there goes, yeah, he's going by his, the Speed UTV we were just riding in. Can't see the speed he's going there, but I'm sure he's moving right along.
Co-driver looks like he's flipping through some different pages there.
Yeah. Got some more
Keeping an
dust
eye
in
on
front of him too. Yeah.
Temps, maybe some engine management stuff. Or is that just navigation? That screen might just be navigation.
It could be. I can't see it clear enough, but that's kind of like what it looks like.
So he's coming up on somebody else here as well.
Picking him off, isn't he?
Almost there. Here they come.
And he's out of the groove too, you know. So
yeah,
he's,
we were talking about the top speeds of the side-by-sides and the 6100s, but clearly this one running really well.
See, and Max just slowly moved his way into the race line. So just out of that race line, it's a little soft in there. It's kind of got like a little crusty shell to the top of the sand, and then it's a little soft underneath there. So you don't want to get out there too far because you just lose momentum a little bit. So.
Got to be some fun with three people inside of the car and the comms. I mean, you know, there's going to be some jokes along the way, people just having a good time.
Right. I know I'd be having a good time.
I'm sure they are. I'd at least be threatening them that I already had the cooler open back there.
I don't know if I'd be threatening. I'm riding, right? I'm kidding.
You have to put one of those drink tubes through the front of the helmet.
Right.
Yeah, that car's working, man.
Yeah, because it's not intended to be a race car. It's intended for you to go pre-run race courses and just go play out in the desert. So for what he's using it for, he's having fun.
I mean, you see the guys shaking around in there a little bit for sure, but nothing in comparison to what that right front's doing.
Yeah, it's definitely a very forgiving type car. You can't really set those things up like a Class 1 car just because of the weight of them, the length of them, and stuff like that. But you can get it close.
Back on board here with Brad. Bad Brad.
Yeah. Oh, B-Rad. Yeah, and he's in that 37 mile per hour zone after the dry lake, and look, you can't. He had just got passed by Max, and you can't even see Max's dust. Max is gone. Yeah, so this section is only a mile or so long, and then they get out of it, back up to speed. Looks like there he goes.
On the mat, let it eat.
That's right. And in between those mountains up there, that would be Morelia Junction, which is one of those places where the Baja races always seem to go through. A very popular place, sometimes a major pit area for the bigger those other Baja races they have out there. So looks like a Ultra 4 Bronco.
Yeah, 4655, I believe Sergio Pinelos out of Mount Dora, Florida.
Wow.
Another driver in there, or another entry with them is Justin Andrews out of Boise, Idaho. So
nice to see him branching out a little, huh?
In the country, they're coming together here in Mexico.
Yeah.
Day one of the NORRA Mexican 1000. It's already come to an end for a number of players, but still a lot of cars out on course.
Yeah, it reminds me I should take a look at see where everybody's at out there, and it's good to see we're finally getting able to see some of the older cars, the other classes that are racing this.
First handful of side-by-sides have made their way across the finish line.
And we're close to having just about the whole field halfway through the race. There's probably about 20 other cars that are almost to the halfway point, but for the most part, everybody's almost halfway through, as you can see on the map here. That section off to the left there. Well, this main section right here, that's pretty much stage 3 right there. From right there, from where the 115 is, all the way to the right, that's your stage 3 right there.
Yeah, so a lot of cars there at the beginning. Really, a lot of cars all the way through there.
Right, and then if you scroll back to the left a little bit, you'd see stage 2, which there's even more. Exactly, as Casey Curry motors along, and there's your stage 2 right there, and that's that right there where Fred Shelley is. Is that it? Yeah, probably from there all the way down. That's that new section that they were talking about. Even Rob McCachran, if you heard him talking about it, he was saying, "Hey, I've never been on that section," so it was kind of neat to see that. So Brad Halco's heading up to Morelia Junction, and then instead of turning south, he's going to go straight into San Felipe.
Again, a good shakedown run here. Day number 1 coming together for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and like we were saying,
get a good feel for what they're going to see for the next 5 days.
Oh yeah, they got a little bit of everything today. They got a little bit of rough stuff. They got some sand washes. They got a little bit of high speed, and everything that you would want to test your vehicle out. You want that slow speeding sand washes where it really heats up the transmissions and all your drivetrain, and then the rocky whoop-de-doo sections that's going to test your suspension. This looks like the Raceco.
Saw that Starstream package, that panel up there on the roof of the car that had just come to the stop there, or just getting ready to take off. You can see that there it is, the panel up top.
Actually, I think that was the full potential class 10, I believe. Sorry, Jamie Campbell.
And Casey Curry getting pretty close, it looks like, to the finish line.
He sure is. Let me see if I got him here.
Mile marker 175.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's neck and neck with that class 10 car, it looked like, right? Yeah, he's gonna jump off. If you look off to the right, there's that little road right there. He's gonna jump off pretty soon onto that dirt road and then take that dirt road all the way back in. Because this is the road out to Morelia Junction, which is, like I was telling you earlier, is a pretty popular pit area for the other Baja races. And there he goes.
Well, about 10 miles to go.
Yeah.
A little bit less.
Sure, he's feeling pretty good about himself. I know I would be.
Yeah, I mean, for some of these guys, especially somebody like him, this is they're just getting warmed up.
Yeah,
okay,
right?
man, we're ready to go. Well, as we watch Casey Curry with that onboard shot, zipping through the desert at speed, we're going to take a quick break here, pay some bills. Stay with us. We'll be right back on the other side.
Here's what we'll say about the road to greatness.
The name Ford is synonymous with desert racing. You gotta keep pushing. The desert's not gonna let up.
It sure isn't paved.
It's a challenge just to finish.
And once again, back here, you are watching the NORRA Mexican 1000, day one of racing, day two of the event as we qualified one day ago. One of the shorter stages that we will see is day one, a total of 186 miles. The last day, our last stage, stage 6, will be 177 miles. That'll be the shortest of all of them. So starting tomorrow, we will actually see our largest stage at 269 by 0.7 miles. So tomorrow a bit longer.
Yeah, for sure. And they're going to have some fun tomorrow. That first stage, it's a short stage. Going to have themselves some a lot of sand washes, a little bit of rocky sand washes, and then a little fun by Percy Boo riding almost along the ocean, and then jumping back on the highway for a long transit section, I think 50 plus miles. And then probably one of my favorite parts on the race course, you jump on the race course and just past Gonzaga Bay and pretty much run right along your chase cruise for seems like 30, 40 miles. It's great for the racer and it's great for the chase crews because they actually get to see a little bit of the action. So it'll be a fun day for both racer and chaser tomorrow, I believe, and a lot of really good scenery. So everybody's in for a really good treat tomorrow. There's Alan Lindsay working his way towards the lake bed. Once again, those whoop-de-doos are a lot bigger than you think they are. You can't really see them that well with the sun beating straight up and down on it, but those things are pretty deep. That car's probably got a good 22 inches of wheel travel, 24 inches of wheel travel in the front, and he's using almost all of it.
Yeah, it looks like he's using all of it for sure. And clipping along pretty nicely. I mean, 45 miles an hour, near 50 miles an hour is no joke. It takes a really capable machine to do that.
Yeah, and he probably could go faster than that, but same thing. He's probably thinking, "Hey, this is day one. I'm not going to go beating up my car too much for." He probably knows where he is on the track against all of his competitors also. So that's another reason he's racing Baja, not necessarily all the guys in his track. He's coming up on somebody too.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for the unlimited trucks, the unlimited all-wheel drive trucks that are not competing out here to average, somewhere between 55 and 60 miles an hour to put it in perspective. He zipped it right up to 65 right there as soon as it smoothed out.
Yeah. Those whoop-de-doos are probably a little farther apart in some of these areas, and that's why he's probably picking it up because he can start sailing and getting over the top on most of them. So, see, his tires aren't coming up and down as quick. So, as Max getting ready to take it home here. Yeah, he's on the final stretches here. He's probably, 5 to 8 miles out.
Yeah, they got him 10, 12 miles out, something like that. But yeah, he's getting towards the end here. Glad those guys were able to get things fixed up. I mean, we saw him there for a while. He wasn't going, and as you had talked about, production company or director nice enough to stay on an onboard, and finally went by, and Max was sitting on the roof of the truck. So hood was off. Took him a little bit to get it fixed up and going again, but this is a tenacious group.
Yeah, and it might have been, he might have been having engine problems and he was stuck. So, you know, and he's sitting out there in the sun, baking in the sun at 93 degrees in a race suit and everything else. He was not comfortable and he was not happy. And that takes a lot out of you. You know what I mean? He probably was hoping, man, I wish I had a sandwich right now. But, you know, and you just kind of, he's probably looking at it like, oh, there goes my race. You know what I mean? But of course, that's not true. There's a long way to go. See the green light on the right-hand side there?
Runs right up on a buggy.
Yep, that green light. He just he hit that push to pass button, and that green light came back up on him, showing him, hey, you go ahead and go. I'll let you go.
Shane Felker getting ready to start his final stage. Well, yeah, pushing that thing, man.
Yeah, he's creeping up on 100, and that's probably what he's saying. We're almost at 100.
You said that thing had a V8 in it, so it's chugging, it's pushing.
Let the big dog eat, right? Oh, Max got his hand on that turning brake there for a second.
Amazing, the fans out here tucked off to the side watching. So close to the course.
Yeah, they'll be out there. They'll be out there all day. And they'll be out there again tomorrow. Here comes Max. Let's see if he wants to clear this little road crossing. Locks it up a little bit. Little burp of the throttle. There you go. Nice and smooth. And he'll probably give it all she's got now because he's so close to that finish line, and he's right along the chase road right there. Gives you a false sense of security because there could be a chase truck right there just in case you had a little issue. But he looks like he's pushing a little bit, having fun.
Something the stadium super trucks have as well is that turning brake, rear brake actuator, if you will, and it's used a lot, even though they're on the asphalt. Yeah, he's ripping, man.
It's fun to watch.
It's impressive.
So what do you think, Ken? You want to go halvesies in one of these? Can you spot me a halvesy?
Man, they're cool trucks. It'd just be fun to go down there and do the race. I mean, I don't even know if it matters what I was in. I just like to experience it. That's what I worry about right there. You see these people randomly parked, and he's trying to negotiate which way he's going to go, and you bob through one of those turns, and there's somebody parked there. Man, it would freak me out.
I agree, 100%.
Max ripping right now, man. He is not laying up short for sure.
Yeah, he's racing to the coastline. That's for sure. You can see it on the horizon, and that's exactly what he says. Although he's only going to get some tacos and a Pepsi, so.
Clyde Stacy, of course, the principal behind this team, and also their unlimited truck. Robbie always super supportive and thankful for everything that they've been able to do with him as well. I mean, it's just been a great relationship.
Yeah, and Clyde Stacy, also an off-road Hall of Famer. He just got inducted last year.
Yeah, that's right. Last year, yes, I was there for that induction. It was super cool.
Absolutely, and I think Robbie got the honors of introducing him, so that's good. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Looks like Max is slowing down, getting ready to come into that little checkpoint, jump into his 37-mile-an-hour zone, pulling on that little handbrake.
I did buy one of the raffle tickets to try and take a shot at winning the Speed UTV. It didn't happen, but I got a cool Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame shirt out of it.
As I did too. Yeah, I tried to win that thing, and of course I wanted you had to be present to win. That's what I was hoping for when they called his name out and he wasn't there. So I'm like, but Robbie was true to his word. He said you don't have to be present to win this car. So.
And Max,
that would have been
no
nice.
Hands on the wheel, relaxed, finally happy to make it very close to the end of this one.
Yeah, after a little challenging midway point problem, they were able to get it fixed and not lose too much time, really.
Yeah, he'll start 20 minutes behind the third place finisher here. All he has to do is cross the stripe, so well worth the effort there to save themselves 10 minutes versus a DNF. And I'm sure everybody out here, I mean, it's just the way these people operate. The goal is to finish. You know, you want to win it, don't get me wrong, but if you can't win it, you got to finish it no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the whole idea is to come down here and get your miles in and finish. Of course, everybody wants to win, but you know, you got to finish first to win, right? That's what Rod Hall used to say. Or what was it? To finish first, you first must finish. I believe that was his quote.
Yep. Knew what you meant.
So these two are going over the race in their heads right now, talking to each other.
Yeah,
what could we have done?
Rehashing things, yep.
Yeah. Max is going, why did you get us stuck? You know, stuff like that. So
maybe they're talking about what they're going to have for dinner.
Could be. I bet you they're starving. And they're stuck at 37 miles an hour, and Max is being a nice guy and pulling over to the shoulder there to make sure that the local traffic can go by. So good for him. Still a lot of racing to go out there. And almost the full field is about at the halfway mark. So that kind of gives you an idea how long between the first vehicle finishing and the last vehicle finishing. It's almost when it's 4:40 in the afternoon right now. And some of these guys, the last finisher, might not be around. They might not be in until, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, kind of like we talked about a little bit earlier. Have to flip it around and start all over again tomorrow. However, you know, the ones that finish later will probably get a chance to start later. So if they don't get a chance to do everything tonight, maybe they can get up, you know, a decent hour, get a good night's rest, get up at a decent hour, and do some of the prep tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I mean, and just to put it in perspective, let's just say one of these front-running teams has to change out a transmission tonight. Well, if it was one of the front runners, they are already done with that. They have already finished changing that transmission because they've been sitting at the finish line for what, a couple hours now? And it takes an hour, hour and a half to change transmission in one of these trucks. And they'll get to bed at a decent time and get up early for tomorrow morning, when some of these guys, if they don't get in till 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, then you have to change the transmission, and they're probably not as easy to change as these trucks are, because these trucks are set up to swap parts quickly and efficiently. So changing the transmission in an old 4-wheel drive truck might be a 2 or 3 hour job. So that's not something you want to do at 10 or 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, it's incredible how good they are. Of course, they know every nut and bolt on these trucks, backwards and forwards, exactly what wrenches to grab, exactly what they have to take off, and not a thing more, and execute those big jobs that would take us a week, and like you say, do it in a matter of hours or minutes. It's impressive to watch how good they are at dismantling and rebuilding these trucks.
Oh, and a quick update on Trey. I think he had a drive shaft issue, but besides that, they got it going, and maybe that was his downtime. That's what I got from his dad today. So.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. If that was the issue, that sure didn't take them long to change that out.
No, I thought that was a fairly big job, but like you said, those speed cars are engineered completely different. So maybe they were able to pull that off pretty quickly.
Yeah. And there he is.
And congratulations to Max and the rest of that team, digging in as they make it to the finish line right here. Cooling things down. I'm sure Pam Hall is close by, but they will need to get the book signed, and it'll be official.
All in all, not a bad day for day one.
Bumpers off, helmets off. A little bit of fresh air to those heads.
Yep. Probably really happy to have that helmet off. Dad's there to meet him at the finish line.
Hey, you need a sand line or something?
We used them. Well, they didn't put new axles in the truck.
Oh, no way.
They had 1,000 miles, never magged them or anything. Literally a half mile into the second stage.
Oh, bummer.
Got on the throttle, boom! It just pulled. And then electrical issue. The whole truck shorted out. We couldn't fix, so we pulled apart the truck for 3 hours out there.
What was wrong?
2 wires on the back. The battery switch went bad. Basically, we pulled the two. These I've never ran these. I don't know what this. These 2 wires go onto this battery switch, and they basically ignite the battery switch, and you touch them together, and the whole truck powers up. Rick told us.
As we don't have
Nothing. No service. Kills a whole truck.
So well, you guys know you only lose 20 minutes. You finish every special, right? Yeah. So you only lose 20 minutes to third place in that special. That's it. How? That's the rules. That's the rules.
To keep the racing good?
Yes.
So I would have lost 5 hours.
Yes. Instead, you lost 20 minutes to third place.
And we just definitely overall that last stage.
Well, if you won that, then it's your combined time for the day plus 20.
We were fucking getting it.
I'll go look at your times. You want to go down there? Or you want to just head to the things?
No, go look at my time.
And listening into that, I don't know that Max knew that they were only going to lose 20 minutes. So that might have been why he was pushing so hard all the way towards the end.
Any issues with you? Yeah? Nothing?
So,
did you win?
Got beat, but I drove 75 mile an hour across Diablo Drive like the whole thing. Oh my. Never went over 75.
We got to be able to do 100.
Well, but they couldn't pass me.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, she got close, and then I went 85.
We passed 7 people on the road.
Guys bantering back and forth. Robbie's like, I was just out there for cruise, man.
Right by him.
Oh, I just love listening in on this.
4 broken?
Yeah. Brad's broken. Someone else was broken. They were Razor Dobbs lost a timing chain. And then another one broken.
The 4-seater actually pulled us.
The 4-seater towed this thing.
Really?
I was just trying to get. We were
What's
trying to
his
get
name?
people to
Nick Vale Racing.
Neil Bach.
Vault. He towed us.
Really?
Probably 4 or 5 miles.
Why?
Broken axle. It wouldn't go up the hill.
Oh, really?
Just bury it.
That's cool.
He towed us, and then he ran out of gas. But he had gas.
If he told me he had gas with him, I would have filled it for him because I was out.
But he was having a great time.
But I don't think they care. But I told him you were helping a competitor. Yeah.
Good time, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
They were swapping drivers.
All right. I'll go look at your times. See what we got.
Yeah, some of the banner that goes on, I mean, fresh across the line and
Waiting for us,
explaining what
last
happened
place.
to the truck and some of the woes. I mean, those electrical issues, as you well know, Roy, I mean, you could chase those things for days. So hats off to those guys to figure that out and not burn the truck down. I mean, they were talking about those wires coming straight off the battery and shorting out. That's a sketchy deal.
Oh, absolutely. And for them to finally figure it out, that's good for them. Wiring is not one of my fortes, man. If something goes wrong wiring wise on my car, I'm probably going to be looking for firewood.
Yeah, and that's all of that seat time with, I mean, it sounds like both of them certainly were hands-on and trying to figure out what the problem was and getting it fixed. But as I mentioned before, Max really wrenching on those stadium super trucks.
And then you guys sat there for so long.
A lot of work, so he knows his way around one of these trucks with a wrench.
My buddy's saying that Cole Kramer, who's riding with Max, he's a jet ski world champion.
How about that?
Look at that. Probably wishing he was back at Lake Havasu jumping in the lake right now, I can tell you that. I don't know who we're riding with right here. Oh, the comments that come across your phone while you're doing this stuff, huh, Ken?
Yeah, and again, you know, watching this onboard, doesn't seem to be at race pace.
Well, he's coming into Pete's camp, so it might be a 37
Right.
mile an hour zone, right?
Yep,
So
yep.
well, oh, look at that 1600 car, Jim Greenway. Nice to see some more cars getting on. Yokohama sponsored race go. With some Bilstein shocks. That's old school right there. That's a 1986-ish, maybe. Could be a little earlier than that.
I was
Holy
already
moly.
wore out just watching him take off through the first couple of bumps.
And Jim Greenway is no spring chicken. That guy has been racing for years. I think he's in his 70s. I really do. And he's still fast. And he's in a car that just beats you up.
And let's get it down to Pam. I believe she has one Max scored. Pam?
Thank you so much, Ken. I know you guys were listening into his live stream while he was up at the finish line, but Max Gordon, I want to chat with you here for a minute. You were having a good day, and we know that you have a good day until you don't. So we did see that you were stopped for a while. So give us a little bit of a rundown on what was going on.
So pretty much coming into stage 2, about a half a mile in, I lost a passenger rear axle. So we were one-wheel drive for about 40 miles, and then it was like a silty left-hand corner, and we got it stuck. And we were in the process of getting unstuck, in which it wasn't too bad. And then, unfortunately, the battery switch has got 2 terminals on the backside. I didn't even know this because I've worked on plenty of race cars, but I'd never ran it before. It must be like some type of PDM protection short out thing, but it's got 2 like 16 gauge wires that go on the back of it, and something happened with the battery switch, and basically we were chasing electrical issues for the 3 hours trying to get this thing to run again while we were stuck. So Rick Geyser, we use our satellite, or Cole used a satellite on his iPhone because it killed all power to the truck. Starlink, everything, no service, no communication, no radios, nothing. So we had to use the satellite on his phone to get a hold of Rick. So that took a few hours to do that. And he was just try this, try that, try this, try that. He finally called the wiring guy, and he was like, "Hey, just give that a shot." And we put a wrench on it, and it worked. So we made it here at the finish line. We're definitely last in 60-100, but we'll see what we can do.
Well, I do have to say, though, I mean, people kept going, is Max okay? We saw body parts everywhere, but I mean, that right there explains that you had to take everything off out on course just to get to whatever it is you're working on wiring, because wiring can be a gremlin that you chase for a while.
I told Cole, I was like, as soon as I had an electrical issue, I was like, we're not going to fix it. Like, there's no way.
But you know what? You guys did it. You're here at the finish line. That's all that matters. Like you said, you think you might be last, but we'll see how it all pans out because you only lose so much time. Your dad was saying something about 20 minutes.
I know you'll lose, like, depending on what stage you had an issue, as long as you finished every stage and didn't DNF the day or DNF any stages, and you finished every stage, you finished 20 minutes behind third place, no matter what your time was. So, which that should put us in a good spot. And I think it'd be interesting to look at times for that last stage because I don't think anybody beat us on that last stage. There's no way. Basically, this thing was a footrest all the way.
Yeah, I heard you say on your star stream that you said that you probably overalled on that third stage. So that was definitely you were trying to make up time.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I have to also say yesterday in qualifying was not your day. Today you've had this gremlin, but you know what? It's day 1 of the rally. So hopefully the rest of the 5 days go well for you.
Yeah, I hope so. Tomorrow I'll get to drive the UTV around. My dad will drive this, see what he can do, and hopefully he can make up some time and see where we start tomorrow. Hopefully we're not too far back behind all these guys, and drive the UTV around. He'll drive this around tomorrow, and we'll switch the next day.
All right. Well, Max Gordon, thank you so much for talking to us. I'm glad to see you actually get to the finish line after chasing those gremlins. So congratulations on getting here.
Thank you.
All right, and there we have it. Max Gordon right here at the finish line, chasing those gremlins. Yesterday qualifying wasn't so hot for him, but he's here at the finish line. That's all that matters. So we'll see at the end of the day where everybody all pans out. But I think that's going to conclude our finish line interviews from me here with Max Gordon. So you guys, we'll see you tomorrow at the start line, and I'm going to head it back up to the studio.
All right, thanks a lot, Pam. Great job, Pam. Go enjoy yourself tonight. Get something good to eat and drink. And good call, by the way, Roy, on him hammering down. I loved his comment. This thing was just a footrest, talking about the throttle pedal, of course, as we take a look at the results here. By the way, if you're wondering what happened to Max, Roy, you put it in perspective yesterday. He burned his lip with a soldering iron some way, somehow. So unfortunately, you can see the results of that, but he is A-okay. Let's talk about the results here, Roy.
Wow, what a great day of running here, huh?
Yeah, incredible. I mean, solid effort there out of everybody. Digging hard here. It's been a good day 1. I mean, honestly, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a good day 1, and we've had a lot of fun calling all the action. A lot of racing yet to go here before this day is done, and I'm sure you'll be able to follow all the action on the live stream, both Facebook and YouTube as well. But good action here, huh, Roy?
Absolutely. What a great day of racing. I was really impressed with the pace that these guys were running all day, and good camera work. To watch a race from 600 miles away and have that good of footage and all that good stuff. I couldn't be happier with the way everything's been going, and this is just day one.
Yep. Our longer stage tomorrow, as we talked about, and we'll get ready for that one as the sun drops on another day here at NORRA Baja. The story is far from over. We've seen battles won, time gained, and plenty left on the table, and that's exactly how this race is meant to be. Tomorrow morning, it all fires back up as the racers leave San Felipe and push south along the Sea of Cortez, taking on the run to Baja de Los Angeles. It's a stretch that demands everything: speed, patience, and of course the ability to survive what Baja throws at you. The margins will get tighter, the pressures will build, and the ones who want it most will start to show themselves and their speed. We'll be right here to bring it to you all live. Every mile, every move, every moment that matters. Hope you enjoyed all the action here today. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. For all of us on the NORRA Live team, I'm Ken Stout. We'll get some rest, you get some rest, and tomorrow we will do it all over again. Until then, tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock Pacific time, they'll leave the line, and we'll see you then. Good night.